After so much chaos and demoralization, this great movement would have spectacular results on all fronts. In the north, the incomplete victory of Hohnskut was rapidly followed by another victory at Wadignes, the joint achievement of Jourdan and Carnot, 15–16 October. Carnot took 50,000 men from the army of the Rhine, assembled them at Guise, and then marched them at full speed towards the besieged town of Maubeuge. Coburg, after crossing the Sambre, left 30,000 men to guard the starving people of Maubeuge and took up position 2 leagues away on a chain of hills and wooded villages, blocking all the roads with felled trees and crowning the heights with proud breastwork between which cannon showed their maw to the enemy. Below, his massed Hungarian infantry guarded the approach. Behind were the Austrians and Croats. To the side, on the plain, a tremendous cavalry, the finest in the world, stretched away under the sun, ready to cut down the battalions that their artillery had shaken. This was another Jemmapes, but on a far larger scale, with a victorious army 3 times the size and in a far more fearsome position. 15. Carnot gave the signal for attack, first on the flanks and then at the center. For 4 hours, our troops in the center, climbing towards Dullers, fought with their bayonets, led by Jourdan in person. Our men arrived breathless at the foot of the slopes, to find themselves facing the cannon and met by a hail of bullets. At the point when our men, under the torrent of gunfire, hesitated and drifted, the Austrian cavalry arrived on our flank and the infantry which had given way came back at us. Nightfall brought an end to this terrible execution. The following day, despair gave Carnot and Jourdan inspiration. They did an incredible thing. Out of the 45,000 men that they had, they took 24,000 and led them forward on the left, leaving on the right flank lines that were weak, thin, and sure to be defeated. On October 16, 1793, at midday, the exact hour at which the Queen's head fell on the Place de la Révolution, Carnot and Jourdan marched in silence with half of their army, leaving an empty space behind them, towards the plateau of Wadignes. 16. The incredible thing was successful. The columns climbed the hill to attack and seized the position. 3 Austrian regiments were destroyed, Coburg retreated across the Sambre, Maubeuge was relieved. Chancel, the commander there who had not stirred during the fighting, was dismissed and sent to the guillotine. The victory of Wadignes, without being decisive, had immense repercussions across the country. Carnot, who had won this victory, returned and shut himself in his office in the Tuileries, leaving the celebration to his colleagues. In Navarre, the Republican forces that had been led up to then by Ronsin and Rossignol, authentic sans-culottes, but not very effective as generals, were united by the Committee of Public Safety and placed under the command of the inept Lachelle, fortunately seconded by young generals who would soon be spoken of, Marceau and Kleber, one of the defenders of Mainz. The Mainz garrison played an important role in the victories that would soon follow. 17. 2 columns, one leaving from Niort and the other from Nantes, crossed the Vade and joined forces at Cholet, where the Vendines were defeated on October 17. The rump of the Vade army, led by Stofflet and La Roquejaquilian, crossed to the right bank of the Loire after the battle of Ancinous, in which Bonchamps was killed. In a long march in search of a haven where the English might rescue them, they managed to reach Granville, but failed to take the town, which was held by the Convention deputy Louis Carpentier. Returning south, they reached Le Mans, where they were once again crushed in a terrible street battle by the army commanded by Marceau and Kleber, 13–14 December. What remained of the Vendine army was destroyed at Savenay on the Loire estuary on December 23. This was the end of the Great Vade War. In Lyon, the siege stretched on interminably, the city resisting despite bombardments. Kellerman, held responsible for the slow pace of events, was replaced by Doppet, and Cuthin, sent to replace Dubois-Craintz, decided to attack the city. "I understand nothing of military tactics," he wrote on October 3, "but what I do know is that the army of the people is here, that this army intends to take Lyon, and that living might is the only means appropriate to the all-powerful people." 18. The attack was launched on October 8. The Republican army entered the city on the 9th, and resistance collapsed the next day. Toulon was also attacked under the leadership of Barras, the representative on mission. The troops were commanded by Dugommier, but Barras soon noted the qualities of a young artillery captain named Bonaparte, whose actions would be decisive in forcing the city to surrender. We reported to the Committee of Public Safety that the Army of the Republic entered Toulon on 29 Brumaire, December 19. The National Convention decreed that the name of Toulon would be replaced by that of Port de la Montagne, and that the houses within this town be razed. 19 On October 23, the Committee of Public Safety was able to address a triumphal proclamation to the armies. The cowardly satellites of tyranny have fled before you. They abandoned Dunkirk and their artillery. They hastened to escape utter ruin by putting the Sambre between them and your victorious columns. Federalism was struck down in Lyon. The Republican army entered Bordeaux to deal it a final blow. The Piedmontese and Spaniards have been chased from your territory. The defenders of the Republic have just destroyed the rebels of the Vade. 20. Repression, Nantes, Lyon, Toulon, Marseille. The crackdown that followed was most merciless where the rebellion had been most deadly and aroused most disquiet. In the Vade, General Turreau, appointed to head the Army of the West in December 1793, began by proposing to the convention a general amnesty for the rebels, but he did not receive a reply. He rejected Kleber's plan, which was to encircle the region and, with a series of strongholds. In January 1794, he launched the famous mobile columns to crisscross the region and lay waste the land of the insurgents, who no longer formed an army but were continuing guerrilla actions. Some of these columns indiscriminately killed everyone they met, others first evaluated any inhabitants viewed as patriots, but in general this was a massacre, as well as militarily ineffectual, since the Vendines even proved capable of retaking Cholet for a while. It would be a long time before the countryside of this region could be regarded as pacified. Meanwhile Carrier, the representative on mission who arrived in Nantes in October 1793, was conducting the repression in that city. Vendine prisoners were brought in by the thousand. As the guillotine was too slow, and typhus threatened the prisons, he initially resorted to mass shootings, then used boats whose bottoms opened to discharge their human cargo in the middle of the Loire, turned for this purpose into a national bath. In parallel with this, local revolutionary tribunals kept firing squads and guillotines busy in Angers and La Rochelle. All these horrors were made possible by the lack of clear directives from the revolutionary government, by the indiscipline of the troops, and by rivalries between the generals. As Jean-Clement Martin has shown, it is impossible to find revolutionary unanimity with regard to Turreau's columns, and the same could be said of the drownings at Nantes. The Thermidorians exploited these tragic events to discredit Robespierre, and, nearer our own day, counter-revolutionary historians speak of a Vendine genocide, but making the Vade into a symbol in this way smacks more of propaganda than of genuine history. 21 After the fall of Lyon, the convention decreed on October 12, the city of Lyon is to be destroyed. All the dwelling places of the rich shall be demolished, there shall remain only the houses of the poor. In addition, the name of Lyon shall be erased from the list of towns of the Republic. The collection of houses remaining shall henceforth bear the name of Villafranchi. 22 As long as the repression was directed by Couthon, it was not very terrible. To respect the decree of October 12, he proceeded to the place Bellecour and chipped at a few of the buildings earmarked for demolition with a small hammer. But in November he was replaced by Collot de Herbois and Fouché, accompanied by a unit of the Revolutionary Army under Ronsin. A revolutionary commission was established and rained down death sentences. Here again, the guillotine was too slow for mass executions. The condemned were killed by cannon loaded with shot in front of pits dug to receive their bodies. In November, Collot planned a massive deportation of Lyon workers. You spoke to me of the patriots of this town, he wrote in December to Couthon. Do you believe that there are any such people? I think it impossible. There are 60,000 individuals who will never be Republicans. What has to be done is to expel them and scatter them carefully across the surface of the Republic. Thus dispersed, they will at least follow the steps of those who march before or alongside them. And Ronsin wrote to Vincent, there are not 1,500 Lyonnais who deserve to live. 23. The shootings continued through to February 1794. Barras and Frerin in Toulon and Marseille, renamed Ville-Saint-Nom, and Tallien in Bordeaux, likewise set up revolutionary commissions that handed down hundreds of death sentences. These proconsuls, who lived in grand style into the bargain, would be recalled in Germinal of Year 2 and questioned over their excesses, but this was a little late in the day. Excursus, the notion of terror. There is general agreement that from summer 1793 to summer 1794 things took place that were genuinely terrifying. The mass shootings in Lyon, the drownings in Nantes, are so monstrous as to be hard to imagine, but simply reading aloud the list of 15 or 20 men and women guillotined on a random day in Paris, with their names, ages, occupations, and addresses, makes the horror palpable enough. I have no intention of prettifying this horror, or comparing it, to its advantage, with other butcheries in France or elsewhere. I simply venture the hypothesis that the terror with a capital T was a creation of the Thermidorians, with the aim of demonizing what they had just overthrown. The notion of terror was then taken up by celebrated historians and thinkers of all persuasions, from Edgar Quinet to Claude Lefort, by way of Hannah Arendt, François Furet, and David Andrus. 24. The list could be much longer. The terror is often presented as a compact segment of history, with a beginning and an end that can be precisely dated. The beginning is generally identified as September 5, 1793, with the session of the convention at which, as we saw, the anonymous spokesman of the Jacobin delegation enjoined the deputies to place terror on the order of the day. This famous phrase, however, was not followed up. No law or decree gave it concrete embodiment. Contrary to what is regularly assumed by historians, terror, in a sense that was not, moreover, made precise, was not placed on the order of the day on September 5, nor on the agenda of the convention, nor less precisely on any agenda of national life whatsoever. 25. Moreover, Jacques Delhameau has shown that the phrase had already been uttered by Claude Royer, spokesman for the fêteurs who gathered in Paris for the festival of August 10, 1793. On August 30th, at the Jacobins' Club, he exclaimed, "Let us place terror on the order of the day. It is the only way to wake up the people and force them to save themselves." And in the weeks that followed, this phrase became a regular trope in addresses to the convention and the reports of its representatives on missions outside the capital. 26. It does not make much sense, then, to fix the start of the terror on September 5, 1793, no more than to see it as ending on 9 Thermidor of Year 2. The guillotine did not stop working on that day. Quite the contrary, the White Terror of the Thermidorians was a massacre that rivaled anything carried out by the guillotine in the previous months. The notion of terror remains equally vague when considered in terms of space rather than time. Historians seem to have followed those novelists, Balzac, Dickens, for whom the whole of France lived in terror. But outside the areas of Federalist revolt, nothing happened with any resemblance to the terror. Even in Normandy, a center of insurrection, there were no executions, thanks to the reconciliatory action of the representative on mission, Robert Lendet, a member of the Committee of Public Safety. In Paris, the citizens enjoyed themselves hugely, provided they were not hungry. The theaters were full, new buildings were constructed, and new streets under the direction of a jury of the arts made up of artists and representatives of the population. 27. The notion of terror with a capital T leads to equating the repressive action of the Revolutionary Tribunal in Paris with the massacres in the departments. But if the former was indeed due to the initiative of the revolutionary government, the latter were episodes in a civil war with casualties on both sides. And the figures are in no way commensurate. The war in Navarre, the insurrections in the Midi and their repression, cost tens of thousands of lives. The Paris Tribunal, out of 4,021 verdicts delivered between April 6, 1793 and 9 Thermidor Year 2, pronounced 2,585 condemnations to death versus 1,306 acquittals. 28. The notion of terror appears in this light as the artificial conflation of very different events. It can be historically convenient to refer to a certain period of time as the Terror, thus Volume 3 of Matthie's Histoire de la Révolution Française is entitled La Terreur. But what is much more debatable is to view the Terror as a theory of government, a system deliberately chosen and proclaimed. At the famous session of September 5, 1793, Drouet challenged his fellow deputies. Are you not called scoundrels, brigands, murderers, from every side? Well, then, since our virtue, our moderation, our philosophical ideas, have been of no use, let us be brigands in the service of the people, let us be brigands. Angry murmurs, calls for the speaker to be brought to order. I would like you to declare to these guilty men, the suspects, that if, impossibly, liberty were imperiled, you would massacre them without pity. Heckling drowns the speaker's voice. And Thuriot, in a heated response, was greatly applauded when he exclaimed, "Far from us the idea that France should be tainted by blood, it is only being tainted by justice." 29 on 4 Germinal of Year 2, April 4, 1794, a deputation from the Popular Society of Seat came to the bar of the convention. Treason is once more somersaulting around the people, it wants to be hoisted with the monarchy. Well, let us hoist it to the scaffold. Legislators, make death the order of the day. The hall protested, and Tallien replied from the president's chair, "It is not death that is the order of the day, but justice. The language you have just used in this precinct is unworthy of a republican." The deputation was dismissed and referred to the Committee of General Security. 30 Saint-Just, in his report of July 8, 1793, on the 32 members of the convention detained by virtue of the decree of June 2, used the term terror more than once, always in a negative sense. The attempt has been made to dominate the National Convention by disorder and terror. The plan to stifle Paris had been attempted by means of armed force. Then they thought to succeed by means of terror. The plan of Valais, that of assembling citizens through terror, to confound the government with terror and declamations. 31 in his report of 8 Ventos Year 2, February 26, 1794, on persons incarcerated. He contrasted the effectiveness of justice with the garrulousness of terror. Justice is more fearsome for the enemies of the Republic than mere terror. How many traitors have escaped terror, which talks, and would not escape justice, which weighs crimes in its hand? Justice makes the people happy and consolidates the new order of things. Terror is a double-edged weapon, which some have used to avenge the people, and others to serve tyranny. 32 Robespierre himself, in a famous passage in his speech of 17 Pluvios Year 2, February 5, 1794, related the notion of terror to that of justice. Terror is nothing but prompt, severe, and flexible justice. It is therefore an emanation of virtue. It is not so much a specific principle as a consequence of the general principle of democracy applied to the homeland's most pressing needs. 33. Terror with a capital T is a historically inconsistent notion, and it is an ideological artifice to superimpose a theory of terror on the events of this time. As Chaim Burstein has written, the stereotype of the terror has been increasingly distanced from its concrete origin, its actual materiality, to serve all kinds of political reflections on the history of France, eventually symbolizing by metonymy the revolution itself. 34 1 Allard, La Société des Jacobins, Volume 5, page 342, 2a. P. Volume 75, page 123. Thuriot, a deputy from the Marne, was an ambiguous character, a violent opponent of the Girondins who often took advanced positions, but resigned from the Committee of Public Safety and became its adversary. Some believe he was later involved in the conspiracy of equals. 3 Ibid, page 131, for Saint-Just, over completes, pages 628 to 45. This speech contains some of Saint-Just's most famous sayings. Those who make revolutions in the world, those who seek to do good, can only sleep in the tomb, and it is impossible to govern except severely. 5 Journal Historique et Politique, August 31, 1793, 6 Brisset, Vergniaud, Jenson, Duperret, Cara, Gardien, Dufriche Valais, Duprat, Brullet Sillery, Fauchet, Ducasse, Boyer-Fonfried, Lesource, Lester Beauvais, Duchastel, Mainville, Lacaze, Lahardy, Boileau, Antiboul, and Vigor. In the convention, Osselin proposed to add to the list the names of 75 deputies who had publicly protested against the journey of June 2. Robespierre opposed this. The National Convention must not attempt to multiply the guilty. It is the leaders of this faction who must be singled out. 7 Gerard Walter, Actes du Tribunal Révolutionnaire, Paris, Mercure de France, 1968/1986, pages 236-41. 8 Saint-Just, Overcompletes, page 640. 9 These young generals were spotted by the representatives on mission. The commissioners who had lived among the general staffs were able to discover talents so far unknown, and with the scarcity of leaders being so palpable, bring forth, from the lowest ranks of the army, generals devoted to the Republic. Hoche, Marceau, Kleber, Jourdan, Massena, Brune, MacDonald, and even Bonaparte owed their good fortune to the representatives on mission. Memoires de R. Levasseur de la Sarthe, Paris, Rapilly, 1829. 10 Carnot's leading role as organizer of victory was exaggerated by the Thermidorians. Carnot was to be a major figure in the post-Thermidor Convention, subsequently becoming a member of the Directory in place of Size, who had refused nomination. 11 A.P., page 101, 12 Ibid, volume 72, p. 262 ff. 13 Joseph Fayette, La Révolution Française et la Science, Paris, Libraire Marcel Rivière, 1960, page 241. The following section draws substantially from this work. 14 One major absentee among these illustrious figures was Lavoisier, convicted and guillotined for his role in the Front Général. The idea of the Wall of the Farmers General, so hated by the people of Paris, was not implausibly ascribed to him. At his trial, the remark of the tribunal's president, Coffenhal, that the Republic has no need for scientists or chemists, is probably apocryphal. 15 Michelet, Histoire de la Révolution Française, Volume 2, page 601, 16 Ibid, page 603, 17 Emerging with honors of war, this garrison could no longer fight on the same front. It was then transferred to the Vade. 18 Martin Braconnère, Cuthin, Polignac, Editions du Roure, 1996, page 182, 19 Memoires de Barras, Paris, Editions littéraires et artistiques, 1946, page 129, 20 cited by Matthews, La Révolution Française, volume 3, page 64, 21 See chapter 3 of Jean-Clément Martin, La Vade et la Révolution, à propos du génocide Vendéen. 22 Articles 3 and 4 of the Decree, Le Moniteur, Volume 18, page 104, 23 cited by Jowers, Histoire Socialiste, Volume 6, pages 320-1, 24 Edgar Quinet, La Révolution, 1865, Paris, Bellin, 1987, and particular Book 17, Théorie de la Terreur, Claude Lefort, La Terreur Révolutionnaire, and Essays sur le politique, Paris, Le Soul, 2001, pages 81-119, Hannah Arendt, On Revolution, New York, Viking Press, 1963, Furet, Interpreting the French Revolution, David Andrus, The Terror, New York, Farrar, Strauss and Giroux, 2005, and La Violence Populaire durant la Révolution Française, and Michel Beard, edition, Les Politiques de la Terreur, Rennes, Presses Universitaires de Rennes, 2008, Actes du Colloque International de Rouen, 2007. 25 Martin, Violence et Revolution, page 188, 26 Jacques Guilhamou. La Terreur à l'ordre du jour, Un parcours en Révolution, 1793-1794, Revolution-Française.net, 2007, 27 C. Alan Potofsky, Constructing Paris in the Age of Revolution, London, Palgrave Macmillan, 2009, page 164, 28 Walter, Actes du Tribunal Révolutionnaire, page 33, 29a. P. Volume 73, page 423, 30 Ibid, Volume 88, page 145, 31 Saint-Just, Overcompletes, pages 602-19, 32 Ibid, page 669, 33 Robespierre, Virtue and Terror, page 115, 34 Burston, Entrée Théorie et Pratique de la Terreur, Un essai de balisage, and Les Politiques de la Terreur, page 39. Chapter 12 Autumn 1793. Dechristianization, the Cultural Revolution of Year 2, the Vermeer reversal in a moment, the moment it became possible to speak, priests fell into the most profound disrepute. Restif de la Bretagne, 20 Newts de Paris. Dechristianization, political maneuver or popular movement. Notre Dame becomes a temple of reason, the cult of martyrs in October 1793. Just when the situation on every front had recovered, a movement broke out across France which contemporaries, Robespierre, Danton, Chalmette, described as a torrent, an explosion, a volcanic eruption. This was dechristianization. Historians differ as to what triggered it. Some see it as a political maneuver. For both Jouwers and Daniel Guérin, one responsibility lay with the Hébertists seeking to mobilize their popular clientele. For Mathies, rather, it was the indulgents who unleashed the movement of dechristianization, cunning overbidders who sought to create new forms of patriotic service. Point 2 For Sabel, on the other hand, the movement had a popular origin. Dechristianization followed a current whose manifestations can be seen right from the entry of the sans-culottes into political life at the start of 1792. 3 Likewise, for Serge Bianchi, dechristianization lay in the straight line of a popular impulse. Point 4 The most plausible explanation is that the movement had a popular base made up of the most advanced activists, while politicians supported it and sometimes used it, only rarely preceding or instigating it. This was, however, the case in the department of the Nièvre. In September 1793, Fouché, as the representative on mission, hosted Chalmette, who was visiting his family at Nevers. The anti-religious campaign then took a strong upturn. On September 25, it was decreed that any minister of the Catholic faith or other priest paid by the nation was obliged to marry or adopt a child, or to keep and feed at his table an indigent old person, failing which he would be removed from his position. On October 10, Fouché issued a decree prohibiting the exercise of all forms of religious worship outside of their respective temples, ordering the destruction of all religious signs in public places, and instructing that the gates of cemeteries should bear the notice, "Death is an eternal sleep." Point 5 A few days later he wrote to Chalmette, who had returned to Paris, "Things have reached the point where this most superstitious of regions no longer offers the traveler a single sign that recalls a dominant religion. Priestly ceremonies have all returned inside the temples. The aristocracy of manufacturers and forge masters is crushed, everything is working and the rich are paying up." 6 This is certainly one instance in which the action of politicians played a predominant role in triggering the movement. But there are abundant examples showing how dechristianization was a movement of genuine popular initiative. On September 12, the Panthéon Français section demanded the opening in all sections or cantons of the Republic of a school of liberty, which would preach the horror of fanaticism on Sundays and holidays. On October 2, the Croix Rouge section asked for its name to be changed to Bonnet Rouge, fearing that the present name, Red Cross, perpetuates the ferment of fanaticism. Point 7 In the Brie, on 10 Brumaire, October 31, the commune of Ris adopted Brutus as its patron in place of Saint Blaise, and expelled its parish priest. And on 16 Brumaire, delegates from the commune of Menacé, also in the region of Brie, presented themselves at the bar of the convention decked in cassocks and chasubles, some carrying pennants and banners, others crosses, censers and chalices. Point 8 Their demands were 1. That from this day on the commune of Menacé should dispense with a parish priest. 2. That the presbytery be put on sale as national property. 3. That the building formerly used as a church should become the meeting place of the popular society. As a consequence, busts of Marat and Lepelletier should replace the statues of St. Peter and St. Denis, their former patrons. The statue of Liberty be placed at the center of the altar, and every sign of fanaticism disappear before that of liberty. 4. That the commune of Menacé-Villeroy should from now on be known as the commune of Menacé-Marat. The petitioners presented to the nation the 1,500 livres that the parish priest received, along with the church's silverware and precious cloths. At the same memorable session, the convention voted on Thuriot's proposal, a decree legalizing dechristianization. Departmental administrations are authorized to decide the suppression, combination, and boundaries of parishes without recourse to the National Convention. The Menacé proposal was written into the bulletin as a kind of appendix, a model for the application of this decree. Each commune, therefore, could abandon Catholic worship and allocate its church to other activities. Churches were soon transformed into temples of reason, meeting halls, schools, or hospitals. Cemeteries were secularized, the marriage of priests encouraged, and ecclesiastics banned from public education. In Paris, the Central Committee of Popular Societies, based at the Évêché, demanded the abolition of priests' salaries so that their survival would in future depend solely on the generosity of their congregations. On 17 Brumaire, November 7, the convention opened with a long series of letters and delegations from communes donating their churches' silverware to the nation, announcing their decision to change their names, or reporting the marriage of their priest. Next came a delegation from the Department and Commune of Paris, led by Montmoreau, Chalmette, Lullier, and Patch. Montmoreau, the Bishop of Paris, and several other priests, guided by reason, have come before you to cast off the character imposed on them by superstition. Bishop Goebel now stepped up. Born a plebeian, I learned early on the principles of liberty and equality. Now that the revolution is striding forward to a happy outcome, there must no longer be any other public and national religion than that of liberty and holy equality, as this is what the sovereign wishes, consistent with my principles. I bow to its will and have come proudly to declare that from this day forth, I renounce the exercise of my functions as minister of the Catholic religion, joined in this by my citizen vicars present here. 9. The erstwhile bishop, with the Liberty bonnet on his head, was embraced by the session's president, Lallouis, amid the cheers of the people. Several members of the convention who had once been ecclesiastics, including Coupe de Eloise, former curé of Sermaize, Robert Lendet, former bishop of the Department of Eure, Gay Vernon, former bishop of Limoges, and Julien de Toulouse, a Protestant minister, likewise renounced all religious duties. Over the following days, various sections paraded before the convention. The Graveliers section was introduced, with a body of men at its head dressed in priestly and pontifical robes. The citizens all shed these simultaneously, and beneath the travesties of fanaticism there emerged defenders of the patrie dressed in national uniform. Each threw away the garment he had doffed, and stoles, mitres and chasubles went flying through the air, to the sound of instruments and repeated cries of Vive la Liberté! Vive la République! 10. On 20 Brumaire, November 10, the Paris Commune held a great civic festival in the former Cathedral of Notre Dame, now a Temple of Reason. In the center of the nave a mountain had been constructed, in homage to the Montaigne of the Convention, topped by a small temple bearing the inscription, To Philosophy. From this temple emerged liberty, represented by a young female actor draped in the tricolor, in lieu instead of the former Blessed Virgin. 11 After the ceremony, a large crowd accompanied the General Council to the convention. An immense host of musicians made the vaults resound with the cherished airs of the Revolution. A procession of Republican girls, dressed in white with tricolor sashes and flowers in their hair, preceded and surrounded Reason. This was a faithful image of beauty, with the Liberty bonnet on her head. Today the whole people of Paris thronged beneath the Gothic vaults, for so long stricken by the voice of error, and that now for the first time echoed to the cry of liberty. The people have said, no more priests, no gods, but those bestowed on us by nature. They led Reason to the president, who gave her the fraternal kiss to the sound of applause. 12. The convention then proceeded in a body towards the Temple of Reason, acclaimed by the crowd. On arrival, deputies and people together sang a hymn composed by Gossec to lyrics by M. J. Chenier. 13 This journey of 20 Brumaire quickened the pace of dechristianization. The popular societies and revolutionary committees gave the movement an irresistible momentum. 14 The committee of the Marat section decided to remove from the Church of Saint-André d'Arcs its baubles and other objects of charlatanism, and to give this national building the name of Temple of the Revolution. The section committees of Arsenal, Droits de l'Homme, and Indivisibilite announced to the Commune their decision to bring the convention all the decorations and silverware of the Church of St. Paul. The sections of Faubourg du Nord, Brutus, and Unite took similar decisions. 15 By the end of Brumaire year 2, Catholic worship had practically ceased in the churches of Paris. However, this unbridled dechristianization created a vacuum which would be spontaneously filled by the cult of revolutionary martyrs, including the young martyrs, Barras, the 13-year-old drummer killed at Cholet, and Viala, the 12-year-old from Avignon killed in a battle against the Marseille insurgents, with a certain continuity of rituals and practices. The revolutionary cults were celebrated in the temples of reason and clearly emulated traditional worship in their setting, liturgy, and practices. Statues of Marat, Lepelletier, and Chalier replaced those of Catholic saints, and the revolutionary colors supplanted the black of the detested priests. Impelled in each section by a few men brought up on the philosophy of the 18th century, this republican cult firmly established itself in the winter of year 2, giving a large fraction of the sans-culottes, now severed from Catholicism, the religious sustenance that they seemed unable to do without. 16. The Cultural Revolution of Year 2, names, the Republican calendar, the family, the universal 2D Christianization, initially so surprising, is more understandable when placed in a broader configuration, which Serge Bianchi has dubbed the Cultural Revolution of Year 2.17. This is a legitimate label, as between the Revolution of June 2, 1793, and the Counter-Revolution of 9 Thermidor great upheavals took place in the life of the country, some launched by the Montagnards in government, others produced by the inventiveness of the popular movement, but together aiming to make a clean slate of the past and found a regenerated society, the word used at the time. A clean slate meant first of all getting rid of all images of kings. The statue of Louis XIV on the Place des Victoires was pulled down, and there was a plan to replace that of Henri IV on the Pont Neuf with an immense effigy of Hercules sculpted by David, the base of which would be made of the heads of the statues from the façade of Notre Dame, a monument to the glory of the French people, erected over the double tyranny of kings and priests. 18. The royal tombs at St. Denis were partly destroyed. Bronze statues were melted down for cannon. The entire country was expunging the traces of monarchy. In order to throw off the past, names were changed, above all those of towns, from which saints, nobles, and kings all vanished. 3,000 communes changed their names, with Montagny's becoming widespread. Villeneuve-Saint-Georges was now Villeneuve-la-Montagne, and Saint-Germain-en-Laye renamed Montagne-Bon-Air. Montmartre became Montmarat, and Soisy-Marat. The sans-culotte influence was felt even in remote departments, for example with Hanles sans-culottes, formerly Hanles-Moine, in the Ardennes, or Rotre de la Sans-Culotterie, Port-Breton in Nevada. 19 streets were likewise given new names. In Paris, besides the Saint-Sheding faubourgs Antoine and Marcel, the Rue Michel-le-Comte became Michel-le-Pelletier, the Place Royale, today Place de Vosges, became Place des Fêteurs, the Place Vendôme, Place des Pics, the Place du Carrousel, Place de la Fraternité, the Rue Princesse, Rue Révolutionnaire, the Rue Dauphine, Rue de Thionville, and the Quai de Theatins, Quai Voltaire, as it still is today. Children born at this time might be given first names like Barra, Rousseau, Brutus, or Mucius Scaevola, and adults could change their names, becoming Gracchus Babeuf or Anaxagoras Chalmette. In September 1793, the convention decided to replace the traditional calendar with its Sundays and saints. The adoption of the Republican calendar was a political measure, but went hand in hand with the impulse to rationalize national life by the decimal system. As early as August 1793, the new units of meter and gram were created to put an end to the diversity of measures in different provinces. On September 20th, Gilbert Rham delivered a long report in the name of the Committee of Public Instruction. 20 criticizing the traditional calendar as a monument of servitude and ignorance. He proposed to divide the year into 12 months of 30 days, each made up of 3 decades. The names he chose recalled the great episodes of the Revolution, Jeu de Paume, Bastille, and revolutionary virtues, unity, fraternity. 21 Sunday, an essential day in Catholic life, thus disappeared, leading Allard to see this as the most anti-Christian measure of the Revolution. Calendars would be printed in thousands of copies to be sent throughout the country, indicating for the first year the equivalent days and months of the Gregorian calendar. They were illustrated with etchings by the best artists of the day, with revolutionary mottos on the frontispiece and medallions of revolutionary martyrs around the edge. 22 Convincing and educating the people, press, posters, almanacs. Public instruction. The popular societies demanded recognition of social categories that had been marginalized and shut out by the church, unmarried mothers, illegitimate children, foundlings. On these points, and the rejection of traditional patriarchy as a whole, the convention adopted measures that were astonishing for a country until recently subject to a generalized patriarchal system. In October 1793, the law established equal rights of inheritance for sons and daughters, extending this also to children born out of wedlock. It became impossible to favor one child in particular or to disinherit them. Within marriage, each spouse acquired equal right of control over common property, and a common contract for the whole of France was created to enshrine this equality. 23 Foundlings, who made up a third of all births in Paris, became natural children of the patrie. The concern for equality that lay at the heart of the collective thinking of the sans-culottes was expressed among other things by the generalized use of the familiar too. On 10 Brumaire, October 31st, a deputation from all the Paris popular societies addressed the convention as follows: "This abuse, the use of vous, perpetuates the arrogance of the perverse and their adulation." The sans-culottes demanded a law to impose the informal tu, which would give greater visible familiarity, a greater inclination to fraternity, and consequently greater equality. The convention proceeded to debate this. Thuriot wondered, is it not contrary to liberty to prescribe to citizens the way in which they should express themselves? 24 Nonetheless, on 22 Brumaire, the Directorate of the Paris Department decreed that tutoiement would be used in offices and in correspondence. The two formed spread rapidly in all the popular organizations, then to the convention itself. By the end of autumn 1793, vous had disappeared from its speeches. A play was performed in Paris entitled La Parfaite Égalité ou les tout et les toi. As in every cultural revolution, change can also happen from the bottom up. To regenerate society, it was not enough to obliterate the signs of the past, it was also necessary to act constructively, and above all to convince and educate the people. Newspapers such as Hébert's Le Père Duchesne, the Jacobins' Journal de la Montagne, the Journal des Hommes Libres, and Desmoulins' ephemeral Le Vieux Cordelier were read in the evenings at the popular societies, and during the day in the workplace and the public square, workers and passers-by gathered around public readers. In October 1793, the Arsenal section and the Popular Society of Larmeny demanded the organization of spoken publicity by means of a newspaper expressly made for the people, and read out even in the villages by public officials and publicists. 25 The press, therefore, was not enough, and new modes of information flourished in year 2, posters, which could issue a challenge to a deputy as well as announce the decrees of the convention or the decisions of its representatives on mission. Almanacs, which popularized the principles of the Revolution, such as Carlotte de Herbois's L'Almanach du Père Girard or Sylvain Marichal's L'Almanach des Républicains. 26 Hundreds of revolutionary songs were written and sung, many composed by celebrated musicians such as Grétry, Gossec, Cherubini, Méhul, Chant du Depart, with lyrics by Chenier, Marichal, and a host of others now forgotten. They were sung in the solemn processions of civic festivals, or in carnival-type masquerades in which the participants, often disguised as priests, pulled carts full of ciboria and stoups that would be burned while they danced the farandole around the bonfire. The sans-culottes demanded the organization of public instruction. On July 14, the Droits de l'Homme section demanded a public instruction that teaches citizens the rules of duty and the practice of the virtues. It was not just moral principles that required to be instilled. The section of Faubourg Montmartre wanted an instruction designed to perfect the arts and crafts, to give a great boost to national industry and the activity of our manufactures, and to destroy tyranny forever. 27 On July 13, Robespierre had read to the convention the report of Lepelletier de Saint-Fargeau on public instruction. On the 29th, he proposed a decree that adopted it almost word for word. 28 This long text, rather more in the tradition of Sparta than of Rousseau, stipulated in its first article that all children shall be brought up at the expense of the Republic, from the age of 5 until 12 for boys, and 11 for girls. None of the texts discussed by the convention called for gender equality. Girls shall learn spinning, sewing, and laundering. Since national education was the debt of the Republic to everyone, it would be free and compulsory. Art. 3. When children had completed their national education, they shall be returned to the hands of their parents or guardians. Art. 5. Which evidently meant, without saying so outright, that children would be removed from their parents for the duration of their schooling. The decree provided for strict moral and civic education, work in factories or in the fields, and sanctions for breaches of discipline. Any child of either sex, aged more than 8 years, who has not performed a task equivalent to his or her meal, will only eat after the other children have finished, and will bear the shame of eating alone. Art. 16. The Committee of Public Instruction, in whose name Robespierre spoke, was divided over this decree. 29. Only 2 of its 6 members supported it, Robespierre himself and Bourdon. Grégoire and Coupe d'Eloise were opposed. Grégoire: we all agree as to the necessity of a common education, but need it be common in the sense that all the children residing in national homes are to be brought up at the expense of the Republic? It is not enough that a system comes surrounded by illustrious names, that it has Minos, Plato, Lycurgus, and Lepelletier as its patrons. 30. In the end, no decision was taken, and when the convention debated the question in Fermaire of Year 2, the decree adopted was short and vague, providing only that school was free and compulsory from the age of 6 and for a minimum of 3 years. The slowness of the law's application led to popular recriminations. In number 349 of Le Père Duchesne, Hébert expressed Père Duchesne's great anger at seeing how lame is the progress of public instruction, and that there are monopolists of the mind who do not wish the people to be instructed, so that beggars may continue to beg. In the field of the arts, on the other hand, the Cultural Revolution obtained a marked success. The old academies were suppressed, painters and opera performers publicly burned their qualifications and diplomas. The Republic employed and subsidized revolutionary artists. Thousands of statues of its martyrs and the great names of antiquity were commissioned for public buildings. At the 1793 Salon, 1,000 paintings were exhibited, and the most honored painters included Girodet, Van Loo, Carl Vernet, Boilly, and David. The National Museum, the Louvre, established under the Legislative Assembly, opened its rooms to the public. Alexander Lenoir founded a museum of French monuments in the Couvent des Petits Augustins, 31, to display many of the statues and paintings confiscated from churches and chateaux. The convention decided to organize in each department a museum for the paintings, statues, engravings, and other artistic monuments found in national buildings and the homes of émigrés. 32 Topino Lebrun, a politically committed painter, also a juror on the Revolutionary Tribunal, declared, "Republicans, let us seize hold of the arts, or rather, restore them to their original dignity. Only then will they have the right to be public and free of charge. Servile and cringing under despotism, they will obey the omnipotence of the sovereign people, they will adopt the people's sublime stance." 33 Robespierre against dechristianization. This festive moment, when the leaders were overwhelmed by popular enthusiasm and the torrent of dechristianization seemed to break through every dike, lasted less than 2 months. The ebb began in late November, its spectacular turning point being Robespierre's speech of 1 Fermaire Year 2, November 21, 1793. The Jacobins had been the scene of concerted attacks against the dechristianizers. The first skirmish took place on 18 Brumaire, November 8. Hébert accused Lavaux, editor of the Journal de la Montagne, of having published the day before an article against atheism, in which he had opened on the subject of God, an unknown and abstract entity, disputes more fitted to a theologically inclined friar. Lavaux replied, "I believe this view, atheism, to be dangerous. I refuted it. That is my opinion, and I am proud of it." 34 The next day, Robespierre went on the offensive against the popular societies, the uncontrolled motors of dechristianization, the aristocrats, he said, awaiting the favorable moment for a counter-revolutionary movement, gather together in clubs that they are careful to call popular societies. And he demanded that patriots proceed to the purging of all the popular societies in the sections, the number of which is increasing daily. 35 On 1 Fermaire, Robespierre, who played a major personal role in this matter, launched a frontal attack on the dechristianizers. Is it still true that the chief cause of our ills is fanaticism? Fanaticism. It is dying. I could even say it is dead. By fixing all our attention on it in recent days, are we not looking away from our genuine dangers? By what right do men, unknown until now in the course of the revolution, come to seek amid all these events the means of usurping a false popularity, leading even patriots into taking false measures, and loosing trouble and discord among us? By what right do they disturb freedom of worship in the name of freedom, and attack fanaticism with a new fanaticism? Why should we permit the dignity of the people to be trifled with in this way, and the bells of folly to be attached to the scepter of philosophy itself? It was believed that by accepting civic offerings, the convention had proscribed the Catholic cult. No, the convention had in no way taken such a bold step. The convention will never do so. Its intention was to maintain the freedom of worship that it proclaimed, and at the same time to repress all those who would abuse this to disturb public order. I may perhaps be called narrow-minded, a man of prejudices, even, who knows, a fanatic. I have already said that I speak neither as an individual nor as a systematic philosopher, but as a representative of the people. Atheism is aristocratic, the idea of a great being that watches over oppressed innocence and punishes triumphant crime is completely of the people. The people, the unfortunate, will applaud me. If I should find critics, it would be among the rich and among the guilty. I have been, since my school days, a poor enough Catholic. I have never been a cold friend or faithless defender of humanity. I am only the more attached to the moral and political ideas that I have just expounded before you. If God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him. Point 36. At the end of this long speech, Robespierre attacked some foreign agents by name, shady characters involved in all kinds of financial swindles, and moreover active de-Christianizers. He had Dubuisson, Desfier, Proli, and Pereira expelled from the Jacobins. Point 37. 3 days later, Danton called for no more anti-religious masquerades in the precinct of this convention. In the wake of these attacks, the convention, on Robespierre's proposal, recalled by a solemn decree of 16 Brumaire, December 6, its commitment to freedom of worship. Article 1 spelled out that all acts of violence and measures contrary to freedom of worship are prohibited. However, on Barrere's proposal, an additional article clarified that the convention does not intend to undo what has been done up to this day by virtue of the decrees of the people's representatives, meaning that the churches that had been closed would remain so. Point 38. The leaders of the Commune, who had been wholeheartedly involved in de-Christianization, put up only a weak defense and were soon backing down. And the Jacobins, Hébert, criticized for attacking. Lavaux, who had spoken in favor of the Supreme Being, replied, "I am accused of atheism. I flatly deny the accusation. As for the religious opinions I am accused of having emitted in my paper, I flatly deny the fact and declare that I preach to the rural population that they should read the gospel. This book of morals seems to me excellent, and by following its every maxim one may become a perfect Jacobin. I regard Christ as the founder of the popular societies." 39. Chalmette, for his part, spoke to the Commune in praise of tolerance, albeit ambiguously. It matters little whether someone is theist or atheist, Catholic or Greek, whether someone believes in the Quran, in miracles, in werewolves, or in fairy tales. That is not our concern. We need not inquire whether he goes to Mass, to the synagogue, or the preacher. We need only inquire whether he is a Republican. 40. Few voices were raised to criticize the retreat on de-Christianization. Lequinio, a deputy for the Morbihan and representative on mission at Rochefort, wrote to the Committee of Public Safety, "You speak to me of the decree of 16 Brumaire. Well, I have to tell you that this decree nearly brought about great evils in the surrounding departments. The patriots did not understand the spirit behind it and became dejected, while it so greatly emboldened the aristocrats that it was necessary to use armed force in many places to stifle insurrections." 41. At the Popular Society of Moulins, an anonymous sans-culotte proposed sending an address to the Committee of Public Safety inviting it to acknowledge its mistake. "You will have as much satisfaction in retracting as regret at having been mistaken." 42. Certain representatives on mission, Javogues in the Saône-et-Loire, Albit in the Mont Blanc, Lanet in the Caries, sent letters to the Committee of Public Safety explaining the risks of the new policy. They were recalled. "I shall leave," wrote Lanet to the committee, "satisfied of taking as my reward the hatred of plotters, priests and moderates, which I have applied myself to deserving." 43. How can we explain Robespierre's reversal on the question of worship? Reversal is not too strong a word. On June 18, 1793, in the discussion on the draft constitution, he had said, I fear that conspirators will draw from the constitutional act confirming the freedom of worship the means for annihilating public liberty. I fear that men who wish to form counter-revolutionary associations will disguise them in religious forms. Robespierre explained his reasons himself. Some of these bore on foreign policy. He feared that de-Christianization would shock the neutral countries, and particularly Switzerland, which he counted on to act as intermediary when negotiations with the coalition opened. 44 others arose from the concern to avoid trouble in the departments. On 15 Brumaire, December 5, at the convention, he explained that there are communes that are not fanatical, but where nonetheless it is seen as deplorable for the authorities, backed by armed force, to order churches to be vacated and ministers of the cloth to be arrested simply because of their occupation. Robespierre's turnaround reflected his personal philosophy. As a good disciple of Rousseau, he detested the materialist philosophers. Helvetius, he declared to the Jacobins, was a brigand, a wretched smooth talker, an immoral individual, one of the cruelest persecutors of the good Jean-Jacques, who most deserves our homage. Had Helvetius lived in our day, do not believe that he would have embraced the cause of liberty. He would have joined the crowd of smooth-talking intriguers who are accursed to the patrie today. 45. He was no more tender towards the encyclopedia, that sect which, in matters of politics, always failed to accept the rights of the people. Robespierre was a deist, and thus opposed to atheism. However, there were numerous atheists among the de-Christianizers. One was Sylvain Marechal, whose hit philosophical poem, Dieu et les Prêtres, dedicated to Chaumet, was quite explicit. That God whom you feared was but a false giant born from your ignorance and nourished by the priests. 46. Whatever the case, the position now adopted, in which Robespierre played, as we have said, a very prominent role, marked a distance from the sans-culotte movement, all the greater inasmuch as the Committee of Public Safety was simultaneously moving to control the popular organizations. Curbing the popular movement, the law of 14 Brumaire Year 2 in his report on provisional and revolutionary government, a prelude to the law of 14 Brumaire, Billaud-Varennes explained. As soon as the centrality of the legislature ceases to be the linchpin of government, the edifice lacks its main foundation and inevitably crumbles. 47. During the discussion, Merlin de Thionville suggested renaming the Committee of Public Safety as the Committee of Government. Billaud opposed this, as did Barrère. Only the convention governs, and it alone must govern. The Committee of Public Safety is not the only instrument that it uses. It also uses the Committee of General Security and the Executive Council, the ministers. We are the advance post of the convention, we are the arm that it moves, but we are not the government. 48. And yet it was indeed in the hands of the Committee of Public Safety that this law would concentrate the fundamentals of power. The decree passed on 14 Brumaire 49 dealt first of all with the execution of laws. It established a commission charged with the daily publication of every new law and decree, and with conveying these immediately to all the officials and authorities affected by their application. In the departments, districts and communes, all elected positions, general councillors, departmental presidents, procureurs generaux, procureurs syndics, were suppressed. In their place, a national agent in each district and each municipality, appointed by the government, would supervise the execution of the laws. He was to render an account to the government committees every 10 days. 50. It was the district administrations that were responsible for the application of revolutionary laws and measures of public safety. The departmental administrations now dealt only with the allocation of contributions and the maintenance of manufactures, roads and canals. Their role became secondary. The popular organizations were more than reined in. Any congress or central meeting established either by representatives of the people or by the popular societies, under any name whatsoever, even the name of Central Surveillance Committee or Revolutionary or Military Central Commission, is revoked and expressly prohibited, as subversive of the unity of action of the government and tending toward federalism. Those existing will be dissolved within 24 hours of the date of publication of the present decree. The local revolutionary armies were likewise dissolved. Any army other than that established by the convention and common to the whole republic is dismissed by the present decree. The representatives on mission were invested with full powers to propose the purging and reorganization of existing authorities. To those who asked for the new administrators to be appointed by the electoral assemblies, Couthon replied that in the extraordinary government it is from the center that all impulses must spring, it is from the convention that elections must come. I ask for the purging of administrations to be conducted here, and for the convention to make the appointments to replace the administrators who will be removed. Adopted. Thus all elections were suppressed and all powers concentrated in the hands of the government committees, the arms of the convention in both senses. Legislative centralization was maximal. The Executive Council no longer had any raison d'etre. It was finally abolished on 12 Germinal, April 1, 1794, and replaced by 12 executive commissions attached to the Committee of Public Safety. Was the curbing of the popular movement in Fermaire of Year 2, as Daniel Guérin believes, a victory of the revolutionary bourgeoisie united against those whom it called the Bras Nus? This view, in keeping with Guérin's thesis of the class struggle during the Revolution, is unconvincing. The hypothesis of a kind of union secret of the Montagnard bourgeoisie against the people does not take account of the divergences separating Robespierre and his friends both from the liberal Voltairian members of the Convention, in the plain, and, in the other direction, from the turbulent Cordeliers whose base was in the Commune and the Ministry of War. There could be no unity between such contrary currents, as indeed the course of events would show. Robespierre and the Committee of Public Safety, which it makes no sense at all to call bourgeois, took alone the decision to halt dechristianization and cut short the popular ferment. Robespierre said, "Democracy is not a state in which the people rule by themselves on all public affairs." For him, order was necessary to straighten out the country and win the war. It would seem that he no longer remembered what he had asserted in spring 1793, the Montaigne needs the people are supported by the Montaigne. 51 He did not see, no doubt he could not, that his volte-face would cut him off from his main support, without which things would rapidly take a turn for the worse. 1 Jouwers, Histoire Socialiste, Volume 6, pages 304-7, Guérin, La lutte des classes, Volume 1, Chapter 6, a diversion that became a groundswell. 2 Albert Mathies, Robespierre et la déchristianisation, Le Puy, Imprimerie Parallèle, Ruchin et Gaiman, 1909, page 17. 3 Sabel, Les Sans Culottes Parisiens, page 287, for Serge Bianchi, La déchristianisation de l'en-US, Essay d'interpretation, AHRF, number 233, July, September 1978. This gives a summary of the historiographical controversies over dechristianization, arguing the case for a popular origin of the movement. 5 Albert Mathies, Contribution à l'histoire religieuse de la Révolution française, 1907, cited in Guérin, La lutte des classes, Volume 1, page 268, 6 cited by Sabel, Les Sans Culottes Parisiens, page 287. 7 Sabel, Les Sans Culottes Parisiens, pages 284-5. In the article cited above, La déchristianisation de l'en-US, Serge Bianchi emphasizes the role of day laborers, apprentices, builders, foresters, poor peasants, social categories that were little or poorly Christianized and had long escaped regimentation by the Church, page 363. 8a p. Volume 78, pages 465-7, 9 Ibid, p. 550 ff, 10 Sierra Leonean Lyons Moniteur, Volume 18, page 401. 11 See the detailed description and relevant engraving in Lynn Hunt, Politics, Culture and Class in the French Revolution, Berkeley, University of California Press, 2004, pages 63-5, 12a. p. Volume 78, page 710, 13 The first verse was, Descend, Liberty, daughter of nature / the people have regained their immortal power / over the pompous debris of the old impostures / their hands raise your altar once more. 14 The popular societies had been formed to get around the ruling of September 5, 1793 that restricted the General Assemblies of sections to 2 weekly sessions. The revolutionary committees had been instructed from September to draw up lists of suspects and see to the application of revolutionary laws. 15 Sabel, Les Sans Culottes Parisiens, page 295, 16 Ibid, page 309, 17 Serge Bianchi, La Révolution culturelle de l'en-US, Elites et Peuple, 1789–1799, Paris, Aubier, 1982, 18 on Hercules as a symbol of the people, see Lynn Hunt, Politics, Culture and Class in the French Revolution, pages 98–110, which has an interesting iconography. The statues from the façade of Notre Dame were beheaded in the mistaken belief that they represented kings. 19 Bianchi, La Révolution culturelle, page 216, 20a. P. Volume 74, page 553. Rom was a scientist who had studied both mathematics and medicine. He was later one of the prairial martyrs. 21. On October 24th, the months would be given the beautiful names created by Fabre d'Eglantine, Vendémiaire, from the Latin vendimia, grape harvest, brumaire, broom or fog, fermare, fremus, frost, nivos, Latin nivosus, snowy, pluvios, Latin pluvius, rainy, ventos, Latin ventosus, windy, germinal, Latin German, germination, floreal, Latin floss, flower, prairial, prairie, pasture, messidor, Latin messes, harvest, thermidor, Greek thermon, summer heat, fructidor, Latin fructus, fruit. Year I of the new calendar opened with 1 Vendémiaire on what by the Gregorian calendar was September 22, 1792. Translator, 22 Bianchi, La Révolution culturelle, page 200. 23 Divorce had already been legalized by the Legislative Assembly in 1792. 24a p. Volume 78, page 85. On tutoiement, see Sable, Les Sans Culottes Parisiens, page 656. 25 Sable, Les Sans Culottes Parisiens, page 671. 26 On Posters and Almanacs, see Bianchi, La Révolution culturelle, pages 173–8. 27 Sable, Les Sans Culottes Parisiens, page 498. 28a p. Volume 69, pages 659–64. 29 Ibid, note to page 659. 38 p. Volume 70, page 19. Roule and Lecanal did not speak. As for Coupe, he proposed a far more Rousseauian project. It might well be a misfortune for humanity were all men to become philosophers. Do not teach man this reasoned apathy, let him obey all the impulses of nature, and remain of the people. 31 This chapel now forms part of the École des Beaux-Arts on Quai Malaquais. 32 Bianchi, La Révolution culturelle, page 172. 33 Ibid, page 191. 34 Allard, La Société des Jacobins, Volume 5, pages 500–1. 35 Robespierre, Over Completes, Volume 10, page 165. 36 Ibid, pages 195–7. The last sentence was of course borrowed from Voltaire. 37 Pereira, along with Clootz, was part of the group that had convinced Bishop Goebel to announce his abjuration. 38a p. Volume 81, page 120. What is revealing here is that in the same session when this decree was voted, several societies from provincial towns came to the bar to proudly assert acts of dechristianization. The Popular Society of Mudron, for example, citizen representatives, you have opened the book of universal morality, you have lit the torch of philosophy, you have enlightened us. We want no other worship than that of liberty, our church will be called the temple of virtue. We no longer need a cure, the church silverware will be sent to Bayonne and the bells to the administration. Vive la République, vive la montagne. 39 Allard, La Société des Jacobins, Volume 5, page 549. 40 cited by Guérin, La Lutte des Classes, Volume 1, page 445. 41 Ibid, page 460. Lequinio had published in 1792 a book entitled Les Préjugés de Truth, in which he argued for equality between men and women, the abolition of the death penalty and slavery, radical atheism, and the condemnation of war. 42 Ibid, page 461. 43 Ibid, page 464. 44 inches. A dispatch to the Committee of Public Safety, Solavi, the French representative in Geneva, reported on a conversation with the Baron de Stael, the Swedish minister, who said that it was imperative to destroy absolutely the bad impression that the new form of worship has made in Europe, cited by Guérin, La lutte des classes, Volume 1, page 407. 45 Allard, La Société des Jacobins, Volume 4, page 550. Two ladders were brought in amidst applause, and the busts of Mirabeau and Helvetius were taken down. Soon they were broken, with everyone jostling for the glory of crushing them underfoot. 46 Cited by Guérin, La lutte des classes, Volume 1, page 421. 47 A.P., Volume 79, 28 Brumaire Year 2, pages 451-60. 48 A.P., Volume 80, page 360. 49 Ibid, pages 629-35. 50 inches Fact, the existing procurers syndics were usually appointed as national agents, art. 15, except in the case of a purge decided locally. In this case, they were replaced by individuals appointed to the post. The list of persons retained or new appointees was then sent to the convention, so that the members of the convention may offer information on individuals who might be known to them. 51 Robespierre, Over Completes, Volume 9, page 492. Chapter 13 Brumaire to Germinal Year 2/November 1793 to April 1794. The Foreign Plot, The Fall of the Factions, Trial and Execution of the Cordeliers and Dantonists. Robespierre, Alone, oh, my Camille. They are all abandoning me. How empty and barren everything is. I am alone. Buchner, Danton's Death. Why a struggle to the death? The halt to dechristianization and the law of 14 Brumaire formed part of a triangular struggle between the revolutionary government, the indulgents, and the exaggeres. This confrontation would become a struggle to the death. But why? If we ignore the commonplace about the revolution being, like Kronos, doomed to devour its children, there are at least two possible answers, one bearing on the political culture of the time, the other on the conjuncture. The first of these is suggested by the contrast with the American Revolution, which, despite its violent beginnings, ended up with a pacified system inspired by England. For the American historian Len Hunt, in France there was no Whig science of politics, no familiarity with the ins and outs of ministerial turnovers, no practice with patronage systems and interest group formations. The struggle between the regenerated French nation and her presumed enemies was particularly divisive, thanks to the combination of the novelty of political mobilization, the intensity of social antagonism, as exemplified in talk of famine plots, and the unparalleled emphasis on doing something entirely new in the world. If Americans and Englishmen found it difficult to accept the emergence of party politics and factional competition, then the French refusal to sanction such developments was all the more determined. And the consequences of such a refusal were all the more disastrous. Point 1. The second answer is bound up with the fact that France was at war with the coalition of European powers. The men in government were obsessed by the idea of collusion between their opponents and the enemy abroad. It is easy to wax ironic over this fear today, to see it as a kind of collective paranoia, and believe that, like the people's will, the plot was the figment of a frenzied preoccupation with power. There were the two facets of what one might call the collectively held image of democratic power. To it is easy, because we know that no such plot existed. But in autumn 1793, everyone was mindful of recent betrayals, Mirabeau, Louis XVI, Lafayette, Dumouriez. That new plots might be being spun in the shadows hardly seemed improbable. The conflict that began in October-November 1793 ended in Germinal of Year 2, March-April 1794, with the fall of the so-called factions. This term was highly pejorative at the time, when factious was tantamount to criminal. Point 3. To use the word without scare quotes is to give credence to that accusation. It was essentially a Parisian battle, and waged above all in the Convention and the Jacobins' Club. The popular movement, if it continued to be noisy and even deafening at times, no longer played the decisive role that it had done in the previous power struggles. The standard story of these 6 months posits a linear process, Robespierre starting with the elimination of the exaggeries, helped by the indulgents, then turning against these very indulgents and sending them to the guillotine. This kind of simplification masks the entanglement of interests and destinies, the human and political complexity of the moment, everything that lends it tragic force and gives it a general significance, even beyond its own era. The forces at play: the Committee of Public Safety, exaggeries, Hébertistes and Cordeliers, indulgents and Dantonists. The first force here was the revolutionary government, chiefly the Committee of Public Safety, an emanation of the convention that had elected it and regularly confirmed it unchanged throughout the period. Point 4. If the committee spoke for a long time with a single voice, this did not mean it was homogeneous, as we have seen. Internal differences would harden as difficulties mounted. The central bloc, formed by Robespierre, Saint-Just and Couthon, was usually reinforced by Saint-André and Lindet when they were not out on mission. Billaud-Varennes and Collot de Herbois, elected to the committee in the wake of the quasi-insurrectional journeys of the 4th and the 5th of September 1793, had links with the popular movement. We shall see how on several occasions Collot sought to steer the revolutionary government towards Cordelier policies. On the other side, Carnot was more representative of the right, though without being close to Danton and the indulgents. Opposed to a radical application of democracy in the army, he was surrounded by career officers, often former nobles, and stood for expansion to France's natural borders, hence his frequent altercations with Saint-Just, much opposed to a war of conquest. The Committee of Public Safety was not all-powerful vis-a-vis the Convention, which remained largely centrist even after the elimination of the Girondins. The plain did not always follow it. After rowdy sessions, the committee's recommendations might be amended or even rejected. Finally, as the second element in the government, the Committee of General Security, statutorily subject to the Committee of Public Safety, gained increased independence over time. It would be decisive in the fall of the Robespierrists in Thermidor. After the enrages had left the stage, the left opposition is often described as Hébertist, scarcely an appropriate term, since while Hébert was very influential as a journalist, he was not a party leader. In fact, the word Hébertist rarely appears in texts of the time, which more commonly speak of exaggeries or ultra-revolutionaires. In the reports of Interior Ministry informants, which retain the language of the street, Hébert is often mentioned, but not Hébertistes. Sabel, in one of his notes to Jouwers's Histoire, wrote, "We put Hébertistes in apostrophes." Cordeliers would be the better word, 5, which is quite correct, and certainly better than the plebeians proposed by Daniel Guérin. Whatever the name they are given, this group is poorly regarded by most historians. Those whose heroes are the enrages see the Cordeliers/Hébertistes as opportunists. They had become knowledgeable about the people. They were marvelously skilled at pastiche of their language. They were experts in the art of manipulating and making use of them. The plebeians served the bourgeois revolution at the same time as serving themselves, writes Guérin. Point 6 for Jouwers, the Hébertist party, which had neither a social program, a religious program, a military tactic, an administrative system, or indeed humanity, represented no more than an overbidding of blood and the boundless promotion of military officialdom and exhausting war. 7 Nor were they more highly esteemed by Mathies. The majority were less desirous of realizing a social program than impatient to satisfy their own ambitions and grudges. They had no social policy to speak of. 8 The only historian to praise the Hébertistes, to my knowledge, was Gustave Tridon, the right hand of Blanqui, who wrote in 1864. Through them, the human spirit, the spirit of Greece and Rome, came close to eternal triumph. At their voice, Bastilles, monasteries, and parliaments crumbled, and in the regenerated Notre Dame, on the sacrificial altar, reason, the heretic of the Middle Ages, the friend of Voltaire and Diderot, was enthroned. We salute those pure and noble citizens, Hébert and Patch, Chalmette, whom the people loved as a father, Montmoreau, with his burning pen and generous spirit, Ronsin, the intrepid general, and you, gentle and melancholic figure in whom German pantheism joined hands with French naturalism, Anacharsis Clootz. 9. In less lyrical vein, Maurice Slavin's judgment seems to me the most well-founded. Despite their verbal extremism, the Hébertistes constantly pressed the sans-culottes to lead a more democratic politics, to conduct a social program to the benefit of themselves and their allies, to limit the power of the possessors and the new bureaucracy, to create new institutions. They helped to educate the people politically and restore them their dignity. In this sense, they deserve to be treated sympathetically by historians. Point 10. The Cordeliers, while their base was primarily Parisian, were also influential in the departments through the Committees of Popular Societies, which organized congresses at Marseille, Valence, and Dunkirk, the embryonic organization of a local executive power, absolutely incompatible with the legislative centralism imposed by the law of 14 Brumaire. 11. The Indulgence, the right opposition around Danton, Desmoulins, and Fabre d'Églantine, maintained that the bloodshed had to stop. Desmoulins proposed the creation of a clemency committee that would gradually take over from the other committees. Le Vieux Cordelier, his newspaper whose first issue appeared on 15 Brumaire of year 2, December 5, 1793, disseminated this idea together with a critique of economic regulation, the maximum, and a suggestion of compromise with the foreign enemy. But rumors of corruption gradually enveloped the Indulgence. Already in September, Chabot, Bayer, Julien de Toulouse, and Osselin, business deputies, Robespierre called them, were accused of involvement in fraudulent deals and favoring dubious suppliers, and were dismissed from the Committee of General Security. Among the scandals of this time, the most serious was that of the liquidation of the Compagnie des Inns, which would divide the Montaigne and precipitate the fall of the Indulgence. The Compagnie des Inns affair, the foreign plot. Two affairs provide the backdrop to this period, the scandal of the Compagnie des Inns 12 and the foreign plot, although in reality there was only one, as the foreign plot was an invention of Fabre d'Églantine who, being at the center of the company scam, dreamed it up to create a diversion and discredit his opponents. On 19 Vendémiaire of year 2, October 10, 1793, Fabre read a long memorandum about the plot at a meeting attended by Robespierre and Saint-Just for the Committee of Public Safety, and Louis Bas, Vadier, Amar, David, and Guffroy for the Committee of General Security. 13. Fabre pointed the finger at Proly, Dubuisson, another cunning fellow and a subject of the Emperor, and Pereira, both Spaniard and Jew by nation, a protégé of Beaumarchais and in his debt. He raised the specter of espionage. How can it be that these men I have named and their cabal know all the secrets of the government 2 weeks before the National Convention? How is it that Desfier and Proly, being great patriots, are inseparable companions of the most dangerous foreign bankers? These suspect characters have managed to win faithful supporters in every milieu, particularly in the Convention, and even in the Jacobins. Fabre was so convincing that the speeches of Saint-Just and Robespierre in the days that followed sound like echoes of his denunciation. The sensation caused by this plot was not simply due to Fabre d'Églantine's fertile mind. The idea came just at the time when the revolution's attitude towards foreigners was undergoing a total change. The situation in the autumn of 1793 was a far cry from the internationalism of the previous year, when the Legislative Assembly decided to give French citizenship to a series of eminent foreigners, including Joseph Priestley, Thomas Paine, Jeremy Bentham, Anacharsis Clootz, George Washington, Friedrich Schiller, and Tadeusz Kosciuszko. 14. With the war, this generous universalism gave way to distrust and even explicit hostility towards foreigners. On April 5, 1793, at the Jacobins, Augustin Robespierre, Maximilian's younger brother, had demanded the expulsion of all the foreign generals to whom we have foolishly entrusted the command of our armies. 15. On July 11, in the Convention, Barrère proposed that all Englishmen not domiciled in France before July 14, 1789 be held to leave within a week. Cambon, finding the measure too lenient, suggested arresting all suspect foreigners, and eventually, August 1, the Assembly decreed that foreigners from countries with which the Republic is at war, and who were not domiciled in France before July 14, 1789, shall be immediately arrested and seals placed on their papers, files, and effects. 16. In this climate, the foreign plot was all the more credible in that Paris was indeed full of suspect foreigners, particularly political refugees, and bankers. Walter Boyd, an English banker who had opened a Paris office and was protected by Chabot, Perregaux, a banker from Neuchâtel, and so a Prussian subject, Proli, a Belgian banker, so an Austrian subject, the Fry brothers, originally from Moravia, who had been suppliers to Joseph II at the time of the Turkish War, Pereira, a businessman established in Bordeaux, and many others. In his denunciation, Fabre cleverly mingled truth and falsehood. It is perfectly possible that these individuals were engaged in shady financial activities, and they may well have used their fortunes to corrupt the political milieu and advance their own interests, but they are thoroughly unlikely to have been agents of foreign powers or to have acted together to foment any real plot. However this may be, the plot served as a weapon in the struggle between indulgents and exaggeres, the former, accused of trafficking with foreign financiers and protecting aristocrats and royalists, replied by accusing the latter of being pawns of foreign plotters, who were whipping up popular fury and pressing for extreme measures in order to undermine the Republic. Indeed, foreigners could be found on both sides, and some would also show up in the tumbrils taking the various factions one after the other to the guillotine in Germinal of Year 2. The Indulgence Offensive, Camille Desmoulins and Louvieux Cordelier. The dramatic confrontation during the autumn and winter of Year 2 had two successive phases. In the first phase, from Fermaire to Ventos, November, December 1793 to February, March 1794, the indulgents and exaggeres were at each other's throats, while the revolutionary government played the role of arbiter. On several occasions, Robespierre took a position above the melee and dismissed the pleas of both factions. In the second phase, however, from Ventos to Germinal, March-April 1794, the deepening crisis impelled the revolutionary government to take the initiative that would end with the elimination of the factions. Even before Robespierre turned against de-Christianization, the indulgents had moved to the offensive. On 20 Brumaire, November 10, Bayer and Chabot pushed through a decree that limited the powers of the committees to arrest deputies. The following day, the counteroffensive at the Jacobins was led by Hébert. The guilty must perish, even those within the convention itself, for they are even guiltier than the rest. I demand the expulsion of Thuriot from the Société des Jacobins, the investigation of the conduct of Chabot and Bayer, and the prompt judgment of the deputies who were accomplices of Brisset and his faction. 17 on 22 Brumaire. In the convention, Barrère and Billaud-Varennes had the decree of the 20th unanimously rejected. A few days later, 25 Brumaire, the same Bayer and Chabot each separately denounced, in the Committee of General Security, the great foreign plot. They explained that the Baron de Batz, a royalist agent, had used the money of the Compagnie des Indes to pay exagere patriots, all friends of Hébert, grouped behind Anacharsis Cloutes. The Revolutionary Army, the War Ministry and the popular societies were preparing a new May 31st that would lead to the dissolution of the convention. Chabot maintained that he had joined the plot the better to denounce it. The committees let themselves be convinced by the denunciations of Chabot and Bayer, which in their eyes corroborated those of Fabre d'Eglantine the previous month. But the tale-tellers themselves seemed so suspicious that they were arrested on 27 Brumaire, at the same time as the deputies whom they had denounced, Julien de Toulouse and Delaunay d'Ager. Only Fabre d'Eglantine was left in peace, and was even asked by the Committee of General Security to assist with the investigation of the plot. Danton, who had returned in haste from Arcis-sur-Aube, relaunched the indulgence offensive. On 11 Brumaire, December 1st, Cambon proposed the demonetizing of gold and silver coin. Danton spoke against the decree, adding a sideswipe at the exaggeres. Any man who takes an ultra-revolutionary stance will bring results as dangerous as the most decided counter-revolutionaries could bring. Let us remember that if the pike is the weapon of overthrow, it is with the compass of reason and talent that the social edifice must be raised and consolidated. 18 on 13 Brumaire, December 3rd, at the Jacobins. Danton replied to a member of the Le Havre Society who had asked for a detachment of the Revolutionary Army, complete with guillotine, to be sent to the Saint-Inferieur to arrest and punish the rebels who had escaped from the Vade, and for the Le Havre Church to be placed at the disposal of the local society. I say we should beware of those who seek to carry the people beyond the limits of the revolution, and who propose ultra-revolutionary measures. Danton was violently attacked by Coupe d'Eloise, who taunted him with diminishing the vigor of the revolutionary movement, and booed by other members. He defended himself with some difficulty. Am I not the same man who was at your side in moments of crisis? Am I not he whom you often embraced as your friend and who is ready to die with you? I shall remain standing with the people. Robespierre sped to his aid. Does no one raise their voice? Well, I shall do so. Danton, do you not know that the more courage and patriotism a man has, the more the enemies of the public cause pursue his downfall? Do you not know, do you not all know, citizens, that this method is infallible? 19. It was at this critical moment that Camille Desmoulins launched his new paper, Le Vieux Cordelier. The first number, composed in haste, contained, besides blatant flattery of Robespierre, the repeated theme of the exaggeries as foreign agents and a defense of Danton, already fortified by the ground gained during Danton's illness and absence. This party, insolent and dominant in the society, amid the most touching and persuasive passages of his, Danton's, justification, booed him from the galleries, whilst in the assembly they shook their heads and smiled with pity, as if hearing the speech of a man whom all votes had condemned. 20. The maneuver was followed up over the next few days by Thuriot, who proposed to the convention on 17 Brumaire, December 7, that patriots detained under the law of suspects should be released. It has clearly been shown that men who have served the Republic well are languishing in the dungeons. An authority is needed that is strong enough, and vested with sufficient trust, to return them to the freedom for which they fought. 21. The third number of Le Vieux Cordelier, which appeared on 25 Brumaire, December 15, was devoted to the subject of clemency. This critique of the law of suspects and revolutionary violence was constructed on a paraphrase of Tacitus. After taking the reader to Les Brados, en Lyon, and the Place de la Révolution, and showing him these places drowned in the blood that flowed there for 6 months, for the eternal emancipation of a people of 25 million men, and not yet washed down by liberty and public happiness, Desmoulins imagined what Pitt might say. Although the patriot Pitt, having become a Jacobin, in his order to the invisible army that he funds in our midst, had told it to demand, like the Marquis de Montauban, 500 heads in the convention, and that the army of the Rhine should execute the Mainz garrison, to demand, like a certain petition, that 900,000 heads should fall, like a certain requisition, that half the French people should be imprisoned as suspect, and, like a certain motion, that barrels of powder be placed beneath these countless prisons, with a fuse permanently alongside. 22. This was very well received by the Paris public, and boosted the energy of the indulgence. In the convention on 27 Brumaire, December 17, Fabre attacked Bouchat and the Ministry of War, the stronghold of the exaggeries. There is a ministry whose influence equals that of Roland, which has peopled the Republic with its agents and commissioners, which has appointed those mustachioed men with their big sabers trailing on the ground and striking the cobbles, who frighten the children. 23. And Fabre demanded the arrest of Vincent, the powerful general secretary of the Ministry of War, of Maillard and of Ronsin, a general of the Revolutionary Army. That same evening, Bourdon de Elwas had Ronsin expelled from the Jacobins. A few days later, Fabre obtained the arrest of Majuel, head of cavalry in the Revolutionary Army. The indulgents were victorious all along the line, while Robespierre and the Committee of Public Safety, still under Fabre's influence, remained convinced of the dangers of the foreign plot. 3 days later, 30 Brumaire/December 20th, the convention was invaded by a crowd of women demanding the release of their relatives and husbands. The pressure was so strong that Robespierre had to speak. He began with recriminations. Is this how Republicans demand the liberty of the oppressed? Why come here with such a great show? Is the idea of appearing with such fracas at the bar not to force the convention to reconsider? But he was obliged to tack, and ended by proposing a decree to the effect that the Committees of Public Safety and General Security shall appoint commissioners to find ways of freeing any patriots who might have been imprisoned. 24. This was not so different from the Clemency Committee demanded by Desmoulins, and the indulgence had won another point. Counterattack by the Montagnards and Exaggeries, rout of the indulgence at the end of Brumaire. However, the wind would change under the impact of 2 events. The first was a discovery in the investigation Amar was conducting on Chabot's denunciation. The original of the false decree of liquidation of the Compagnie des Inns bore the signature of Fabre, who had thus accepted a text contrary to his own amendment. Robespierre, as shown by his notes, began to wonder if he had not been deceived by a cunning swindler. The second event was the return to Paris of Culottes de Herbois. He felt threatened by the arrest of Ronsin, on top of which a petition from the inhabitants of Lyon had appealed to the convention to put an end to the punishment of Commune Franchi. 25 on 1 Nivos, December 21st. Escorted from the Bastille to the Tuileries by a great popular procession and a delegation of Lion sans-culottes carrying the head and ashes of Chalier, Culottes appeared before the convention, justifying his actions in Lyon and denouncing the unhappy effects of Ronsin's arrest. Energetic men were paralyzed by the news that the convention disapproved of all strict measures. To you are ascribed traits of weakness and pusillanimity such as you are not capable of. The general of the Revolutionary Army, Ronsin, left Commune Franchi to consult with the Committee of Public Safety. Before his departure, the aristocrats were already spreading the story that he had been summoned to your bar, and 2 hours after arriving here he was placed under arrest. Imagine what hay the ill-disposed will be able to make from this circumstance. 26. Hébert's comment, in number 326 of Le Père Duchesne, fortunately. Damnation. Culottes de Herbois, the intrepid defender of the sans-culottes, has arrived to disentangle the whole plot. The giant has appeared, and all the dwarfs who were plaguing the best patriots have retreated 100 feet under the ground. That same evening at the Jacobins, the Montagnards and Exaggeries laid into Desmoulins. Nicholas, I accuse Camille Desmoulins of having published a libel with criminal and counter-revolutionary intentions. Camille Desmoulins has long been flirting with the guillotine. He demanded Desmoulins' expulsion from the society. Hébert, ever since he married a rich woman, he has frequented only aristocrats and has often been their protector. He violently attacked Fabre d'Eglantine, a man who is the kingpin of every plot, a man forever busy with exaggerating our perils and sowing discord among the patriots, getting each to accuse the other in order to destroy them. This man is Fabre d'Eglantine. I demand that Camille Desmoulins, Bourdon, de Elwas, Philippos, and Fabre d'Eglantine be expelled from the society, and that the society finally declares that Vincent and Ronsin have not forfeited its trust. 27. 2 days later, at the Jacobins, Culottes attacked the indulgents and their policy of clemency. What? The Committee of Public Safety is being attacked in the press. It is accused of having spilled the blood of patriots, blamed for the death of 50,000 men. And do you believe that the authors of these tracts have acted in good faith? That men who translate the ancient historians for you, an allusion to Desmoulins, are patriots? They want to moderate the revolutionary movement. Well, does one direct a storm? Let us cast far behind us any thought of moderation. Let us remain Jacobins, let us remain Montagnards, let us save liberty. Philippos replied by once again attacking Ronsin and Rossignol, who were never at the head of their troops. Just once, Ronsin led his own forces. That was the day he had 40,000 men beaten by 3,000 rebels. The session grew stormy, and Robespierre intervened to restore calm, placing himself above the parties and against divisions. Citizens, where does all this agitation come from that has been tormenting you in recent days? Do you know that foreign powers have here encircled you? They have placed you between two reefs, between moderation, which has been eternally defeated, and the Prussian perfidy of those men who want a universal republic, or rather universal conflagration. You may be sure of this, that the tactic of our enemies, an unfailing one, is to divide us. They want us to tear ourselves apart in close combat with our own hands. 28. On 6 Nivos, December 26th, in the convention, Barrère presented on behalf of the Committee of Public Safety his report on the implementation of the law on suspects. This was a long charge sheet against the policy of clemency. So, I shall say with better reason and policy than certain writers in newspapers who, without knowing it and perhaps without wishing it, have favored counter-revolutionaries and rekindled the ashes of the aristocracy, I shall say, nobles, suspect, priests, men of the court, men of law, suspect, bankers, foreigners, Known speculators, suspect; citizens who disguise their condition or outward form, suspect; men who complain of everything required to make a revolution, suspect; men afflicted by our successes at Dunkirk, at Maubeuge, and in Navarre, suspect. Oh! What a fine law it would have been to declare suspect those who, at the news of the taking of Toulon, did not feel their heartbeat for the patrie. Arrests like these would not have motivated a new translation of Tacitus, who wrote only for tyrants without revolution, and not against revolutionary republicans. Point 29. On 15th Nivose, the seals on Delaunay's house were removed, and Fabre's false declaration came dreadfully to light. On 18 and 19 Nivose, the 7th and the 8th of January, a dramatic sequence of events took place at the Jacobins, heralding the end of Fabre d'Eglantine and the rout of the indulgence. Point 30. At the start of the session of the 18th, Philippos, Bourdon de Eloise, Camille Desmoulins, and Fabre d'Eglantine were called 3 times to explain themselves before the society. None of them appeared. Robespierre confined himself to asking that the meeting not concern itself overmuch with Philippos, but rather with the crimes of the English government. When Camille appeared, he admitted his mistake, and Robespierre reproved him in a firm but friendly manner. 31. I consent for liberty to treat Desmoulins like a foolish child who has a pleasant disposition but was led astray by bad company, but we must require him to prove his repentance for all his follies by abandoning the company that misled him. I shall end by demanding that these numbers of Desmoulins' paper be treated like the aristocrats who buy them, with the contempt that the blasphemies they contain deserve. I move that the society burn them in the center of the hall. Point 32. Camille was offended. Robespierre was good enough to reproach me in a language of friendship. I am disposed to reply to him in the same tone. I shall start with the first line. Robespierre said that my numbers should be burned. I reply, like Rousseau, burning is not an answer. Robespierre's tone then became more threatening. Learn, Camille, that were you not Camille, it would not be possible to be so indulgent towards you. The manner in which you seek to justify yourself proves to me that you have bad intentions. The next day, the order of the day included a public reading of numbers 3 and 5 of Louvieux Cordelier. Marmoro started off with number 3, but when it came to number 5, Hébert asked to refute it. It is particularly directed against me. Not that I think myself wounded by it. This man is so covered with mud that he can no longer touch a true patriot. Robespierre opposed this. It is pointless to read the 5th number of Louvieux Cordelier. The opinions on Camille must already be settled. I am not espousing the quarrel of either man. Camille and Hébert have committed equal wrongs in my view. At the end of this speech, Fabre d'Eglantine stood up to move towards the rostrum. Robespierre invited the society to beg Fabre to remain. Fabre continued, but Robespierre stopped him in his tracks. If Fabre d'Eglantine has his subject all prepared, mine is not yet finished. I beg him to wait. There are 2 plots, one of which has the object of frightening the convention, and the other of troubling the people. The conspirators who lie behind these hateful schemes seem to be fighting one another, and yet they work together in defending the cause of the tyrants. I ask this man, who is never seen without a lorgnette in his hand, and who is so very skilled at explicating plots in theatrical works, to be so kind as to explain himself here. We shall see how he acquits himself with this 1.33. The attack left Fabre speechless. He was expelled from the Jacobins, and on 23 Nivose, January 12, 1794, the Committees of Public Safety and General Security issued an arrest warrant for him that was executed the following day. Marat gave a report to the convention, recapping the whole affair and justifying Fabre's arrest. Danton attempted a sideways defense of Fabre. I demand that the convention confirm the arrest of Fabre d'Eglantine, that the Committee of General Security take all necessary measures, and that those charged be then brought to the bar to be tried before the whole people, so that these know who still deserves their esteem. This brought a menacing riposte from Billaud-Varennes. Woe to him who sat alongside Fabre d'Eglantine and who is still his dupe. 34. That was the end of it. The indulgents were more than discredited. They would continue their efforts, but their days were now numbered. Outside of the clubs and assemblies, the popular movement incessantly demanded the liberation of Ronsin and Vincent, who, from prison, had posters in his defense put up throughout Paris. The Guillaume Tell section presented themselves en masse at the convention on 11 Nivos, December 31st. The petition of the so-called Lyonnais had been written in Paris to inveigle pity. The requests of the prisoners' wives were one of the cogs in this hellish machinery. It was the product of the aristocracy of priests, nobles, parliamentarians, financiers, bourgeois. In conclusion, chains for the suspects, axes for the guilty heads, 35 on 12 Pluvios, January 31st. It was the sections of Mutia Sivola, Bonnet Rouge, Unite and Marat, those most in the van at this period, who demanded that Ronsin and Vincent be either released or judged by the Revolutionary Tribunal. On 14 Pluvios, faced with popular pressure and the initiatives of the Cordeliers, and given the lack of any material evidence against them, the Committee of General Security proposed, with Danton's support, the liberation of Ronsin and Vincent, which the convention decreed without debate. The abolition of slavery. One moment of light in this dismal time was on 16 Pluvios year 2, February 4, 1794, when the convention voted the abolition of slavery in the colonies. We recall how in May 1791, a decree of the Constituent Assembly on unfree persons had amounted to making slavery constitutional. Since then, however, the slave uprising in Saint-Domingue, which began on the night of August 22, 1791, had changed everything. In France, the Société des Citoyens de Couleur led by Julien Raymond 36 had helped to inform the Jacobins about the situation, counterbalancing the influence of the colonial lobby. In April 1792, the Legislative Assembly had voted to recognize the political rights of free men of color and to dispatch 2 civil commissioners to restore order. The task fell to Polverel and Sonthonax, who took measures against the slave-owning colonists and reorganized the administration, incorporating free men of color. They conducted a policy of appeasement towards the insurgents, going so far as to free runaway or abandoned slaves. But in France the convention under the Girondins declared war, as we saw, on England and Spain, and appointed a governor of Saint-Domingue by the name of Galbaud, who disembarked with his troops at Cap Français in May 1793. He took the side of the colonists against the commissioners, but on June 23 the insurgent slaves crushed the expeditionary force and its colonist supporters. Galbaud fled to Canada. This was the end of the rule of the slave owners in Saint-Domingue. 37 In August 1793, the Cap Français municipality voted the abolition of slavery, which was ratified by Sonthonax. The Nouveau Libres elected a deputation sent to inform revolutionary France of all these happenings. 3 of these deputies appeared at the bar of the convention on 18 Pluvios. 38 Their spokesman, Dufay, related this turbulent history at length. The blood of Frenchmen flowed. The torch of civil war was lit in Saint-Domingue by counter-revolutionaries with Galbaud at their head, the traitor Dumourier's friend and second-in-command. 39 He told how the slaves had come to the aid of the commissioners, saying, "We are blacks, Frenchmen. We are going to fight for France, but in return we want liberty." They even added the rights of man. And Dufay concluded, "Legislators, the blacks are slandered, all their actions depicted in a poisonous light, because they can no longer be oppressed. We place them under your safeguard." One deputy exclaimed, "Any further discussion would dishonor this assembly," and Delacroix proposed a resolution that the National Convention decrees that slavery is abolished throughout all the territory of the Republic. In consequence, all men without distinction of color shall enjoy the rights of French citizens. Some members protested that the very word slavery risked sullying a decree of the convention, and that liberty was a right of nature. Gregoire opposed this attempt to derail the resolution. The word slavery must be included. Without it, some would claim that you intended something else. The president, Vadier, pronounced the abolition of slavery amid applause and shouts of "Vive la République, vive la Convention, vive la Montaigne." Popular agitation, Saint-Just and the Ventos decrees. While these events were unfolding in the foreground of the winter stage, popular discontent was becoming increasingly noisy. Paris was supplied fairly adequately with bread, but other essential items, meat, butter, eggs, soap, candles, were either lacking or priced out of reach. Early in Ventos, February 1794, Interior Ministry observers described the tension in the streets. The difficulty that there is in obtaining the most common and essential things is already giving rise to angry murmurs. The spectacle of several injured women in the groups that cluster round the door of every shop has caused unruliness in several neighborhoods. In the distribution of the least items, it is force that decides, and this morning several women nearly lost their lives trying to obtain a little butter. 40. The word on the street was that only the guillotine could sort matters out. As one observer, Pourvoyer, reported, "What struck me most was the situation in the St. Jean market, where at least 3,000 women stood in line, grumbling loudly about having spent 4 hours there without obtaining anything. They made remarks that were far from patriotic. There were many guards, both mounted and on foot. 'Is this how we are fed?' they said. They must want to see us starve, since they take no forceful measures to supply Paris. Of what use is the Revolutionary Army?" 41. Unrest spread through the war manufactures and cotton-spinning workshops, where women workers, advised by Hébert, wrote a petition that they circulated with the aid of the Popular Society of the Marat section. When reproved for the uncivic character of their demands, these workers replied that they didn't give AF. They had Père Duchesne at their head. 42. The Assembly of the Finistère section contended that the Revolutionary Army's powers had been castrated by not attaching to each of its divisions some revolutionary judges and a guillotine. The terror of our enemies. 43. It was in this climate that Saint-Just presented to the convention, on 8 Ventos, February 26, his report on persons imprisoned. This was a response to Louvieux Cordelier and the attempts of the indulgents to challenge the law on suspects, free the detainees, and terminate the terror. Those who demand the freedom of aristocrats do not want the republic at all, and they fear for them. It is a flagrant sign of treason, this pity displayed towards crime, in a republic that can only be based on inflexibility. It is enough for them to be virtuous in writing, they exempt themselves from probity, they grow fat on the spoils of the people, glutted with it, they insult the people, and they march in triumph on the coattails of crime, for which crime they seek to excite your compassion. Surely it is impossible to remain silent about the impunity of these great offenders, who wish to do away with the scaffold because they fear mounting it themselves. It would seem that every one of them, appalled by his own conscience and by the inflexibility of the laws, has said to himself, "We are not sufficiently virtuous to be so ruthless. Philosopher-legislators, take pity on my weakness. I dare not tell you that I am rotten, I would rather say that you are cruel." 44. The audience waited for precise accusations, but Saint-Just, with one of those leaps that are a feature of his speeches, moved on to something else. No man who has proved himself the enemy of his country can be a possessor. Let us abolish begging, which dishonors a free state. The properties of patriots are sacred, but the assets of conspirators are there for the unfortunate. The unfortunate are the powers of the earth, they have the right to speak as masters to the governments that neglect them. The brief final decree centered on this famous paragraph: the goods of persons recognized as enemies of the revolution are confiscated to the benefit of the republic. These persons shall be detained until peace, and then banished in perpetuity. A few days later, 13 Ventos, Saint-Just explained how this decree would be applied. Every commune in the republic would draw up a list of the indigent on their territory. The Committee of Public Safety would then make a report on the best way of compensating these unfortunates with the confiscated assets. The surveillance committees would be charged with conveying to the Committee of General Security the names and the conduct of all those detained since May 1, 1789. Were these famous Ventos decrees the prelude to a whole future development of social equality, Jowers? Were they a formidable attempt to extract a social program from the confused aspirations of Hébertism, Mathies? Or was this rather a demagogic maneuver to draw the masses away from the Hébertists, Guérin, a tactical maneuver to counteract advanced propaganda, Sabel? There can be no doubt of Saint-Just's sincerity. In Ventos, he was working on the manuscript that has become known under the name of Institutions Républicaines, and these decrees would not have looked amiss in the context of this wide social project. But at this particular moment, it was tempting to use them to wrong-foot the popular agitators. The effect produced was immense, wrote Jowers, and it was indeed, to use Saint-Just's own expression, a stroke of genius. 45. That is saying too much. It is true that on 14 Ventos the Observer La Tourlamontagne reported, in every group and in all the cafés, the talk is only of the decree that orders the distribution of the goods of aristocrats to the sans culottes. This popular law has excited universal joy. Citizens are congratulating and embracing one another. Here is a decree, one of them said, that is worth more than 10 battles won against the enemy. 46. But this joy was short-lived, as the measures would obviously bear fruit only in the long term, and could not bring immediate relief to a people in difficulty. Hence the melancholy remark with which Matthews closes his chapter, strangely enough, and bewilderingly for Saint-Just, he was neither understood nor supported by the very men he sought to satisfy. 47. The Cordeliers' offensive. One indication that Saint-Just was not understood is that the day following the publication of these decrees, the Cordeliers launched what historians call their offensive. The cascade of events that would climax on the scaffold 3 weeks later began with a session at the Cordeliers on 14 Ventos, March 7. Point 48. The president started by reading the prospectus of the newspaper L'Ami du Peuple, which, following Marat's original, would espouse the principles of that martyr of liberty under the guarantee of the Cordeliers. The tablet of the rights of man was then covered with black crepe, and will remain veiled until the people recover their sacred rights through the annihilation of the faction. Point 49. What faction was this? Vincent denounced Bayer, Bourdon de Eloise and Philippos, whose conspiracy, more to be feared than that of Brisset, would overthrow liberty if the full terror that the guillotine inspires in the enemies of the people is not deployed. Carrier, back from the Vade, then took the floor. I was dismayed, on my arrival at the convention, by the new faces that I saw on the Montaigne, and the whispered utterances there. The aim, I can see, is to make the revolution retreat. The monsters! They want to break the scaffolds, but never forget, citizens, that those who want no more guillotine feel that they deserve it themselves. Cordeliers! You want to produce a Maratiste paper. I applaud your enterprise, but this dike against the efforts of those who seek to kill the Republic is scarcely robust. Insurrection, a holy insurrection, that is what you must confront the scoundrels with. Hébert then denounced the ambitious men who usher others forward and themselves stay behind the curtain, who the more power that they have, the less they can be satisfied, who want to reign. But the Cordeliers will not tolerate this. Several voices, no, no, no. I shall name the men who have shut the mouths of patriots in the popular societies. For the last 2 months I have held back. Boulanger, Marmoro, and Vincent pressed him to speak. He resumed, making a clear allusion to Robespierre. Remember that Camille Desmoulins was expelled and struck off by the patriots, and that one man, who was no doubt misled, otherwise I should not know what to call it, was conveniently there to have him reinstated despite the wishes of the people, who had expressed themselves on this traitor very well. When 61 guilty men, 50 and their companions remain unpunished and do not fall beneath the sword, can you still doubt that a faction exists that wants to destroy the rights of the people? Well then, since it exists, since we can see it, what are the means of delivering ourselves from it? Insurrection. Yes, insurrection, and the Cordeliers will not be the last to give the signal that will strike the oppressors dead. The session rose at 10 in the evening without mooting any practical measures to follow up what was more or less a declaration of war. Likewise, in the next few days, apart from an initiative by the Marat section that proceeded en masse to the General Council of the Commune on 16 Ventos to call for insurrection, after itself covering the tablet of the Declaration of Rights. But Chalmette prudently pointed out to the delegation the dangers of provoking disturbances in Paris just when the spring military campaign was about to begin. The same day, Barrère denounced in the convention the maneuvers of those who were agitating the people over provisions. The public prosecutor of the Revolutionary Tribunal was charged with informing against the authors of the distrust inspired towards those bringing goods and provisions into Paris. 51 That evening in the Jacobins, 52 Collot de Herbois declared, after a long defense of the Committee of Public Safety. The Cordeliers Society, of which I shall never speak without respect, will not long remain the dupe of the intriguers who have manipulated it. This is not the first time it has been led astray. It has always returned. It has done so openly. Jacques Roux, too, attempted to seduce it. It brought him to justice. These ambitious men, who want to start insurrections only to profit from them, what have they done for the public cause? Can we recall a single sign of devotion to duty? We would have rushed to celebrate it. Do they think it enough to cover the walls with bad posters in order to prove their patriotism? Marmoro, followed by Carrier, protested these accusations against the Cordeliers. Carrier, we said nothing about starting insurrections, except in the case of being forced to it by circumstances. If we thereby made any motion against the convention, I shall lay down my head. Several members upheld Carrier's objection and complained that several passages in Hébert's speech of 14 Ventos had been misreported in the public broadsheets. 53 Both Jowers and Matthews view this as a retraction, a pitiful climb down. Yet what the Cordeliers were saying was true. It is impossible to follow Jowers when he maintains, it was therefore a kind of military coup d'état that the Hébertists were preparing, a demagogic 18 Brumaire that would have dishonored, bloodied and ruined France. 54 What the Cordeliers were preparing, however, was not an armed insurrection. It is scarcely likely that hardened revolutionaries would have envisaged an armed action without any groundwork, and they knew that the revolutionary energy of the sections was more than restrained by the work of the bureaucratized revolutionary committees. The Cordeliers' insurrection was what would today be called a symbolic gesture. Sobel recalls the earlier cases when assemblies or sections declared themselves an insurrection, meaning thereby to signal the resistance of a people that rises up, refuses to obey laws that it does not accept, takes back the exercise of its sovereign rights, holds its mandatories to account and dictates to them its wishes. 55 Robespierre himself, we recall, had declared himself in a state of insurrection before May 31st, and he certainly did not mean by this that he had any intention of taking up a pike or a musket. The next day, 17 Ventos, a delegation from the Jacobins proceeded to the Cordeliers, introduced amid lively applause. 56 It was led by Collot de Herbois, who played the role of conciliator throughout this period. He emphasized the need for unity. It was time to close ranks to fight en masse, and by the force of opinion, the scoundrels who seek to divide us. But this was soon followed by a reprimand, deceived by individuals more attentive to cries of revenge than to the voice of the patrie. You have uttered the word insurrection. But in what circumstance does one speak of this? And he evoked Pitt and Coburg hovering over France like birds of prey, before concluding with a tribute to the convention. Marmoro, Ronsin and Hébert replied with a kind of honorable amends. Hébert explained that what had been meant by insurrection was a closer union with the true Montagnards of the Convention, with the Jacobins and all good patriots, to obtain justice against unpunished traitors and persecutors. The black cloth covering the rights of man was torn down and handed to the Jacobins as a mark of fraternity. The deputation was embraced to shouts of Vive la République. But this reconciliation was only superficial. Collot had not succeeded in isolating the leaders from the mass of the Cordeliers. Over the days that followed, the turmoil in Paris continued. Anonymous posters appeared on walls, and there were threatening rumors of imminent revolt. In number 355 of Le Père Duchesne, published on 23 Ventos, Hébert called for the general unity of patriots around a convention purged of all the traitors who are conspiring against liberty, which clearly sounded like an appeal for a new May 31st. Arrest, trial, and execution of the Cordelier leaders. On the previous evening, the Committee of Public Safety had resolved to put an end to the Cordelier movement, approving the report drawn up by Saint-Just against foreign factions. It is unlikely that the committee had genuinely been shaken by the posters and rumors. Its informers regularly reported the lack of any insurrectionary preparations, and the isolation of the Cordeliers from a large part of the sans-culottes. But the moment doubtless seemed ripe for strengthening the central power by liquidating a movement that was decidedly uncontrollable. The report presented to the convention by Saint-Just on 23 Ventos denounced a conspiracy led from abroad, preparing famine and new fetters for the people. 57 This reprise of the foreign theme was aimed as much against the indulgents as against those who were to be arrested that night. He inveighed against the faction of indulgents, who want to save the criminals, and the foreigners' faction, which makes a great noise because it cannot do otherwise without revealing itself, but which turns severity against the defenders of the people. It was a long and rather confused speech, But the final decree that was unanimously adopted ordered the Revolutionary Tribunal to inform against the authors and accomplices of the conspiracy being hatched against the French people and its liberty. In the night of 23 to 24 Ventos, the main Cordelier leaders, Hébert, Ronsin, Vincent, Montmoreau, and Ducroquet, were arrested. Amid general indifference, writes Matthews. 58 It is true that news of the arrests was not followed by any great upset in the streets, and some of the ministry's observers even noted that it was greeted here and there with satisfaction. The few overt protests came from the most advanced sans-culottes, such as those of the Marat section where, on 26 Ventos, the Observer Pourvoyeur reported, several argued for a mass procession to the convention to demand the release of the oppressed. By and large, the people of Paris kept their trust in the committees, Robespierre, and the convention. The reality of the horrible plot was not questioned. The trial opened on 1 Germinal, March 21, presided over by Dumas and with Fouquier-Tinville as public prosecutor. The 21 accused were a mixture of groups and individuals whose selection was calculated to justify the different charges. For the appeal to insurrection, the Cordelier leaders, Hébert, Montmoreau, Ronsin, and Vincent, the latter supplemented by agents of the War Ministry, Majuel, Leclerc, and Bourgeois, for the attempt to starve Paris, Ducroquet, Supplies Commissioner for the Marat section, Decombe, responsible for purchases of provisions at the Commune, and Encard, who had defended the arrested leaders at the Cordeliers, for the foreign plot, Anacharsis Cloutes, who had no connection with the Cordeliers, but advocated a universal republic, a deeply thought-out treachery that supplied a pretext for the coalition of crowned heads against France. 59 According to Renaudin, one of the 13 jurors, also the banker Coq, Proly, and the group of agents at the Foreign Affairs Ministry, Desfier, Dubuisson, and Pereira. A few other individuals had been thrown in, alleged to have made subversive statements. After 4 days of debate, all the defendants were condemned to death except for one, Laboureau, who was an agent provocateur. They were guillotined on 4 Germinal of year 2. It is impossible to say, noted Pourvoyeur, the number of persons that there were to see the conspirators pass and be guillotined. Wherever they passed, there were shouts of Vive la République, with hats in the air and everyone calling out some injurious epithet, especially to Hébert. 60 The elimination of the Cordeliers by the governing committees was such a serious turning point in the course of the revolution that we must dwell a moment on its interpretations, leaving aside the formidable question as to why all revolutions, from the Great English Revolution through to the Cultural Revolution in China, ended up eliminating the far left. The simplest explanation, and the one I would call Robespierrist, presents the Cordeliers as self-seeking arrivistas moved by the desire for revenge, who risked making France into a demagogic, incoherent Poland, soon delivered to the European counter-revolution, Jouers. The guillotine, for them, was the alpha and omega of politics, Matthews. Robespierre and the Committee of Public Safety were models of patience up until the moment when they were forced to act. With all due respect for Jouers and Matthews, this explanation does not hold up. Robespierre and the committees were well informed as to the situation. They therefore knew that there was neither a call for armed insurrection nor a foreign plot. For several weeks they had known that this was an invention of Fabre d'Eglantine. Nor could they believe that the Cordeliers were maneuvering to starve Paris. Exploiting the discontent caused by shortages is quite another matter. A different explanation is offered by Sabel. There was a social confrontation between the committees and the Cordeliers. This was one episode in the struggle embarked on by the committees, from September 1793, against the popular movement, to integrate it into the Jacobin framework of bourgeois revolution. 61 For Sabel, not the most orthodox of Marxist historians, the bourgeoisie, in this case, the committees, was the driving force of the revolution, and those who opposed it, the Cordeliers, the popular movement, went against the current and were therefore crushed. Sabel seems ill at ease between his genuine empathy with the sans-culottes and his Marxist conception of the bourgeois revolution. However, this interpretation also fails to convince, at least me. Robespierre, Collot d'Herbois, Saint-Just, Vadier, and Loup Bas were no more bourgeois than Hébert, Montmoreau, or Carrier. If there were differences in education and trajectory, these are found equally within the two groups, and above all, None of the individuals on either side belong to the possessor class. 62 Nor can their supporters be divided between bourgeois and sans-culottes, and ventos of year 2. The governing committees still enjoyed the trust of the great mass of the sans-culottes, even the pronounced patriots. And the committees were far from being supported by the moderates, who could, in a strict sense, qualify as bourgeois, who worked openly against the revolutionary government. The confrontation between committees and cordeliers as an episode in a class struggle is a very fragile historical construct. What seems to me more likely is that this confrontation was a matter of strategic priorities, compounded by antagonisms of persons and style. It would be an idealist view of history to neglect such questions. The strategy of Robespierre and the committees was completely focused on the war against the foreign coalition. It had to be won before the Constitution of 1793 could be applied, and a democratic and egalitarian republic constructed. But to win the war, all forces had to be united, all centrifugal movements controlled, and if necessary repressed. The strategy of the Cordeliers, on the contrary, and of the whole leading wing of the popular movement, was to advance the revolution at home by putting the moderates and indulgents out of action, failing which the counter-revolution would triumph, with consequences that would include losing the war. The two strategies were irreconcilable. The first required a central grip, a brutal one if need be. The second relied on the autonomy of the popular societies and distrust towards any government, even a revolutionary one. The clash was inevitable. Arrest, trial, and execution of Danton and his friends. No more than a week went by between the execution of the Cordeliers and the arrest of Danton, demonstrating how the government committees saw the two affairs as connected. All plots are united. They are waves that seem to separate, and yet they mingle, Saint Just had said. It is quite possible that some members of the committees, Billaud Varennes, Collot de Herbois, Amar, had only agreed to send the Cordeliers to the guillotine on condition of seeing the indulgents follow them without delay. Danton was aware of the danger, but despite the advice of his friends, to escape, to attempt a coup against the committees, he did nothing. He was no longer the Danton of summer 1792, the man who had personified energy and boldness. Though just 34 years old, he was tired, almost resigned. In this struggle, despite the threat to his life, he seemed no more than the shadow of himself. The giant of the rostrum resembled a mere flimsy lawyer. 63 On the night of 10 Germinal, March 30th, the two committees in joint session ordered the arrest of Danton, Philippos, Delacroix, and Desmoulins, who would join in prison the accused in the Compagnie des Inns Affaires, Chabot, and Fabre d'Eglantine. On the morning of the 11th, the session of the convention was stormy. 64 Legendre, a hero of the Bastille and August 10th, took the floor. Citizens, 4 members of this assembly were arrested last night. I know that Danton is among them. I am here to demand that the arrested members be brought to the bar, where you will hear them out, and where they will be either accused or absolved by you. I believe Danton to be as pure as I am. He has been in irons since last night. There was a fear, no doubt, that his answers would destroy the accusations made against him. Loud applause, shouts of vote, vote. Fayard, a Montagnard deputy from the Vade, opposed Legendre's motion. It seems to me that the convention can never have two weights and measures. Is there a decree stipulating that detainees must be brought to the bar to be heard? No. He asked the committees to make a report, on which the convention would then pronounce. Amid the tumult, Robespierre asked to speak. The question is to know whether the self-interest of a few ambitious hypocrites is to prevail over the interest of the French people. He, Legendre, has spoken of Danton, because he believes no doubt that a privilege attaches to this name. No, we do not want any privileges, we do not want any idols. We shall see today whether the convention will be able to break a supposed idol that long ago turned rotten, or whether in its fall it will crush the convention and the French people. Robespierre recalled his own connections with Danton. They, the friends of Danton, believed that the memory of an old connection, an ancient faith and false virtues, would lead me to restrain my zeal and my passion for liberty. I, too, was Pétion's friend. As soon as he was unmasked, I abandoned him. I also had connections with Roland. He betrayed, and I denounced him. Danton wants to take their place, and he is no longer in my eyes anything but an enemy of the people. 65 Saint-Just then entered the hall, and a deep silence fell. He read a long report on the conspiracy hatched over several years by criminal factions to absorb the French Revolution into a change of dynasty, beginning with the words, "The revolution is in the people, and not in the renown of some individuals." 66 in this text, which he wrote based on some notes of Robespierre's. 67 Saint-Just attacked first of all Fabre and his friends, a party lacking in courage, which conducted revolution like a theatrical plot. It was then the turn of Danton, whom he painted as the accomplice of Mirabeau, the Lameth brothers, Philippe d'Orleans, Brisset and Dumouriez, all those who were or became enemies of the revolution. He accused Danton of having slept through the night of 9 to 10 August, 1792, 68 of having always avoided taking sides, and tempestuous debates. Your absence and silence were a subject of indignation. You spoke of the countryside, the joys of solitude and idleness, but you were able to emerge from your torpor to defend Dumouriez, Westermann, and the generals who were his accomplices. Saint-Just pilloried Danton with extreme violence. A bad citizen, you conspired. A false friend, you spoke evil of Camille Desmoulins 2 days ago, an instrument that you have lost. A bad man, you compared public opinion to a woman of ill repute. You said that honor was ridiculous, that glory and posterity were folly, maxims that were bound to reconcile the aristocracy to you. They were the maxims of Catalan. 69 The convention decreed unanimously, and amid the most vigorous applause, the arrest of Camille Desmoulins, Harold de Seychelles, Danton, Philippos, and Lacroix. The trial began on 13 Germinal, April 2, 1794. Once again, the list of the accused was an amalgam of political figures, rogues involved in financial scandals, Fabre d'Eglantine, Chabot, Baer, Delaunay d'Ager, d'Espagnac, and foreigners, the Fry brothers, Gusman, Diederiksen. At the hearing of the 14th, Danton found a new verve to defend himself and counterattack. I demand to measure myself against my accusers. Let them be produced from me, and I will plunge them back into the nothingness from which they should never have emerged. Vile impostors, show yourselves and I will tear off the masks that protect you from public condemnation. 70 The audience in the hall applauded. Through the open windows, Danton's voice could be heard as far away as the quays. A crowd gathered and the jurors grew uneasy. The committees then took the emergency decision to send Saint-Just to the convention to obtain a decree allowing the trial to continue in the absence of the accused. Miserable creatures, he said, they admit to their crimes by resisting the law. Only criminals are afraid of an awful justice. All the accused were condemned to death and guillotined on 16 Germinal, April 5. Whatever one thinks of Danton in his last phase, his dodgy friends and his political contortions, the accusation of having been a traitor from the start of the revolution, and the emergency law voted to stifle his resounding voice, make this one of the blackest moments in the whole history of the revolution. At the time of the Cordelier group's arrest, there was talk of adding Patch, the mayor of Paris, Bouchat, the war minister, and Han Riot, commander of the National Guard. The committees decided against this, but they did have Chalmette arrested on 28 Ventos. His trial, the prison conspiracy, opened on 21 Germinal, April 10. A batch of 23 other defendants was put together around him, some of whom might have fitted just as well into the trial of the Cordeliers, or that of the Dantonists, among them Lucille Desmoulins and François Hébert, Godel, the ex-bishop of Paris, General Dillon. The charge against Chalmette was that he had tried to make the Commune, of which he was, to recall, Procureur General, with Hébert as deputy, a rival to the convention, to have used the revolutionary army to intimidate those supplying Paris, and to have propagated atheism to the point of making it an official position. After a trial of 3 days, Chalmette and 16 of his fellow accused were condemned to death. 7 others, simple sans-culotte activists who had done nothing wrong, were acquitted. 1 Hunt, Politics, Culture and Class in the French Revolution, page 43, 2 Furet, Interpreting the French Revolution, page 54, 3 Saint-Just, Any faction is criminal, since it tends to divide the citizens, in Rapport sur les Factions de l'Étranger, over completes, page 695. For apart from the elimination of Harold de Seychelles, who was not replaced. 5 Jowers, Histoire Socialiste, page 281. 6 Daniel Guérin, Bourgeois et Bras News, La guerre sociale sous la Révolution, 1793–1795, Paris, Les Nuits Rouges, 1998, pages 132–3. 7 Jouers, Histoire Socialiste, Volume 6, page 327. 8 Mathies, La Révolution Française, Volume 3, page 150. 9 Gustave Tridon, Les Hébertistes, Plainte contre un calomnie de l'Histoire, 1864. Thanks to Dominique Lunez, Blanquist Emeritus, for having drawn my attention to this pamphlet. It is cited by Matthew Leonard, L'Emancipation des Travailleurs, en Histoire de la Première Internationale, Paris, La Fabrique, 2011. 10 Maurice Slavin, The Hébertistes to the Guillotine, Baton Rouge, Louisiana State University Press, 1994, page 8. Thanks to Sébastien Budgen for having brought this excellent work to my attention. 11 C. Françoise Brunel, Thermidor, La Chute de Robespierre, Brussels, Complex, 1989, pages 14–16. A remarkable volume in every way, despite its slimness. 12 The Compagnie des Indes affair was very complicated. To sum up, joint stock companies had been suppressed by a decree of August 24, 1793, in the wake of attacks from business deputies who prospered by frightening companies and speculating on a fall in their shares. On October 8, 1793, Delaunay presented a draft decree on the liquidation of the Compagnie des Indes, which Fabre had amended more strictly by providing that this liquidation be carried out by the state rather than by the company itself. But when the text of the law was published, the original draft had been restored. The company was to conduct its own liquidation. The text of the falsified decree, which carried Fabre's signature, appeared in the Bulletin de l'Ouest without anyone noticing this serious alteration. The Fripons, rogues, had extracted 500,000 livres from the company for changing its liquidation conditions. The foreign plot was invented by Fabre d'Eglantine in order to divert suspicions. See Albert Mathies, Un procès de corruption sous la terreur, L'affaire de la Compagnie des Indes, Paris, Alcan, 1922, 13c. On this meeting Louis Jacob, Fabre d'Eglantine, Chef de Fripons, Paris, Hachette, 1946, Chapter 10. 14 of these would be elected deputies to the convention, Priestley, who refused, pleading his bad French, Thomas Paine, and Anacharsis Cloutes, who were deputies for the Pas-de-Calais and the Oise respectively. The decree of August 26, 1792 began as follows: considering that the men who, by their writings and their courage, have served the cause of liberty and prepared the emancipation of peoples, cannot be regarded as foreigners by a nation that their enlightenment and courage has made free, the Assembly, 15 Allard, La Société des Jacobins, Volume 5, page 125, 16c. On this question Albert Mathies, La Révolution et les étrangers, Cosmopolitisme et Défense Nationale, Paris, La Renaissance du Livre, 1918. And Sophie Wanich. L'impossible citoyen, l'étranger dans le discours de la Révolution française, Paris, Albin Michel, 1997. 17 Allard, La Société des Jacobins, Volume 5, pages 507–8. The supposed accomplices of Brisset were the 75 members of the convention who had protested against the purge of 31 May 2 June. Robespierre had always, and successfully, opposed their indictment. 18 A.P., Volume 80, page 454, 19 Allard, La Société des Jacobins, Volume 5, pages 541–2. Robespierre's outburst shows the friendship he felt for Danton, to whom he had written very affectionate letters at the time of the loss of his first wife. 20 Camille Desmoulins, Le Vieux Cordelier, Paris, Armand Collin, 1936, page 43, 21a. P. Volume 81, page 90, that the revolutionary committees were held to account within 24 hours for arrests of individuals not included stricto sensu in the law of suspects. 22 Desmoulins, Le Vieux Cordelier, pages 81–2. The author's emphases. Les Brados was the square in Lyon where the shootings ordered by Collot de Herbois were carried out. Montaud had denounced in the Jacobins all the friends of Desmoulins, Danton, Thuriot, Chabot, etc. The imprisonment of half the people was an allusion to Chaumet's charge sheet against the suspects of September 5, 1793. Powder barrels beneath the prisons was a proposal made to the convention on September 17 by Culottes de Herbois. 23a, p. Volume 81, page 605, 24 Robespierre, Overcompletes, Volume 10, pages 263-4, 25 Slavin, The Hébertists to the Guillotine, pages 77-8, 26a. p. Volume 82, page 94, 27 Allard, La Société des Jacobins, Volume 5, p. 569 ff, 28 Ibid, pages 573-6. The Prussians who want a universal republic is clearly an allusion to Anacharsis Clootz. 29a, p. Volume 82, pages 365-6. The translation of Tacitus was a veiled attack on Desmoulins. 30 Allard, La Société des Jacobins, Volume 5, p. 595 ff. 31 Robespierre had been a friend of Desmoulins since they were students together at the Lycée Louis le Grand. He had been a witness at Camille's marriage to Lucille. 32 Robespierre, Overcompletes, Volume 10, pages 308-9, 33 Allard, La Société des Jacobins, Volume 5, page 603, 34a. p. Volume 83, pages 291-2, 35 Journal de la Montagne, 7 Négocier 2, cited by Sabel, Les Sans Culottes Parisiens, page 343. 36 on Julien Raymond and the Société des Citoyens de Couleur, see Florence Gauthier, L'aristocratie de l'Épiderme, Paris, CRNS Editions, 2007. On the course of the Revolution in Saint-Domingue, see Gauthier, Triomphe et mort du droit naturel en Révolution. 37 for an overall presentation of these events, Florence Gauthier, 1793-94, La Révolution Ablet l'Esclavage. 1802, Bonaparte Retablet l'Esclavage, Revolution-Française.net. 38 They were arrested on arrival on the order of the Committee of General Security, then released. 39a, p. Volume 84, pages 276-85. Yves Bonnat, Commet la Convention ATL Vote l'Abolition de l'Esclavage NL2, and Revolutions AUX Colonies, AHRF, Special Issue, 1993, has studied this session and the next days in detail, showing the resistance put up by remnants of the colonial party. 40 Report of Latruelle-Lamontagne, 13 Ventos, and C. A. Daubin, 1794, Histoire de la Rue, du Club, de la Famine, Paris, Plan, 1869, page 143. 41 Ibid, page 171. 42 Sabel, Les Sans Culottes Parisiens, page 685. 43 Ibid, page 689. The Finistère section was that of the Faubourg Saint-Martin, which had renamed itself in honor of the Breton Faders. 44 Saint-Just, Overcompletes, p. 656 ff. 45 Jouers, Histoire Socialiste, Volume 6, page 362. 46 Daubin, Paris in 1794, page 151. 47 Mathies, La Révolution Française, Volume 3, page 149. 48 Sierra Leonean Lyons Moniteur, Volume 19, p. 629 ff. 49 It had already been covered up once, during the imprisonment of Vincent and Ronsin. 50 These were the convention members who had protested against May 31st, whose prosecution Robespierre had prevented. 51 Sierra Leonean Lyons Moniteur, Volume 19, page 635. 52 Ibid, page 647. 53 This is highly likely, and Le Moniteur published a kind of apology. We will promptly rectify the mistakes that are pointed out to us, by publishing the authentic minutes of the Society as soon as we have cognizance of them, Volume 19, page 648. 54 Jouers, Histoire Socialiste, Volume 6, page 375. 55 Sierra Leonean Lyons Moniteur, Volume 19, p. 663 ff. 56 Sabel, Les Sans Culottes Parisiens, page 542. 57 Saint-Just, Overcompletes, p. 675 ff. 58 Matthews, La Vie Chère, Volume 2, page 190, 59 C. Walter, Actes du Tribunal Révolutionnaire, pages 426 to 529, 60 Karen, Paris Pendant la Terreur, Volume 6, page 85, 61 Sable, Les Sans-Culottes Parisiens, page 779. 62 The sole exception being Amar, who possessed a fortune. Later he was the financial backer of Babeuf's conspiracy of equals. 63 Memoirs d'Art Levasseur, Volume 3, pages 29 to 30, 64a. P. Volume 87, p. 626 ff. 65 How did Robespierre come round to treating as a rotten idol the same Danton whom he had defended at the Jacobins, as we saw, only a few weeks before? How could he accept sending his dear Camille to the guillotine? To these questions, unless I am mistaken, no answers have been given. 66 Saint-Just, over-completes, page 706, 67 Albert Matthews, Les Notes de Robespierre contre les Dantonists, 1918, and Études sur Robespierre, Paris, Editions Sociales, 1958, page 121. Matthews shows that these notes were written by Robespierre in order to correct and improve the initial report made by Saint-Just before the two committees met in joint session on the night of 10 Germinal. The original report has been lost. Saint-Just took up many ideas from Robespierre, and even expressions, except on Desmoulins, whom Robespierre presented as having strayed, whereas Saint-Just blamed him squarely. 68 Robespierre in these notes, on that fatal night, he planned to go to bed, if those around him had not forced him to report to his section, where the Marseille battalion had assembled. He spoke there energetically. Insurrection was already decided and inevitable, which is rather different and probably more accurate as to what happened that night. Ibid, page 141. See on this point Lucille Desmoulins' testimony, page 72 above. 69 It would seem that Saint-Just's report made no allusion to Danton's venality, a subject to which Matthews devoted several works, in particular La corruption parlementaire sous la terreur, Paris, Armand Collin, 1927. 70 Walter, Actes du Tribunal Révolutionnaire, page 564. Chapter 14 April to July 1794. The dramas of Germinal and Thermidor. It is only the victorious faction that calls itself a government, and precisely in the fact that it is a faction there immediately lies the necessity of its decline. Hegel, Absolute Liberty and Terror, Phenomenology of Spirit. The purge following the elimination of the Cordelier leaders, the revolutionary government took over the hubs of the Parisian popular movement. Patch was replaced as mayor of Paris by Fleury at Lescot, devoted to Robespierre. In the Commune, the citadel of the advanced patriots, another Robespierrist, Payen, was appointed national agent and worked with the committees to purge the General Council. On 15th Prairial, to fill the gaps created by dismissals, the Committee of Public Safety appointed 16 new members, without bothering to draw them from the sections they were supposed to represent. 1 The Revolutionary Army, which had recruited many sans-culottes both in Paris and in the provinces, was weakened by the elimination of Ronsin. On 7 Germinal, March 27, Barrère asked the convention to vote its disbandment. Is it not an injury to the heroic work of the Republic's 14 armies to give a new army the exclusive name of Revolutionary Army? 2 The War Ministry, headed by Vincent with the support of Bouchat, had been a stronghold of the sans-culottes, as we have seen. The minister was dismissed, and then, on Carnot's proposal, all other ministries were suppressed. On 12 Germinal, April 1, I have come to propose the abolition of the entire Executive Council, whose existence you have felt on many an occasion to be incompatible with the Republican regime. The aim was to divide the exercise of particular powers in such a way that by confining the scope of each of its agents within the strictest limits, unity of leadership may be preserved. 3 The ministries were replaced by 12 commissions, each composed of 2 members and a deputy minister, appointed by the convention on the proposal of the Committee of Public Safety. These commissions were subordinate to the committee, and had to account to it every day. 4 Saint-Just's report on the General Police 26 Germinal/15 April, showed once again the concern for centralization. Its first article stipulated, persons detained on suspicion of conspiracy shall be transferred from all points of the Republic to the Revolutionary Tribunal of Paris, and Article 13, the representatives of the people shall resort to the established authorities and may not delegate powers, that is, establish tribunals or exceptional revolutionary commissions. And, unprecedentedly, 21 representatives on mission were recalled at a stroke on 30 Germinal, a move that would entail heavy consequences. During this time, the popular societies of Paris, which had been created to circumvent the restrictions imposed on the Section 6, saw their role steadily reduced. Saint-Just had already castigated them in his report of 23 Ventos, before the arrest of the Cordeliers, ever since the popular societies became filled with deceitful individuals who loudly demand their elevation to the legislature, the ministry, or the general staff. Ever since these societies began to contain too many government employees and too few citizens, the people have had no place in them. 7 Under pressure, several societies decided to dissolve themselves. Others were dissolved by the local revolutionary committees, which had become, as we saw, a salaried instrument of the government. Some revolutionary commissioners in the most advanced sections, the Revolutionnaire section, the Marat section that had campaigned for insurrection, the section of Les Arces, were sacked by the Committee of Public Safety. The Jacobins enjoined their members to resign from the sectional societies, on pain of expulsion. It was around this time that Saint-Just wrote, in solitude, the famous note, "The revolution is frozen, all principles have weakened, all that remains are the red bonnets worn by plotters. The exercise of terror has jaded crime, as strong liquor jades the palate, an end to the revolution." Once the popular movement had been controlled and the moderates brought to heel, the revolutionary government had its hands free to wage external war and apply its political and social ideas. In his great speech of 18 Pluvios, February 5, on the principles of political morality that should guide the National Convention, Robespierre recognized the need to define these ideas. "We have been guided, in such stormy circumstances, by a love of good and a feeling of the needs of the patrie, rather than by an exact theory and precise rules of conduct, which we had not even the leisure to draw up. It is time to state clearly the goal of the revolution, and the conclusion we want to reach." 9 For Robespierre, republic and democracy were synonymous, and democracy could only be understood as representative. He distanced himself somewhat from the thought of his beloved Rousseau. Democracy is a state in which the sovereign people, guided by laws which are its own work, does for itself all that it can do properly, and through delegates all that it cannot do for itself. The essence of the republic or of democracy, Robespierre continued, is equality. But this equality, for him, was bound up with a notion that today strikes us as belonging to a quite different register, virtue. Since the soul of the republic is virtue, equality, the first rule of your political conduct should be to relate all your operations to the maintenance of equality and the development of virtue. What kind of equality and virtue did Robespierre have in mind? Equality clearly meant above all equality of rights. The French are the first people in the world to have established true democracy, by calling all men to equality and the plenitude of citizens' rights. But what about equality of condition? This question is naturally bound up with that of property. In his draft Declaration of Rights, as we noted, Robespierre had proposed a restrictive definition of the right of property, which can prejudice neither the safety, nor the liberty, nor the existence, nor the property of our fellows. A formulation that did not find a place in the final declaration, which was far more liberal, the right to enjoy and dispose freely of one's goods, revenues, the fruit of one's labor and industry. By decreeing the confiscation of the goods of suspects to the benefit of the poor, the Ventos decrees moved towards a certain equalization of conditions. But Saint-Just was not a leveler, and opposed any agrarian law, the dividing up of land. I do not mean that the land of the Republic should be divided up among its members. These physical means of self-government are suited only to brigands. He preferred to determine the maximum and minimum of property, so that there is land for all. 10 To that end, he suggested limiting the effects of inheritance and establishing a public domain with the estates of those who did not have direct heirs. The public domain is established in order to repair the misfortune of members of the social body. It will perhaps be said that the public domain will not suffice for the unfortunate, but they will not exist in so sincere a patrie. 11. What Saint-Just and Robespierre were aiming for was the disappearance of disgraceful opulence, the establishment of a public domain to relieve the people of the weight of taxation in times of hardship, and, more generally, the replacement of material ownership by the right to existence. As for virtue, which stood directly in the tradition of Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws, where it chiefly meant love of equality, this has to be understood in a very different sense from that of today. It obviously did not mean petty bourgeois virtue. Among the revolutionaries, whose great model was the Roman Republic, it meant virtus, that is, strength of mind, courage, public spirit. A republican government has virtue as its principle, otherwise, terror. What do they want who want neither virtue nor terror? 12. Saint-Just asked. In Robespierre's words, the republican body must begin by subjecting within its own ranks all private passions to the general passion of the public good, that is, to virtue. The opposite of republican virtue was not debauchery but opportunism, selfishness, the abjection of the personal ego. In the spring of year 2, the leading members of the Committee of Public Safety were determined to put an end to internal strife. In order to found and consolidate among us democracy, to arrive at the peaceful reign of constitutional laws, the war of liberty against tyranny must be ended, with a happy outcome to the storms of revolution, Robespierre had said on 18 Pluvios. And Saint-Just, at the end of his report on the General Police of 26 Germinal, April 15, formed civil institutions, institutions which have not been thought up yet. There is no lasting liberty without these. They sustain love of the patrie and the revolutionary spirit, even when the revolution is over. 13. Billaud-Varennes, early on in his report of 1 Floreal, April 20, on the war and the means to support it, also mentioned the end of the revolution. If not but courage or an excess of despair are needed to undertake a revolution, both perseverance and wisdom are needed to conduct it well. Greatness of soul and genius are also needed in order to bring it to an end. After a long development evoking the great men of antiquity, from Coriolanus to Aemilius Paulus, Lycurgus to Themistocles, he underlined the need to educate the people by means of institutions apt to familiarize every citizen with the simple truths that form the elements of social happiness. This permanent education is in the dignity of your deliberations, it is in the zeal and enlightened discussions of the popular societies, it is in all the places where the nation gathers, it is in the armies. It is in the example of private virtues that a father gives to his children. And, to conclude, citizens, we have promised to honor misfortune, it would be finer by far to make it disappear. Thus beggary will find its extinction in national munificence. 14. Françoise Brunel notes how close the themes and terms used by Billaud-Varennes were to those of Saint-Just at the same time: institutions, doing good, the honor due to the unfortunate, and even the final phrase cited here, which clearly alludes to the Ventos Decrees. 15. There was indeed, at this time, political agreement at the top. But all hopes of a democratic, egalitarian, and fraternal republic remained suspended until the outcome of the war on the frontiers. Flourished by the time the spring campaign began, the army was no longer the heterogeneous and poorly commanded force it had still been a year before. The unit now was the half-brigade, corresponding to the traditional regiment and made up of 2 battalions of volunteers and 1 battalion of the line, all with the same uniform and led by officers of the same rank. This army of year 2, commanded, as we have seen, by generals who were very young and had in most cases risen from the ranks, Jourdan, Pichegru, Marceau, Kleber, MacDonald 16, was larger than the armies of the coalition, in which, moreover, as often in such cases, there was both rivalry among leaders and distrust between nations. This meant that the bulk of the coalition forces was made up of the Austrian army commanded by Coburg, while the English and Dutch remained inactive in the north, and the Prussians were encamped in the Palatinate. Despite this, the campaign started badly for the Republicans. The Austrians broke through between the Sambre and the Escaut, between the army of the north and that of the Ardennes. At the beginning of Floreal, the besieged small town of Landrecies surrendered after 4 days of bombardment. The Oise Gap, leading to Paris via Compiègne, lay almost open to the imperial troops. Carnot hurriedly sent Saint-Just and Louis Bas to organize an entrenched camp at Guise to block their route. Then he drew a large contingent from the Moselle army, commanded by Jourdan, to reinforce that of the Ardennes, which Pichegru commanded along with that of the north. He ordered a general offensive on two axes, a southern one towards Charleroi and a northern one towards Courtrai. The Republicans reached Courtrai and defeated the imperial forces at Tourcoing. On the Charleroi side there was bitter fighting. Led by Saint-Just, the Ardennes army crossed and recrossed the Sambre on 5 occasions. Finally, when Jourdan arrived with reinforcements, Charleroi capitulated. Coburg made a final effort to drive the Republicans from their positions on the Sambre, but without success. Between Charleroi and Namur, on 8 Messidor, June 26, the Republican army won a decisive victory at Fleurus, opening the way to Belgium. Pichegru and Jourdan's two armies converged on Brussels, which they entered on 20 Messidor. Antwerp and Liège were taken in the first week of Thermidor. And at the same time, on all other fronts, the Rhine, the Alps and the Pyrenees, a series of victories took the war beyond the Republic's territory. The cult of the Supreme Being, the Catherine Theot affair, victories on the frontiers, a clearer domestic situation, in this spring of year 2. One might have thought that the peaceful reign of constitutional laws and the peaceful enjoyment of liberty and equality were coming within reach. Instead of which, 2 initiatives were taken that would poison the political atmosphere, sharpen antagonisms, and pave the way for the Thermidor drama, the institutionalization of the cult of the Supreme Being, and the reform of the Revolutionary Tribunal by the law of 22 Prairial. On 18 Floreal, May 7, Robespierre delivered a long presentation to the Convention on the relation of religious and moral ideas to republican principles, and on national festivals. 17 After exalting all the movements of the glorious revolution, he put forward the idea that the only foundation of civil society is morality. This morality had been travestied by those who preached atheism, the same rascals that appealed to the sovereignty of the people so as to slay the National Convention, invoked hatred of superstition to bring us civil war and atheism. Robespierre then sought to show that by breaking the sacred bond that unites men to the author of their being, the bases of morality are undermined. One must only ever attack an established religion with caution and a certain delicacy, for fear that a sudden and violent change may appear as an assault upon morality, and a dispensation from honesty itself. Robespierre then turned to defining the cult of the Supreme Being, distinguishing this from fanaticism. Recalling men to the pure cult of the Supreme Being means dealing a moral blow to fanaticism. All fictions disappear before truth, and all madness falls away before reason. Without constraint or persecution, all sects must fuse of themselves into the universal religion of nature. The true priest of the Supreme Being is nature, his temple is the universe, his cult is virtue, his feast days, the joy of a great people gathered before his eyes to strengthen the gentle ties of universal brotherhood. At the end of this report, the 2 first articles of the decree laid down, the French people recognizes the existence of the Supreme Being and the immortality of the soul, and recognizes that worship worthy of the Supreme Being consists in the practice of man's duties. 18 Article 7 was a long list of festivals to celebrate each decade, honoring the human race, truth, justice, modesty, heroism, maternal tenderness, posterity, and happiness. Couthon proposed to have the report not only printed, in 200,000 copies, and sent to the armies, all public bodies and all popular societies, but also reproduced on posters to be put up in the streets, 19 translated into every language and distributed throughout the universe. That same evening at the Jacobins, Lequinio, an avowed atheist as we recall, praised Robespierre's report to the skies. One of the finest reports that has ever been delivered at the rostrum of the convention was presented in today's session by Robespierre. Each sentence he spoke was applauded. We would have wished to applaud him each time he impressed on our souls lofty sentiments worthy of liberty. 20 He asked for the text to be read out to the society, which received it with rapture. However, the move to impose the cult of the Supreme Being led to a convergence of attacks against Robespierre as a new pontiff. Yet there was nothing very new about all this in Floreal Year 2. The June 1793 Declaration of the Rights of Man had been placed under the auspices of the Supreme Being, and even the actual cult, as defined in Robespierre's report, differed very little from the cult of reason promoted by the de-Christianizers since autumn 1793.21. It goes without saying that the cult of the supreme being was not invented by Robespierre. This sort of pantheism was in the air throughout the revolutionary period. Saint-Just likewise wrote around the same time, the French people recognized the supreme being and the immortality of the soul. The immortal souls of those who died for the patrie, of those who were good citizens, who cherished their mother and father and never deserted them, lie in the breast of the eternal. 22. Despite all this, Robespierre saw fit to deliver this report in a very personal fashion, which left him more exposed. Why did someone like him, who never left anything to chance, choose to do so? We can dismiss the idea of a pontificate, which corresponds neither to his character nor to this particular speech. The reason was rather a political one. Robespierre was aware of the risk of glaciation that threatened. The Revolution, expressing this in his speech of 18 Pluvios, the greatest reef that we have to avoid, perhaps, is not the fervor of zeal, but rather the lassitude of the good, and the fear of our own courage, my emphasis. It may be that he saw the theatrical launch of the cult of the supreme being as a grand design capable of concentrating revolutionary energies and galvanizing them once more. The high point of this launch was the Festival of the Supreme Being on 20 Prairial, June 8. Organized by Jean-Louis David, who was a member of the Committee of General Security, this immense celebration took place in radiant sunshine. It began at the Tuileries, where representatives from the 48 sections were gathered, the men holding oak branches and the women flowers. At midday, the convention appeared in a body, headed by Robespierre, who had been elected to its presidency 4 days earlier. He delivered a first speech, then set fire to an effigy depicting atheism that had been erected in the grand basin of the Tuileries Gardens. A statue of wisdom emerged from its ashes, and Robespierre, in a second speech, proclaimed, "It has returned to nothing, that monster which the spirit of the king spewed over France. Let all the crimes and misfortunes of the world vanish with it." 23. A great procession then moved towards the Champ de Mars, where a tall symbolic mountain had been erected. The convention, preceded by Robespierre, climbed to the summit, where a liberty tree had been planted. The crowd chorused the refrain of an anthem composed by Gossick to words by Chenier, "Before laying down our swords triumphant let us swear to annihilate crime and tyrants." The celebration ended with a tremendous artillery barrage, and all the citizens, men and women, according to the official account, mingling their sentiments in fraternal embrace, ended the festival by raising to heaven the cry of humanity and civic spirit, "Vive la République." It has often been noted that even while the festival was underway, some members of the convention voiced their irritation aloud, commenting that Robespierre walked too far in front of the other deputies and seemed transported, in a kind of ecstasy. But unless I am mistaken, there is no reliable contemporary source to confirm that Lecointre or Bourdon de Elwas sniped at Robespierre loudly enough to be heard by him. Testimonies alleging this come from people trying to whitewash themselves after Thermidor, or to show off the courage they had displayed towards Robespierre. What does seem well established, however, is that the Supreme Being operation was poorly received by a good part of the Committee of General Security, in which there were numerous atheists and anti-clericals, Vadier, Amar, and Lavacomterie, the author of a book entitled Les Crimes de Papes depuis Saint-Pierre jusqu'au Pie or Rule, who had shattered the holy ampulla outside Reims Cathedral. They feared that Robespierre, for all his sallies against priests, might engineer a resurgence of fanaticism under cover of a general reconciliation. The conflict broke out on 27 Prairial, June 15, when Vadier presented a report to the convention, in the name of the two committees, on the discovery of a new conspiracy that had established a primary school of fanaticism in the Rue Contrescarpe, in the Observatoire section. 24. Vadier, one of the few leading characters in this phase of the revolution to be more than 50 years old. He was born in 1736, remembered the days of Voltaire and Diderot. He delivered a kind of parody, making fun of religion and conspiracy-mongering at once, based on the rumpus around Catherine Theot, a poor old woman with messianic delusions. Rue Contrescarpe is the home of a 69-year-old maid named Catherine Theos, who dares to call her religion Christian and herself the Mother of God. Her den attracts a swarm of bigots and fools who crowd around this ridiculous shrine. Here are hypnotists, Illuminati, truculent and vaporous wretches with a cold heart for the pattery but a hot head, ready to upset or to betray it. Vadier described in detail the mystery rituals around this woman, the kisses in a circle on her venerable face, 2 on the forehead, 2 on the temple, 2 on the cheeks, but the 7th, which completes the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit, is respectfully applied to her chin, on which her disciples suck with a sensuous delight. The assembly roared with laughter, which was bound to annoy Robespierre, its recently appointed president. The police, writes Matthews, who had Catherine's meetings under surveillance, made her say that Robespierre was the regenerating Messiah whose advent she announced. 25 To put an end to the whole business, Robespierre obtained a reprieve from his colleagues on the Committee of Public Safety, in the course of a session marked by violent clashes, particularly with Billaud-Varennes, who refused to go against the convention's decree calling for prosecution of this Mother of God. Thus the religious question wormed its way even into the Committee of Public Safety. Excursus, Robespierre against the world? The cult of the Supreme Being has done much to alienate a large part of the revolutionary far left from Robespierre. For Blanqui, Robespierre was a perpetual and monotonous declaimer, ceaselessly intoning the words justice, virtue, reason, morality, mingled with sighs over Brutus, Cicero, Catiline, Caesar, etc. Blanqui believed that the people no longer existed on 9 Thermidor, so demoralized and numbed were they by Robespierre's projects of reactionary dictatorship and religious reconstitution. 26 For Daniel Guérin, Robespierre, a little provincial lawyer with no cases, was deeply embittered on the eve of the 1789 revolution. And he saw the revolution as an unhoped-for opportunity to take his revenge. He corresponded very well to the definition that Marx gave of the petty bourgeois. 27 Similar verdicts are offered by those for whom the movement of the enrages represents the high point of the revolution, and who cannot forgive Robespierre for having managed their fall. Let us briefly recap. Under the Constituent Assembly, as we have seen, Robespierre took up positions that were remarkably coherent and courageous, positions in which he was always in a minority and sometimes completely alone, against the property restriction on suffrage, his extraordinary speech on the Silver Mark, for the civil rights of actors and Jews, against martial law, against slavery in the colonies, against the death penalty, for the right of petition and the freedom of the press. In what country, and in what assembly, has anyone rode so consistently against the current, and with such strength of conviction? In the first sessions of the Constituent Assembly, he was mocked for his reedy voice and his shyness, but by the end his stature was such that he was able to get the Assembly to make a sacrifice unique in history, by ruling that its members would not be eligible for the next legislature. Under the Legislative Assembly, it was still alone that Robespierre waged his struggle against the war. Even Marat, the far-seeing Marat, did not support him at first. And on January 2, 1792, in a great premonitory speech, Robespierre rehearsed one by one the disasters that the war would bring in its wake, through to military dictatorship. Some will say that Robespierre forgot all these fine principles once he became the most influential figure on the Committee of Public Safety, that the apostle of liberty got rid of everyone who did not think the same as him, and that the opponent of the death penalty chopped off thousands of heads. These are old charges, raised immediately after Thermidor, when it was necessary to legitimize the elimination of a man who personified the revolution. A blood-drenched tyrant, we often read. The two terms merit examination. As far as tyrant goes, Robespierre was never a dictator. All the major decisions of the Committee of Public Safety were taken collectively. Even those in which Robespierre's personal role is most conspicuous bear the signatures of those members of the committee who were present. 28 When Robespierre found himself in a minority on the committee, he withdrew his proposal, for example with the Justice Committee that he proposed against Camille Desmoulins' Clemency Committee. One could say that within the committee Robespierre exercised a moral leadership, but can he be reproached for what was simply his elevated perspective? The proof that Robespierre was not a dictator is his end, to anticipate slightly. Isolated and at bay, he let himself be brought down. It could even be said that he went to the slaughter. A dictator, a Bonaparte, would have behaved rather differently. As for blood-drenched, there are many instances when Robespierre intervened to save lives. He was opposed, as we saw, to the prosecution of the 63 convention members who had protested against May 31st, the National Convention must not seek to multiply the guilty. His tenacity on this point, and others, led to his being accused of moderatism on many occasions. It remains true that he contributed greatly to sending the Cordeliers group and the Dantonists to the guillotine. But many indirect signs suggest that he found it deeply painful to stand at the center of that death-dealing vortex, a pain that led to his illness, fatigue, and absences. After he defended Boulanger at the Jacobins, the account of proceedings indicates that Robespierre was obliged to stop speaking. His physical resources did not permit him to continue. 29. How could it have been otherwise in the case of Danton, to whom he had sent such affectionate letters at the time of the death of his first wife, or of Camille, his fellow pupil at Louis-le-Grand, and whose marriage he had attended as a witness? Neither a dictator nor a cruel man, Robespierre did however play a major role in bringing the popular movement to heel in the winter and spring of year 2. He worked to dissolve the Enrages group, he put a decisive brake on dechristianization and, along with other members of the Committee of Public Safety, sent the Cordeliers group to the guillotine. By these actions, he contributed to freezing the revolution. If there were a court of history, that would be the main charge against him. Robespierre was certainly not the infallible leader described by Mathies, but he was still an impressive and tragic figure. Revolutionary posterity, as we have seen, has not always understood him. Yet in number 40 of his Tribune du Peuple, Babeuf wrote, "It is not for me to proudly compete with the claim of Maximilien Robespierre to having initiated, during the Revolution, the project of real equality, which he showed 100 times was the goal of all his desires. Such is the fair due I believe is owed to that tyrant, whose remains and effects the state has just sold for a sum of 300 livres, 30. The prairial law of the Festival of the Supreme Being was held on 20 prairial. The prairial law that reorganized the Revolutionary Tribunal dates from the 22nd, June 10th. If these two events are described here separately, this is only in the interest of a clear account, as they were almost simultaneous in the accelerated pace of the spring of year 2. The prairial law and what is generally accepted as its consequence, the Great Terror, are at once very well known and very hard to comprehend. What is certain is that on 22 prairial, Couthon presented a report to the convention in which he began by listing the operational defects of the existing system of repression. Counter-revolutionary perfidy has hidden beneath a veil of hypocritical delicacy its plan to ensure the impunity of conspirators. It has been murdering the people with false humanity, and betraying the patrie by its scruples. He went on to explain the principles of the reorganization of the Revolutionary Tribunal. The delay in punishing the enemies of the patrie must be no more than the time needed to recognize them. It is less a matter of punishing than of annihilating them. Indulgence towards them is an atrocity, clemency is parricide. 31. The lengthy final decree spelled out the composition of the new tribunal, divided into 4 sections, with 12 judges and 50 jurors. It was established to punish the enemies of the people, 10 varieties of whom were listed. Some of these were clear enough: those who called for the restoration of the monarchy, or sought to debase or dissolve the convention. Others sound more abusive to our ears: those who have sought to mislead public opinion and prevent the instruction of the people, to deprave manners and corrupt public consciousness. The evidence required was documents of any kind, whether material, moral, or written. The rule for verdicts is the conscience of the jurors, enlightened by love of the patrie. There would be no defenders or witnesses, unless this formality should appear necessary. If the accused was not acquitted, the only penalty was death. This bill triggered a stormy debate. Rouemps, a deputy for the Charente and a convinced Montagnard, exclaimed, "This decree is important, I demand its printing and a postponement. If it were adopted without postponement, I would blow my brains out." The postponement was supported by several votes, and Robespierre was obliged to leave the president's chair for the rostrum. 2 strongly pronounced opinions are held in the Republic. Citizens. 1 aspires to punish severely and inescapably the crimes committed against liberty. The other is the cowardly and criminal opinion of the aristocracy, which, since the start of the revolution, had not ceased to demand, whether directly or indirectly, an amnesty for the conspirators and the enemies of the patrie. The decree was adopted. The following day, however, Bourdon de Elwas, a leading figure of the right opposition, expressed his disquiet concerning Article 10, according to which no individual may be brought to the Revolutionary Tribunal except by the National Convention, the Committee of Public Safety, the Committee of General Security, the representatives of the people serving as commissioners of the Convention, and the public prosecutor. He proposed decreeing that the Convention did not intend to infringe the laws that prevent any representative of the people from being brought before the Revolutionary Tribunal without a warrant against him having first being issued by the Convention. Point 32 on 24 Prairial, first Delacroix and then Mallarmé criticized, quite sensibly, the vagueness of certain formulations. It is necessary in a republican government, said Mallarmé, that the laws can be understood even by children. I asked the Committee of Public Safety to tell us what it understands by the words conspirators, defenders, and patriotic jurors. A testy exchange between Bourdon and Robespierre ensued. Bourdon, the Committee of Public Safety has reproached me for my speech yesterday, and in giving me this reprimand told me I talked like Pitt and Coburg. If I were to take the same liberty in replying to them, where would we then be? Robespierre denounced the hypocrites who seek to draw off a section of the Montaigne and make themselves leaders of the party. When Bourdon defended himself in personal terms, he attracted a thundering reply, I did not name Bourdon. Woe to him who names himself. In the end, the decree was adopted with minor amendments. The great unknown, which divides historians, is the reason that impelled Robespierre and the Committee of Public Safety to take the initiative of such a dreadful law, at a time when the horizon was actually growing brighter. Point 33 The explanation most often advanced, by Mathies and Lefebvre in particular 34, takes as its starting point an attempted assassination. On one Prairial, May 20th, a certain Admirat, armed with 2 pistols, had lain fruitlessly in wait for Robespierre. Finally deciding to return home, he ran into Collot d'Herbois, shot at him and missed. 3 days later, a girl by the name of Cécile Renaud called at the Duplaix house and insisted on seeing Robespierre. 2 small knives were found on her. Before the Committee of General Security, she declared, I desire a king, because I would rather 1 than 50,000, and I only went to see Robespierre in order to see how a tyrant was made. For Georges Lefebvre, emotional reaction makes it possible to explain the chain of events. The assassination attempts at the beginning of Prairial fueled a fresh flare-up of punitive excitation among supporters of the revolutionary government. In Robespierre's eyes and those of the government, the attack seemed to herald a general offensive against the committees, in which what still remained of the suppressed factions joined forces with the counter-revolution. The foreign plot was reborn. 35 But Admirat and Cécile Renaud were only poor wretches, pitiful déclassés. The government could not seriously see them as agents of an international conspiracy, the armed hirelings of Pitt, that enemy of the human race. Besides, when one Rosalind proposed at the Jacobins' Club to provide the members of the Committee of Public Safety with personal bodyguards, which would have been effective against further attacks, Robespierre strongly opposed any such measure, which tends to cast disfavor on them, the members of the committee, to attract envy and slander by showering honors on them, isolating them in order to make them lose esteem and to turn against them everything that hatred can invent. Point 36 The difficulty in understanding the Prairial law results above all from the manner in which it is presented. A connection is implicitly accepted between the intentions of those who proposed it and the consequences it is supposed to have brought in its train, that is, an accelerated repression. As if, by proposing the reorganization of the Revolutionary Tribunal, Robespierre and the Committee of Public Safety had programmed the Great Terror. But in fact there are many reasons to treat the law as one thing and its consequences as another, if not separate then at least distinct. The Prairial law reinforced the centralization of power, which had steadily increased since the Great Law of 14 Brumaire. The essential point is that it must be situated in a logical continuity with the Ventos decrees and Saint-Just's report on the General Police of 26 Germinal, April 15, in which, as we saw, the Paris Revolutionary Tribunal was charged with judging suspects from all over the country, with the result that the provincial revolutionary tribunals were suppressed. In the interim, the Committee of Public Safety had made one exception to this decree, on 10 Floréal, May 10, to avoid transferring to Paris the enormous number of suspects from the Midi, a decree established of popular commission in Orange, whose operation prefigured the Prairial Law 37, which decidedly did not come about as an emergency law voted under the sway of emotion. Certain aspects of the law itself did not necessarily imply an accentuation of the terror. It did lay down that the tribunal had no other choice than acquittal or death, but the suspects whom it was to judge had to be screened in advance by 6 commissions, with the power to have the prosecution dropped if the charges seemed insufficiently well-founded. Point 38 As for the 2 aspects of the law that strike us today as particularly unacceptable, the absence of a defense lawyer and the suppression of witnesses, this was no great change from the earlier situation, when defenders were scarcely listened to and witnesses were almost always for the prosecution. It remains the case that, in the weeks following the passage of this law, executions were stepped up in a properly terrifying way. From 23 Prairial to 8 Thermidor, the Revolutionary Tribunal pronounced 1,284 death sentences and acquitted only 278 of the accused, whereas in the 45 previous days it had pronounced 577 condemnations against 182 acquittals. To interpret these figures correctly, however, it should be taken into account that the Paris Revolutionary Tribunal was now the only one of its kind. We should subtract from the number of Paris condemnations, therefore, those that would have been pronounced during the same period by the provincial tribunals, something that is clearly impossible. On 29 Prairial, June 17, a heterogeneous group of 54 prisoners, including Marat and Cécile Renaud, mounted the scaffold. They were dressed in the red smock of the parricide, a theatrical gesture that, in Thermidor propaganda, referred obliquely to Robespierre, the father of the patrie. Following this, allegations of prison plots, escape attempts and the misdeeds of the elusive Baron de Batz were the excuse to send vast numbers to the guillotine. 73 Bicêtre inmates were executed on 28 Prairial and 8 Messidor, 146 prisoners from the Luxembourg between 19 and 22 Messidor, July 10, 46 from the Carmis on 5 Thermidor, and 76 from Saint-Lazare over the 3 following days. Point 39 The guillotine had been moved from the Place de la Révolution, now Concorde, to the Barrière du Trône Renverse, now Place de la Nation. The almost daily passage of tumbrils through the Faubourg Antoine aroused pity and despair. There were murmurs on all sides, wrote a traveler from Lyon, and above all in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, which was not pleased to see 50 heads fall each day from the class of unfortunate sans-culottes. 40 How can this hecatomb be explained? For Georges Lefebvre, of punitive excitation, like that of September 1792, turned against the prisons. This time it did not lead to a massacre, the committees would not have allowed it, and official repression preempted it. 41. An update of Danton's formula, let us be terrible, to prevent the people from being so. For Mathies, as for Jean-Clement Martin, the Great Terror was due to the sabotaging of the law of 22 Prairial, organized by the Committee of General Security to discredit Robespierre once and for all. This scaffold nausea rebounded on Robespierre at that moment, and for the rest of history. 42 To both these explanations, which certainly contain a part of truth, we might also add the momentum of a judicial machine that got wildly carried away, egged on by a pair of activists, the public prosecutor Fouquier-Tinville and Dumas, the president of the Revolutionary Tribunal. Tension over wages as well as this nausea, there were problems with provisions and wages, particularly sensitive subjects in Paris, where the popular movement, no matter how supervised, had not completely lost its vitality. There was no absolute shortage like the previous year, even if soap and meat were scarce. But the measures taken by the government to make the maximum more flexible led to a rise in prices. 43 Pourvoya, whom we quoted before, noted that the people are murmuring, things can't go on like this. It's just us poor devils who suffer from all this. As for the rich, what do they care if everything is so dear? They lack for nothing. 44 The effects of the price rise were aggravated by the question of wages. During the winter, the maximum wage, which, we recall, was set at the level of 1790 increased by half, had been very widely breached under popular pressure. The Observer Greville noted in a report of 28 niveaux that objects of basic necessity for workers have only slightly increased in price, whereas their wages have tripled or quadrupled. A worker or clerk who used to earn only 4 or 5 livres a day now earns 20 or 24 livres, and sometimes more, 45, at the beginning of Floréal, end of April. The Commune tried to bring wages back to the legal maximum. The municipality sent in the police against the workers who were causing trouble or even going on strike. After the tobacco grinders, the United Workers' leaders at the Paris ports were arrested on the orders of the Commune, 9 Floréal/28 April, which equated their organization with a reconstitution of the banned corporations. On 19 Prairial, June 7, the Committee of Public Safety had the workers' leaders in the war factories imprisoned. These were subject to a quasi-military regime, and particularly disgruntled as their wages had been held by decree to the legal minimum. On a report from Barrère, 22 Prairial, the convention directed the public prosecutor to pursue counter-revolutionaries engaged in criminal maneuvers in the workshops manufacturing assignats, arms, gunpowder and saltpetre. 46 Finally, on 5 Thermidor, the municipality set a maximum wage to apply throughout the Commune of Paris, a measure that infuriated the salaried population as it meant a reduction that was in many cases substantial. This wage cap would have a major influence on the behavior of the sections on the night of 9 Thermidor. Dissension between the two committees and within the Committee of Public Safety. It was against this backdrop that the final struggle was played out that would culminate in the drama of 9 Thermidor. Many points remain obscure because, as Françoise Brunel emphasizes, the sources are hardly reliable. 47 We do have the newspapers, the reports of the convention sessions, written up after the event, and those of the Jacobins, but not those of meetings of the governing committees, which did not keep formal records. And no more than doubtful fragments remain of discussions and confrontations in private rooms or in the corridors of the convention. What has come down to us is chiefly from post-Thermidor, and thus biased, sources, denunciations of the most visible members of the former Committee of Public Safety, Barrère, Billaud-Varennes, Culottes de Herbois, their efforts to save their skins by showing how they resisted the tyrant, the bragging of those who, like Lecointre, played up their valiance vis-à-vis Robespierre, and finally, memoirs written long after the events. 48 In these documents the cowardice of some, the dignity of certain others, fear and the desire for revenge all transpire, but as to what actually happened, interpretation has to be cautious. On the convention after the fall of the factions, Levasseur wrote, weakened by its dissensions, the Montaigne no longer enjoyed a strong majority within the convention, and this majority was itself fractured into a large number of shades of opinion, each of which had victims to mourn. The revolutionary government was thus no longer supported by anything but the divisions of its enemies. It was strong only on account of the irrevocable hatreds that separated the friends of Danton from the former supporters of Hébert, and the Montaigne from the debris of the Gironde. 49. Among the enemies of the revolutionary government, a first group was comprised of former Dantonists, who had been heard to protest against the Prairial law and defend what today would be called the parliamentary immunity of the Convention deputies. The most vocal among them were Bourdon de Eloise, Lecointre, Thuriot, and Legendre. These future right-wing Thermidorians demanded the reform of the Revolutionary Tribunal and an end to the terror. The representatives on mission, recalled en masse, did not form a group in the strict sense. What united them was fear. Robespierre had criticized some of them for their brutality in the repression of federalism, others for their complacency towards atheism, and others again for a lifestyle of corrupt and debauched proconsuls. Certain individuals combined several of these grounds for reproach. For Mathies, little by little a subterranean opposition formed, with fear as its motive and mortar. Frerin, Barras, Tallien, and Fouché, who would become Robespierre's most redoubtable adversaries, visited him and wrote him imploring letters. He could, by reassuring them, have had them at his feet. But he spurned them with contempt. What is more, he made no secret of the fact that he intended to have them punished. 50 But these two oppositions would have been powerless if the committees had remained homogeneous and united among themselves. Instead, as Senart wrote, these two committees were both opposed to each other, and internally divided. In the Committee of Public Safety, Robespierre, Couthon and Saint-Just formed one group, Barrère, Billaud and Culottes de Herbois another, and Carnot, Prieur and Lindet a third group again. In the Committee of General Security, Vadier, Amar, Jagot, and Louis, of the Barin, formed one group, David and Lou Bas another, Moïse Bell, Lavacomterie, Elia Lacoste, and Dubarin a third. Each group had a name. Robespierre's set was known as the people in charge, Vadier's as the energetic ones, Billaud's as the revolutionaries, Lindit's as the examiners, David's as the listeners, and that of Moïse Bell as the counterweights. These somewhat peculiar monikers were common currency. 51. Even though the antagonisms cut across one another, the key point is the increasing hostility of the Committee of General Security towards the Committee of Public Safety, to which it was legally subordinate. 52. The anti-clericals and atheists, who were in a strong position in general security, were dismayed by the officializing of the cult of the Supreme Being, and it was from their ranks, as we saw, that the Catherine Theot affair emerged, a device mounted against Robespierre. 53a. Further important grievance was that the Committee of General Security had not been involved with drafting the law of 22 Prairial. Its members, moreover, kept a significant silence during the rowdy sessions of 23 and 24 Prairial. Robespierre and his supporters, for their part, criticized the way in which the Committee of General Security exercised its police functions, not hesitating to use agents of doubtful Republican loyalty to infiltrate counter-revolutionary milieus. For Robespierre, any informer who acts only from a motive of self-interest and hopes of a reward is a false Republican. 54. In his speech of 8 Thermidor, he would say, "I tremble when I think that enemies of the Republic, and former professors of monarchy, and ex-nobles, emigres perhaps, have suddenly turned into revolutionaries and made themselves into agents of the Committee of General Security to take revenge on the friends of the Patrie for the birth and success of the Republic." 55. It was perhaps this mistrust that lay at the root of another contentious issue between the committees, the creation on 27 Germinal, following Saint-Just's report on the police, of a Bureau of Administrative Surveillance and General Policing, responsible to the Committee of Public Safety. True, its role was simply to inspect the authorities and public agents charged with cooperating with the administration, Article 5 of the decree, but the Committee of General Security could only interpret it as an encroachment on its terrain, a dispossession. Even within the Committee of Public Safety there was discord. Violent quarrels over military tactics broke out between Saint-Just and Carnot. After the Battle of Fleurus, from which he had just returned, Saint-Just criticized Carnot for having ordered, without consulting him, 18,000 men to be detached from the army of Sambre-Timus for an expedition to the Atlantic coast. According to him, had the order been carried out, Jordan could never have won his great victory at Fleurus. 56. Stranger than this, and more serious for the course of events, was the growing friction between Billaud-Varennes and Robespierre. Strange, as their positions were fundamentally close. On the origin of this quarrel we have, unless I am mistaken, no really trustworthy source. Billaud-Varennes had never forgiven Robespierre for his hesitation in sending Danton before the Revolutionary Tribunal. It would have been hard for him to swallow his exclusion from drafting the law of 22 Prairial. 57. He reputedly criticized Robespierre for violating the convention decree that accused Catherine Theot. All this is quite probable, but what emerges most clearly from the accounts of their altercations and from Billaud's defense after Thermidor, I believe, is the personal dislike between the two characters, both of them dour, plain-spoken, abrupt, and haughty. And Billaud, as we saw, would play a key role in the drama of Thermidor, enabling Martin Lyons to see this as actually a revolution from the left, a paradoxical view, but not altogether unreasonable. 58. Rumors and plot from late Prairial to the beginning of Messidor, throughout June, that is, successive episodes betrayed a hardening of antagonisms. The Theot affair was followed by that of the Indivisibilite section, in the context of the quelling of the Paris sections by the purged municipality. The commissioners of this section were denounced by the President of the General Assembly for preaching atheism and announcing the imminent restoration of the section societies. In the margin of the report from the Police Bureau to the Committee of Public Safety, Robespierre noted on 6 Messidor, "Arrest all those named in this article." The 12 commissioners were arrested on 9 Messidor, and the warrant for the order of their arrest was signed by Robespierre alone. This affair led to serious altercations between the governing committees, until eventually, on 21 Messidor, July 9, a joint decree by the two committees freed the indivisibilite commissioners. The same day, to complete its revenge, the Committee of General Security had that section's president arrested for slanderous denunciation. 59 The affair of the Paris gunners would further envenom the political atmosphere. These had always been ardent sans-culottes, devoted to Han Riot, the commander-in-chief of the National Guard and a loyal supporter of Robespierre. When Carnot ordered 6 companies of these gunners to be sent to the Army of the North, it was perceived as a bid to strip Paris of its most determined and effective popular militants. As of 15 Messidor, July 3, Robespierre ceased attending the Committee of Public Safety, which went down badly with most of his colleagues. He did not reappear until 5 Thermidor, after 20 days of absence. In his speech of 8 Thermidor he explained the reasons for this retreat. I shall confine myself to saying that for more than 6 weeks, the nature and force of calumny, the impossibility of doing good and stopping harm, forced me to absolutely desist from my functions as a member of the Committee of Public Safety, and I swear that in this I consulted only my reason and my patrie. 60 It was at the Jacobins that he chose to express himself from then on, with his offensive vigor intact. Already on 13 Messidor, he almost openly attacked his hostile colleagues. In London I am denounced to the French army as a dictator. The same slanders have been repeated in Paris. You would tremble if I told you where. In Paris it is said that it was I who organized the Revolutionary Tribunal, that this tribunal was organized to murder patriots and members of the Convention. I am depicted as a tyrant and an oppressor of the national representation. 61 10 days later, the session of the Jacobins was devoted to a homage to the lion friends of Chalier. Robespierre laid into Dubois-Craintes. They, the conspirators, left by the gate where the army corps commanded by Dubois-Craintes was stationed, but it remained immobile. Dubois-Craintes was expelled from the Jacobins on a motion from Couthon, and Fouché, likewise challenged, was summoned to vindicate himself before the Society of the reproaches addressed to him. 62 On 26 Messidor. When Fouché had failed to respond to this summons, Robespierre spoke. I begin by declaring that Fouché, as an individual, is of no interest to me. I did once associate with him, because I believed him a patriot. When I denounced him here, it was less on account of his past crimes than because he is committing others out of sight, and because I regard him as the leader of the conspiracy that we have to foil. 63 With that, Fouché too was expelled from the Jacobins. During these highly tense weeks, public life in Paris is described in many contemporary and Thermidorian accounts as a time of generalized fear and suspicion. There were said to be lists of proscriptions drawn up by Robespierre, including both the most compromised representatives on mission and the most visible ex-Dantonists. 64. No deputy dared to go out unarmed. All carried a pair of pistols, or, more discreetly, a dagger like Tauline, or, if they had not entirely lost the habits of a grand seigneur, a swordstick like a Marat. Robespierre never left his house unless accompanied by a bodyguard, usually composed of the jury of the Revolutionary Tribunal. Robespierre's spy followed Thuriot and Bourdon of the Oise during Messidor, and Tauline, too, was followed. According to one of his acquaintance, Fouché slept at a different address every night to escape arrest. Vadier, president of the Comité de Charité Générale, put his own spy Taschereau on Robespierre, but Taschereau betrayed him, preferring to report to Robespierre on Vadier's movements. 65. Since primary sources for this period are rare, or have still been little studied, one may well wonder, with Françoise Brunel, 66, whether this background noise was not strongly amplified after Thermidor, with a twofold intent: to stress the dangers incurred by the Thermidorians and the courage they had displayed, and to legitimize the fall of the tyrant as the only possible way out of such an intolerable situation. This period also invites a further question: was there really a plot to get rid of Robespierre, or is this again a post-Thermidorian story? For Mathies, there was no doubt that Thermidor was prepared by an understanding between those whom he calls the leading Montagnards, led by Tauline and Fouché, and the floating mass of the Convention, the Marais or Marche. Gerard Walter is so sure of it that he entitled his book La Conjuration du Neuf Thermidor. 67 Martin Lyons believes that there were enough common interests among Robespierre's opponents to explain their union against him, And many other examples could also be cited in support of the plot theory. This theory rests largely on the memoirs of Fouché and Barras, which are a tissue of fabrications, especially when covering this particular period, as well as on the boastings of Lecointre and Tallien. To anticipate a little, it is certainly possible that, on the evening of 8 Thermidor, the most implicated of the proconsuls agreed together on the line they would take the next day, but does this really add up to a plot? The hypothesis of a broad conspiracy involving the proconsuls, members of the committees and deputies of the plain, has the support of prestigious historians, 68, but it rests on sources that are after the event and of debatable reliability. Hostilities were opened by Tallien during the session of 9 Thermidor and immediately taken up by Billaud-Varennes. Yet in the preceding weeks Billaud had expressed publicly and in a threatening way his utter contempt for the dubious character that was Tallien. A prior understanding between these two men is more than unlikely. 69 The attempt at reconciliation over and above these reservations as to the truth of rumors and the existence of a plot. Several witnesses do report a situation too tense to last. The noisy rifts within the revolutionary government spread into the provinces, arousing an alarm that became general. Barrère, an expert in reconciliation, now sought to bring the committees and Robespierre together. It was probably at his instigation that the two committees met in plenary session on 4 Thermidor, still in the absence of Robespierre. 70 Their decree, drafted by Barrère, was a notable surety extended to Robespierre and Saint-Just, since it involved finally applying the laws of Ventos, for popular commissions were to be established, charged with screening suspects in the departments, as should have been in operation for a long time already. 71 Besides this, it was decided to establish 4 peripatetic sections of the Paris Revolutionary Tribunal to judge those detainees in the departments whom the popular commissions had designated after their checks. Robespierre agreed to participate in the session envisaged for the next day. The assembled deputies started off by staring silently at one another. The next day, wrote Saint-Just in the speech he was unable to deliver on 9 Thermidor, we met together again. Everyone kept a deep silence, both sides were present. I rose and said, you seem to be upset, everyone here should explain themselves openly, and I shall begin, if you will permit. 72 In a scathing passage of this account of the proceedings, Saint-Just denounced the hypocrisy of Billaud-Varennes. He said to Robespierre, we are your friends, we have always marched together. This disguise made my heart shiver. The day before he had called Robespierre a Pisistratus, and outlined an act of accusation against him. Accordingly, though there was far from total reconciliation, and it is quite possible that Robespierre set himself up as denouncer and reproached the committee members for being the first bulwark of the counter-revolutionaries. 73 It remains the case that concessions were made on both sides. On the one hand, the previous day's decree was revised in a way that made it more efficient. 74 On the other, Saint-Just agreed to sign the decree sending a large contingent of Paris gunners to the army of the North. It was decided that Saint-Just should give a report to the convention in the name of the two committees to show that they were no longer at loggerheads. A parenthesis. We might discern at this point a gap between Robespierre and Saint-Just, the former not believing in reconciliation and the latter doing his best for it, as proved by the genuinely ecumenical decree proposed at the end of his undelivered speech of 9 Thermidor. 75. In this sense, moreover, it is possible to agree with Dionys Mascalo when he writes, if Saint-Just had been allowed to deliver his speech of 9 Thermidor, the counter-revolution would probably not have taken place. 76 In this speech, Saint-Just showed that he understood his friend. His distancing in the bitterness of his soul may excuse him somewhat. He does not know the story of his persecution, he only knows his own misfortune. But he sought to avoid the imminent disaster. Instead of demanding the punishment of those whom he had just denounced at length, Billaud-Varennes and Culottes de Herbois, he ended on a gentler note, I make no conclusion against those whom I have named, I desire them to justify themselves, and for us to become wiser. There was widespread relief at the news of the understanding re-established within the committees. Barrère hailed this at the convention on 5 Thermidor, July 22, as did Couthon at the Jacobins the day after. Vaillant, an important member of the Committee of General Security, wrote to his fellow citizens and uses, it seemed that the horizon surrounding the two committees was a little befogged, this fog, which the malevolent tried to point to and make consistent, was seen only by them. The storm was spirited away and dissolved even before it had formed. 77-8 Thermidor, Robespierre defeated by the convention in the Republican calendar. Each 10-day decade had a particular name. The first decade of Thermidor was dedicated to misfortune. This misfortune began to take shape in the convention on 8 Thermidor, when Robespierre, in a very long speech, declared that for him it was not a time for reconciliation. "I need to unburden my heart," he began, before defending himself vigorously against his slanderers on the question of these plans for dictatorship and attacks on the national representation, imputed first of all to the Committee of Public Safety in general. By what fatality has this grand accusation been suddenly shifted onto the head of just one of its members? It is a strange project for a man to get the National Convention to murder itself by its own hands, so as to clear his path to absolute power. Let others perceive the ridiculous side of these charges. For my part, one see only their atrocity. 78 He cast onto his opponents the responsibility for the blood that had been shed. Is it we who threw patriots into dungeons and carried terror to all conditions of men? It is the monsters who have accused us. He repeatedly returned to the accusation of tyranny. They call me a tyrant. If I were one, they would grovel at my feet. I would stuff them with gold and guarantee them the right to commit any and every crime, and they would be grateful. 79 This part of the speech was infused by anger, with words of pain at times whose sincerity went far beyond the customary rhetoric of the day. Who am I, who stand here accused? A slave of liberty, a living martyr of the Republic, as much the victim of crime as its enemy. All rogues offend me, my zeal is labeled a crime. Take my consciousness away, I am the most unhappy of men, my emphasis. Robespierre then moved on to accusation. It is at this point that I have to let out the truth and reveal the genuine wounds of the Republic. He turned first of all to the Committee of General Security, to the excessive perversity of the subaltern agents of a respectable authority established in your midst. I cannot respect rogues, less still do I adopt the royal maxim that it is useful to employ them. Then he attacked those in charge of finance, who are the supreme administrators of our finances. Brissotins, feuillants, aristocrats and known rogues, people like Cambon, Mallarmé, Rammel, without mentioning them by name. He attacked Vadier, for his role in the Catherine Theot affair. Billaud Varennes, why do those who used to say to you, "I declare that we are walking on volcanoes," a phrase often used by Billaud, believe that today we are walking only on roses? Barrère, you have been told much about our victories, they would appear greater if recounted with less pomp. And Carnot. Division has been sown among the generals, the military aristocracy is protected, the military administration shrouds itself in a suspect authority, your decrees have been violated in order to shake off the yoke of unnecessary surveillance. Robespierre's conclusion, delivered with an icy violence, deserves to be quoted in full. 80. So let us say that there exists a conspiracy against public liberty, that it owes its strength to a criminal coalition that intrigues inside the convention itself, that this coalition has accomplices in the Committee of General Security and in the offices of that committee, where they predominate, that the enemies of the Republic set that committee up against the Committee of Public Safety, thus constituting two governments, that some members of the Committee of Public Safety are in this plot, that the coalition thus formed seeks to ruin patriots and the homeland. Patrie. What is the remedy to this ill? Punish the traitors, replace the staff of the Committee of General Security, purge the committee itself, constitute government unity under the supreme authority of the National Convention, which is the center and the judge, and in this way crush all the factions with the weight of the national authority, to raise on their ruins the power of justice and liberty. Such are the principles. If it is impossible to pronounce them without appearing ambitious, I would conclude that principles are prescribed and that tyranny reigns among us, but not that I should silence them, for what can they hold against a man who is right and who knows how to die for his country? I was born to fight crime, not to control it. The time has not arrived for men of substance to be able to serve the homeland with impunity. Defenders of liberty will just be outlaws, for as long as the horde of scoundrels predominates. This amazing harangue aroused such great emotion that Lecointre, despite being a sworn enemy of Robespierre, was the first to demand its printing. It was on this very question that a highly serious confrontation then began, in which for the first time Robespierre had the worst of it in the convention. Bourdon de Eloise opposed the immediate printing of Robespierre's speech, proposing to refer it to the two committees for examination. Couthon obtained a vote that, on the contrary, it not only be printed, but also sent to every commune in the Republic. Vadier then spoke up to defend himself over the Theat affair, one of the most extensive conspiracies, and maintained that the operations of the Committee of General Security have always been characterized by the stamp of the justice and severity required to repress the aristocracy. Cambon, violently challenged in Robespierre's speech, began by justifying his financial measures, but his conclusion marked the turning point of the session. It is time to speak the whole truth. A single man paralyzed the will of the National Convention. It is the man who has just delivered the speech. It is Robespierre. So, make your judgment. Applause. Voices hostile to Robespierre were then heard from all sides. Billaud Varennes, the more that Robespierre's speech inculpates the committee, the more scrupulously must the convention examine it before deciding to send it to the communes. I prefer my corpse to serve as a throne to an ambitious man than to become, by my silence, the accomplice of his misdeeds. I ask for it to be sent back to the two committees. Panis, I criticize Robespierre for having expelled from the Jacobins whomever he likes. I do not want him to have more influence than anyone else. Charlier, when a man boasts of having the courage of virtue, he must have that of truth. Name those whom you accuse. Applause. Several voices, yes. Yes. Name them. Robespierre refused. I stand by what I have said, and declare that I will take no part in any decision to prevent the dispatch of my speech. After interventions opposed to the printing of the speech, as much from the left as from the right, Amar, Thirion, and Barrère, who sensed the wind changing, the convention voted to refer the printing to the committees. Robespierre had lost. The events of the next 2 days would be only the sequel to this unprecedented disavowal. We often read that this speech of Robespierre's was a form of political suicide, and that his refusal to name the deputies whom he accused was a fatal mistake. Robespierre refused to reply, and by this move he lost. All those who had something to reproach themselves for felt threatened. 81 The tone of Robespierre's speech, however, was not that of a man willfully courting disaster. And we may doubt that Robespierre, always so swift to sense the currents of the convention, took a false step by refusing to name the rogues. As I see it, what he was after, in a kind of double or quits, was what would today be called a vote of confidence, an endorsement of his past conduct and a general consensus on his proposal to reorganize the revolutionary government. If he was unwilling to name names, it was to avoid going into detail. He even said as much, "People speak to me of Fouché. I do not intend to deal with this now. I distance myself from all that." The elimination of the corrupt was only one step on the path he was mapping out. That evening at the Jacobins, Robespierre read his speech again, meeting with lively applause. 82 It is said that after he read his speech, Robespierre addressed the Jacobins with these words, "The speech that you have just heard is my last testament. I have seen it today. The league of the ill-willed is so strong that I cannot hope to escape it. I succumb without regret. I leave you my memory. It will be dear to you, and you will defend it." He spoke of drinking hemlock, and David cried out, "I will drink it with you." At which point Couthon called for a vote, passed by unanimous acclaim, for the immediate expulsion of the deputies who had voted against the printing and dispatch of Robespierre's speech. Billaud and Culottes were at the club. They were driven out amid insults and threats. 83 A humiliation which doubtless influenced their actions the next day. On his return to the Committee of Public Safety, Culottes apparently delivered a violent attack against Saint-Just, but later that night it seems an agreement was reached. Saint-Just would prepare a report on the institutions, which he would read to his colleagues before submitting it to the convention, but he did not do so, which deepened the distrust of the committee members when they arrived at the session of the convention on the morning of 9 Thermidor, July 27. 9 Thermidor the sitting opened in the late morning, presided by Culottes de Herbois, who had been elected to the chair on 2 Thermidor, one of the many chance factors that would play a part in the unfolding of these days' events. 84 It began, as usual, with the reading of letters. Then Saint-Just came to the rostrum to present the report envisaged the previous day. His speech, which began with the famous words, "I am not of any faction, I shall combat them all," was very soon interrupted by Tallien, who asked to speak on a point of order, but instead violently assailed both the speaker and Robespierre. Yesterday a member of the government isolated himself from it, delivered a speech in his own name, and today another does the same. Once more there are attacks, aggravation of the ills of the pattery that are casting it into the abyss. I demand the curtain be completely torn away, very loud applause on 3 separate occasions. Billaud-Varennes interrupted Tallien on a further point of order, with equal virulence. After reporting in his way on the last evening's session at the Jacobins, yesterday the intention was proclaimed in that society of killing off the National Convention, he moved to the offensive. The moment has come to speak the truth. The Assembly would be misjudging events and its own position, were it to conceal from itself that it stands between 2 deaths. It will perish if it is weak. No! No! Shouted the deputies, jumping up and waving their hats. The spectators responded with shouts of "Vive la Convention, vive le comité de salut public." Saint-Just remained motionless and mute throughout the session. Le Bas then asked to speak. The president refused him, and when Le Bas insisted, the assembly had him called to order. In an electric atmosphere, Billaud continued his onslaught, punctuated by murmurs of indignation. He attacked Henriot, the head of the National Guard, accomplice of Hébert, an infamous conspirator, Dumas, the president of the Revolutionary Tribunal, who openly proposed at the Jacobins to expel from the convention all impure men, that is, all those that they want to put to death, and above all Robespierre. He accused Robespierre of having brought about single-handed the decree of 22 Prairial, that decree which, in the impure hands that he chose, could be deadly to patriots, of having defended Danton, of having organized spying on the representatives of the people that he wanted dead. And he concluded, "It is iniquitous to speak of justice and virtue when these are flouted, and to become exalted only when stopped or contradicted." Robespierre moved eagerly to speak, but the whole hall echoed with shouts of "Down with the tyrant." He fell silent, and slumped on the bench next to the rostrum. Tallien spoke again, demanding the arrest of Henriot, and lambasting Robespierre, who wanted to attack and isolate us by turns, so that he would remain alone in the end with the villainous and debauched men who serve him. I ask for this session to be declared permanent until the sword of the law has safeguarded the revolution, and we order the arrest of his creatures. Billaud instantly proposed and obtained the arrest of Henriot, his general staff, and Dumas. Barrère then launched into a long report, in which he carefully avoided siding with anyone. The final decree suppressed the post of commander of the National Guard. The head of each legion would command it in turn. The discussions resumed in the greatest confusion. Vadier, after once again recounting the Theatre affair, also turned on the tyrant, to listen to Robespierre. He is the sole defender of liberty. This drives him to despair. He will abandon everything. He is of rare modesty, laughter, and his constant refrain is, "I am oppressed, I am forbidden to speak, and it is only he who speaks usefully, as his will is always done." Tallien. Again, I request the floor in order to bring the discussion back to its real point. Robespierre replied, "I shall certainly be able to do so." He tried again to intervene, but the shouts from the assembly prevented him from making himself heard. Tallien continued his diatribe, but when he asserted that it was while Robespierre was in charge of the general police that these acts of oppression, were committed, that the patriots of the Revolutionary Committee of the Indivisibilite section were arrested, Robespierre exclaimed, "That is a lie." His voice was drowned out by yells. "It is to you, pure men, that I speak, and not to the brigands." Violent interruption. "For the last time, President of Assassins, I ask you to let me speak." Thuriot, who had replaced Culottes in the president's chair, "You will speak in your turn." Shouts of "No! No!" from all sides. The din continued. Robespierre exhausted himself in efforts to make himself heard, and his voice faded away. It was 2 in the afternoon when the obscure Luchet, a deputy for the Auvergne, proposed the decree to arrest Robespierre, which was passed unanimously. Augustin Robespierre asked to share the fate of his brother, which was similarly passed, and followed by a third decree that placed Saint-Just, Couthon, and Le Bas under arrest. Amid uproar, under a barrage of invective, the arrested deputies finally made their exit to the bar of the hall, from where they were conducted to the Committee of General Security. 85 In the course of the evening, each was taken to a different place of detention. Robespierre was brought first to the Luxembourg prison, where the guards refused to accept him, then to the police administration building on the Quai d'Orfèvres, where he remained until late in the night. Augustin Robespierre was locked up in Saint-Lazare, Saint-Just in the former Collège des Cassis, which had been converted into a jail, and Couthin in the prison of Port Libre, established in the former Abbey of Port Royal. 86 Defeat of the Commune insurrection. While this drama was playing out in the Tuileries, the Commune's General Council had met in ordinary session at the Maison Commune, the Hôtel de Ville. Towards 2 o'clock, spectators arriving from the convention brought the news of the arrest warrant for Han riot. 87 Fleury Lescot, the mayor, and Payen, the national agent, reacted without delay, sending members of the General Council to their sections to sound the general alarm. Han riot urged the heads of the 6 legions of the National Guard 88 to each send 400 men to the Maison Commune, and organized a concentration of gunners with their ordnance on the Place de Grève. The heads of 4 of the 6 legions, however, refused to assemble their men. They were summoned to the convention around 3 o'clock, where Thuriot, acting as president, forbade them to obey Han riot, whose position, of course, had just been abolished. The result was that out of 48 sections, only 16 sent detachments to the Maison Commune. 89 But since some of these, the section of the Panthéon Français, and, from around the Halles, the sections of Les Amis de la Patrie, Les Arcis, and Réunion, provided more men than requested, it is estimated that by 7 in the evening, an armed force of some 3,000 guards had been mobilized by the Commune on the Place de Grève. This force was all the stronger for the presence of most of the gunners' companies, manned by volunteers with a strong revolutionary consciousness, their cannon arrayed in front of the Maison Commune. 90 In the early evening, the General Council asked the section chiefs to come to the Commune and take an oath to save the patrie. A proclamation au peuple was issued: citizens, the patrie is more endangered than ever, scoundrels have dictated laws to the convention that they are oppressing. People, rise up. Do not lose the fruits of August 10th and May 31st. Let us cast all the traitors into the grave. 91 Two envoys went to the Jacobins to request their support. The society declared itself in permanent session, and sent a deputation to take an oath to die rather than live under crime. The General Council appointed the same evening a 9-man executive committee for the salvation of the Republic. 92, but there was little that this committee could do, and the lack of a competent military leader rapidly made itself felt. Its first idea was an improvisation that backfired. Around 5 o'clock, Han riot set out on horseback with an escort of a few gendarmes to rescue the arrested deputies, who at that point were still at the Committee of General Security. When he reached the courtyard of the Hôtel de Brion, he tried to break down the door of the room in which the committee was sitting. Old Rule came out and ordered the gendarmes on duty there to seize Han riot, explaining that he had been dismissed from his post and was under arrest. The general was tied up, with the help of his own escort. Around 8 o'clock, Coffenhal left the Place de Grève bound for the Tuileries, to rescue Han riot and the arrested deputies. With him went 400 men from the Amis de la Patrie section and several companies of gunners, joined en route by some 1,200 men from the section of Panthéon Français. The column reached the Place du Carrousel and the guns were pointed at the Hôtel de Brion, whose door had been broken down, but the building was almost empty. The members of the Committee of General Security were in session at the convention, and the arrested deputies had already been moved. Han riot, however, was freed, and carried triumphantly into the courtyard. Now came the turning point of this journey. Instead of taking advantage of its superiority, in both guns and men, to invade the nearby hall where the convention was sitting, the column, lacking orders or leaders, returned to the Maison Commune. The convention had had a narrow escape. In the evening's extraordinary session, 93, the Assembly unanimously passed decrees placing outside the law Han riot, the mayor Fleury Lescot, and all the members of the Commune who had risen in rebellion, as well as Robespierre and the other deputies, who had meanwhile been liberated by a force sent by the Commune, and thus evaded the arrest warrants against them. On Valent's proposal, Barras was appointed commander-in-chief of the armed force, and 7 deputies chosen to be his aides. 94 Meanwhile, the Commune was trying to get organized. The liberated Augustin Robespierre appeared to great applause, followed by Louis Bas. Around 10 in the evening, the mayor appointed a delegation to go and convince Robespierre to join the Commune movement. He does not belong to himself, he must belong wholly to the patrie, to the people. After a first refusal, Robespierre wanted, like Marat, to be brought before the Revolutionary Tribunal. He agreed to proceed to the Maison Commune, where he was joined shortly after by Saint-Just and Dumas, and later Couthon. Throughout these long hours, however, the National Guards and gunners were left on the Place de Grève without supplies or instructions. News of the outlawing circulated with devastating effect. At 11 in the evening, the section members began to return home. By 1 in the morning, the last battalion, that of Finistère, Faubourg Saint-Marceau, had left the deserted square. When Leonard Borden broke into the Maison Commune at the head of a hastily recruited column, boosted by the battalion of his own Graveliers section, Louis Bas shot himself in the head and died. Augustin Robespierre threw himself out of the window and broke his leg, and Couthon, in his wheelchair, hurled himself down the grand staircase and survived. Maximilien Robespierre tried to kill himself, but managed only to smash his jaw. 95 While Saint-Just let himself be taken without resistance, stoical and silent as he had been since his interrupted speech the previous day. Such was the end of the communal insurrection, defeated without putting up a fight. The responsibility clearly lies with those who failed to lead it, en riot, and the leaders of the General Council. The legalistic scruples of Robespierre also played a part, along with the silence of Saint-Just, once so valiant in the face of gunfire, but this evening seemingly broken. Yet if only a third of the sections marched with the Commune that day, if the sectionnaires so readily dispersed into the night, this is because the Parisian popular movement, brought to heel by the very men it was supposed to defend that evening, was no longer what it had been on August 10th or May 31st. The proclamation of the maximum wage, just 4 days previous, was the last straw in dividing it from the Robespierrists in the Commune. Its relative passivity was no more than the decree absolute of a divorce begun during the winter of year 2. The guillotining of the Robespierrists the following morning, 10 Thermidor, the outlawed prisoners were brought to the Conciergerie. The assembled convention ruled that the Revolutionary Tribunal shall carry out without delay the decrees passed yesterday against the deputies declared traitors to the patrie and placed outside the law, against the mayor and national agent of Paris, against Dumas, en riot, Lavalette and Boulanger. Their execution will take place today on the Place de la Révolution. 96 The hearing at the Revolutionary Tribunal, which opened at 1 in the afternoon, was confined to verifying the identity of the prisoners, as their outlaw status made any regular trial pointless. The verdict was delivered at 4 o'clock, 22 death sentences. 97 The executions took place the same evening. Couthon died first, Robespierre last, but one, Fleuriot-Lescot the last. The bodies were thrown into the common grave of Les Errances, behind Parc Monceau, and sprinkled with quicklime. The following day, the tribunal pronounced 71 further death sentences, chiefly members of the Commune's General Council, and a further 12 the day after. Out of the 95 members of the council present at the Maison Commune on 9 and 10 Thermidor, 87 were guillotined. 98 A new terror had begun. One on the repression and purge, see Sable, Les Sans-Culottes Parisiens, pages 823 to 916. Both Fleuriot-Lescot and Payen would join the Robespierrists in the tumbril the day after 9 Thermidor. 2 A.P., volume 87, page 486, 3 Ibid, page 694, for the 12 commissions were civil administration, police and tribunals, public instruction, agriculture, trade and supplies, public works, public assistance, transport, finance, army, navy and colonies, arms and explosives, foreign relations. 5 Saint-Just, over-completes, page 742. 6 This demobilization in the sections was also the result of the most patriotic elements leaving for the armies. 7 Saint-Just, over-completes, page 685. 8 Ibid, page 1141. 9 Robespierre, Virtue and Terror, p. 109 ff. My emphasis. Subsequent quotations are drawn from the same speech. 10 Saint-Just, Fragments sur les institutions républicaines, over completes, pages 1130-1. This text was not made public during Saint-Just's lifetime. 11 Ibid, pages 1120-1, 12 Ibid, page 1139, 13 Ibid, page 263. My emphasis. 14 A.P., volume 89, page 94, 15 Brunel, Thermidor. 16 Hoche, suspected of Hebertism, was in prison. 17 Robespierre, over completes, volume 10, pages 442-65, 18 Chief among these were, to detest bad faith and tyranny, punish tyrants and traitors, succor the unfortunate, respect the weak, defend the oppressed, do to others all the good that one can, and be unjust towards no one, Article 3. 19 Thus in Clermont-Ferrand, on the facade of a lateral door to the nave of the cathedral, it is still possible to read, "The French people recognize the supreme being and the immortality of the soul," in Jean-Christophe Bailly, Lou Depaysement, Paris. Lou Soul, 2011, page 339, 20 Allard, La Société des Jacobins, volume 6, page 114, 21 Mathies, Robespierre et le culte de l'être suprême, 1910, in Études sur Robespierre, page 157. Mathies also establishes that the list of festivals every 10 days, which may raise a smile today, was drawn up in full by Mathieu, deputy for the Oise, on behalf of the Committee of Public Instruction. 22 Saint-Just, Fragments, page 1103. It is true that he adds, "In no civil commitment are religious considerations permitted, and any act that refers to these is null and void." 23 A detailed description of the festival is given by Mathies, Robespierre et le culte de l'être suprême, pages 175-80, 24A. P. Volume 91, p. 639 ff. 25 Mathies, La Révolution Française, Volume 3, page 206, 26 cited by Maurice Demanget, Les idées politiques et sociales d'Auguste Blanqui, Paris. Editions Rivière, 1957, p. 310 ff. My thanks to Dominique Lunez for pointing out to me this reference. See also Albert Mathies, Notes Inédites de Blanqui sur Robespierre, and Girondins et Montagnards, 1930, Paris, Les Editions de la Passion, 1988, p. 220 ff. It has to be said that, writing these notes in the Doullens prison in 1850, Blanqui only had available to him the Histoire de Girondins by Lamartine, a personal enemy of his into the bargain. 27 Guérin, La de Classes, Volume 1, page 362, 28 After Thermidor, some members of the Committee of Public Safety, seeking to defend themselves against the accusation of Robespierreism, maintained that they had not been party to this decision or that, Billaud-Varennes and Barrère, for example, claimed that they had had nothing to do with the prairial laws, whereas they had actually championed these in the convention. 29 Allard, La Société des Jacobins, Volume 5, page 686. Boulanger was accused of having backed the idea of insurrection at the Cordeliers. Robespierre replied that the greatest danger would be to confuse patriots with the cause of the conspirators. 305 Ventosier 4, February 24, 1796. Cited by Mathies, Babeuf et Robespierre, and Études sur Robespierre, page 247. For a while, Babeuf rejoiced in the fall of Robespierre, but he rapidly changed his mind. 31 Sierra Leonean Lyons Moniteur, Volume 20, p. 694 ff. A. p. Volume 91, page 483, 32a. P. Volume 91, page 528, 33. It is sometimes claimed that the prairial laws were promulgated when the Fleurist victory had already transformed the situation on the northern front. This is incorrect. Fleurist dates from 8 Messidor, June 28, and so 8 days after 22 Prairial, June 20th, when the outcome of the campaign was still uncertain. It was no more certain at the time of the tumbrils of the Great Terror. 34 Mathies, La Révolution Française, Volume 3, p. 197 ff. Georges Lefebvre, Sur la loi de Prairial and 2, 1951, and Études sur la Révolution Française, Paris, Presses Universitaires de France, 1963, pages 108 to 37, 35 Ibid, pages 120 and 123, 36 Allard, La Société des Jacobins, Volume 6, page 153. 37 The only penalty was death, the evidence required being any information, of whatsoever kind, that may convince a reasonable man and a friend of liberty. 38 out of the 6 commissions, only 2 were established in Paris, and these only began operation in the first days of Thermidor. 39 Brunel, Thermidor, page 71. 40 cited by Lefebvre, Sur la loi de Prairial in 2, page 130, 41 Ibid, page 126, 42 Martin, Violence et Revolution, pages 229 to 30. Among recent examples that make Robespierre responsible for the bloodbath, see one of the most recent biographies, that by Ruth Sker, Fatal Purity, Robespierre and the French Revolution, New York, Metropolitan Books, 2006. He bears direct responsibility for the Law of 22 Prairial, which was designed to both speed up and expand the Revolutionary Tribunal's work. In this simple, technical, legal sense, his hands are covered in blood. It does not matter which, or how many, individuals he intervened personally to save at the 11th hour, page 297. 43 On one Germinal, the municipality posted a new list of maximums, with higher prices than those set earlier. 44 Karen, Paris Pendant la Terreur, Volume 3, page 65, 45 cited by Matthews, La Vie Chère, page 221, 46 Sabel, Les Sans Culottes Parisiens, page 948, 47 Brunel, Thermidor, page 44, 48 Among the post-Thermidor documents most often cited, the majority date from year 3 and were published by order of the Convention, L. Lecointre. Les crimes de sept membres de anciens commites de salut public et de charité générale, ou dénonciation formelle à la Convention nationale contre Billaud-Varennes, Barrère, Caulotte. D. Herbois, Vadier, Voland, Amar et David, BHVP, 950217, Réponse de membres de l'ancien comité de salut public dénonces, aux pieces communiquées par la Commission de 20 et 1, BHVP, 955817, C. Duval, Projet de procès-verbal de séances de 9, 10 et 11 Thermidor, BHVP, 600446, E. M. Courtois, Rapport sur les événements du 9 Thermidor and 2, BHVP, 603651, J. Violet, Causes secrètes de la Révolution du 9 au 10 Thermidor, Paris, Langlois, Vendémiaire and 3. 49 Memoirs d'Art, Levasseur, Volume 3, page 71. Despite being written 35 years after the events, Levasseur's memoirs offer a valuable testimony. The honest Levasseur seeks neither to allot himself a fine role nor to excuse himself. He was a critical Robespierrist, a rarity at this time. 50 Matthews, La Révolution Française, Volume 3, page 196. The particular case of Tallien is well known. What mattered for him was to save the life of his mistress, Teresa Cabarrus, imprisoned since 3 Prairial on a warrant from the Committee of Public Safety signed by Robespierre. 51 G. J. Senart, Révélations Poésies dans les cartons de comites de salut public et de charité générale, Paris, de Mesnil, 1824, cited by Buquez and Roux, Volume 33, page 8. Senart relates what he heard in the milieu of the members of the Committee of General Security, for which he was an agent. 52 C. On this point Michel Eudes, Le Comité de Charité Générale en 1793-1794, AHRF, 1985, number 261, page 295, 53 inches The 9 Thermidor, Motives and Effects. In Jones' edition, The French Revolution in Social and Political Perspective, Martin Lyons makes the interesting remark that many of Robespierre's enemies on the Committee of General Security were from the Midi, Moïse Bell from Marseille, Vadier and Barrère from the Pyrenees, Amar from Grenoble, Vaillant from Uzes, Jagot from the Ain, Lacoste from Dordogne, and Dubarrand from the Gers. The southern origins of the Thermidorians is in striking contrast to the predominantly northern Robespierrists. The Auvergnat Couthon provides the exception. This is of more than academic interest. Robespierre, who had never been south of the Loire, had no experience of the situation in the Midi. He did not know the strength of popular Catholicism in the southwest, or of counter-revolutionary royalism in Marseille, except at second hand. For the Thermidorians, the members of the Committee of General Security who acted against Robespierre, Robespierre's policy of religious conciliation was a surrender in the face of the enormous strength of the counter-revolution in the Midi. In their opinion, Robespierre did not realize that vigorous measures against the clergy were essential to the defense of the Republic in the Ariège, the Gers, and the Gard, pages 408-9. 54 Papiers trouvés chez Robespierre, cited by Lyons, the 9 Thermidor, note 13, 55 Robespierre, over completes, volume 10, page 557, 56. Aside from personal antipathies, they were opposed on a basic question. Carnot wanted a war of conquest in Flanders, waged by a professionalized army, whereas for Saint-Just the war should only be defensive. 57 The day after 22 Prairial, in the morning session of the Committee of Public Safety, Billaud-Varennes accused Robespierre aloud as soon as he entered the session, reproaching him for having taken to the convention, alone with Couthon, the abominable decree that terrified patriots. It was, he said, against all principles and the regular course of the committee to present a draft decree without communicating it to the committee. I see clearly that I am alone, and that no one supports me, said Robespierre, and immediately flew into a rage. He shouted so loud that several citizens gathered on the Tuileries terraces. The window was closed, and the discussion continued as hotly as before. Réponse des membres de l'ancien Comité de Salut Public, note 8. 58 feet 9 inches Thermidor, seen so often as the work of reactionaries, was interpreted by the Comité de Charité Générale and by its main authors as a revolution of the left. Lyons, the 9 Thermidor, page 397. 59 Sable, Les Sans-Culottes Parisiens, pages 973-4. On 9 Thermidor, Billaud-Varennes criticized Robespierre for the arrest of the best revolutionary committee in Paris, that of the Indivisibilite section. 60 Robespierre, over completes, volume 10, page 565. Robespierre spoke of 6 weeks, which was inexact. 61 Buquets and Roux, Histoire parlementaire, volume 33. My emphasis. 62 Ibid, pages 341-2, 63 Ibid, page 345, 64 Robespierre alluded to this on 8 Thermidor. Is it true that hateful lists have been presented, naming a number of members of the convention, which are claimed to be the work of the Committee of Public Safety, and subsequently to be my work? In his memoirs, the convention deputy Levasseur from the Sarthe wrote, the enemies of this famous man carefully nourished this unfounded belief. They circulated lists of proscribed men, including figures from all parties, and these lists were always presented as the work of Robespierre. Memoirs d'Art Levasseur, volume 3, page 77. 65 Lyons, the 9 Thermidor, page 399, 66 Brunel, Thermidor, page 81, 67 Gerard Walter, La Conjuration du Neuf Thermidor, Paris, Gallimard, 1974. 68 Including Mathies and Sable, the plot was hatched during the night, between the members of the committees, the Plain, and the deputies who had long been planning the downfall of Robespierre. Sable, Les Sans-Culottes Parisiens, page 996. 69 The only possible collusion between the proconsuls and Robespierre's opponents in the governing committees was that between Fouché and Collot d'Herbois, bound together by their atrocities during the repression of Lyon. 70 For the sessions of the two committees on 4 and 5 Thermidor, the essential text is that of Mathies, who magisterially unraveled the skein of post-Thermidor documents. Les séances de 4 and 5 Thermidor and 2 aux du Comité de Salut Public et de Charité Générale, and Albert Mathies, Girondins et Montagnards, 1930, Paris, Les Editions de la Passion, 1988, pages 139-70, 71 Only the 2 Paris commissions had been set up, and the first 2 lists of detainees were only approved by the committees in the first days of Thermidor. 72 Saint-Just, over-completes, pages 769 to 85, 73 Réponse des membres de l'ancien comité de salut public, page 89, 74 The new text read as follows. Revolutionary commissions shall be appointed as appears necessary for the judgment of the detainees sent to the tribunal, obviating any need to apply to the convention to form the four mobile sections, Matthews, Les Séances de 4 et 5 Thermidor, page 149. 75 The National Convention decrees that the institutions, which will be constantly amended, shall provide the means to prevent the government, while losing none of its revolutionary energy, from tending towards arbitrariness, favoring ambition, and oppressing or usurping the national representation. 76 Dionys Mascalo, see La Lecture de Saint-Just est possible, 1946, and à la recherche d'un communisme de pensée, Paris, Editions Forbes, 1993, page 37, 77 Matthews, Trois lettres de Vallon sur la Christ de Thermidor, and Girondins et Montagnards, page 175. This letter is dated 8 Thermidor, but was written before Robespierre's speech of that date. 78 Buquets and Roux, Histoire parlementaire, volume 33. Françoise Brunel emphasizes that the official account of this dramatic session was belated and of doubtful reliability. It was not the least original feature of the journeys from 2 to 18 Thermidor that they were reconstructed in year 4 or even year V by the editors of the Conseils du Directoire, many of whom had an interest in. Forgetting, Françoise Brunel, Thermidor, page 89. 79 Robespierre, Virtue and Terror, pages 130 to 1. 80 Ibid, pages 140 to 1. 81 Matthews, La Révolution Française, volume 3, page 217. 82 Buquets and Roux, Histoire parlementaire, volume 34, pages 2 to 3, make the point that no document of the time that might help towards a history of the Jacobins Club on the stormy evenings of 8 and 9 Thermidor has been preserved. No journalist stenographed the debates, and the minutes drawn up by the club's bureau were confiscated by the Thermidorians and removed from the reach of posterity. The account of the session rests on tradition, on the testimony of Billaud-Varennes, and on the report by Courtois in year 3. Thus everything has to be taken with a pinch of salt. 83 Ibid, page 3, 84a. P. Volume 93, p. 550 ff. 85 The Committee of General Security sat at the Hôtel de Bryanne, on the river side of the Tuileries, off the Pavillon de l'Égalité, now floor, to which it was connected by a wooden corridor. 86 The Collège des Écossais still exists, on 65, Rue du Cardinal Lemoyne, then Fosses Saint-Victor. The Abbey of Port Royal is today part of the maternity hospital of that name. 87 The official account of the session, Buquets and Roux, Histoire parlementaire, volume 34, pages 47 to 56, is very confused. The communal insurrection is described in great detail in Sable, Les Sans Culottes Parisiens, pages 997 to 1024. 88 The 6 legions of the National Guard each comprised the National Guards from 8 sections. 89 Almost all these sections were in eastern Paris, whereas the west, beyond Rue d'Affre and Rue de la Harpe on the left bank, more or less the line of the Boulevard Saint-Michel, and beyond the Rue and Faubourg Saint-Denis on the right bank, were loyal to the convention. 90 We should remember that 12 companies had been sent to the front by Carnot, but their guns remained in Paris. Sable notes that there were volunteers among the citizens competent enough to operate the cannon, Les Sans Culottes Parisiens, page 1003. 91 Buquets and Roux, Histoire parlementaire, volume 34, page 46, 92 These were, Payen, Coffenhal, Vice President of the Revolutionary Tribunal, Louvet, Administrator of Provisions, L'Herbours, Commissioner for Public Assistance, Legrand, from the Cite Section, Châtenay, a juror on the Revolutionary Tribunal, Desboisseaux, from the Fraternité Section, Arthur, from the Peak Sections, and Bernard, from the Montreal Section. 93a, p. Volume 93, pages 562 to 95, 94 These were Frerin, Farad, Borden de Eloise, Rovere, Bolet, Delmas, and Leonard Borden. 95 Or else he was shot by a gendarme by the name of Murda, who broke his jaw. Both versions have their champions, and both are plausible, an uncertainty that is indicative of the vagueness surrounding all these events. 96a, p. Volume 93, pages 596 to 618, 97 Maximilien and Augustin Robespierre, Saint-Just, Couthon, Dumas, who had presided this very tribunal 2 days before, Payan, Fleuriot Lescot, Han Riot, Lavalette, Vivier, who chaired the Jacobins. Session on the night of 9 Thermidor, and 12 members of the Commune's General Council. 98. This is the number given by François Brunel, Thermidor, page 109. Gerard Walter gives the lower but still impressive figure of 75, La Conjuration du Neuf Thermidor, page 158. Epilogue, the meaning of 9 Thermidor. A slandered creek, not so deep, death, Mallarmé, Tombeau de Verlaine. From that moment all was lost. To justify their crime, those who had cooperated in the events of that day were obliged to change into heads of accusations the very principles, conduct, and virtues of their victims. The interested professors of democracy and the ancient partisans of aristocracy were found to accord once more. Certain rallying cries that recalled the doctrines and institutions of equality were now regarded as the impure howls of anarchy, brigandism, and terrorism. Those that in Robespierre's time had been wisely kept in check for the nation's safety seized upon authority again, and to revenge themselves for the humiliation they had been reduced to, they involved in a long and sanguinary proscription, together with the sincere friends of equality, those also who had preached it from self-interest, and even the very factionists who by reason, jealousy, or blindness, had so largely and fatally cooperated in the counter-revolution of the 9th Thermidor. 1. The name of the man who explains the meaning of 9 Thermidor in this way was Filippo Buonarroti, a friend of Robespierre who for a long time defended his memory and spread his ideas. At the start of his book on the conspiracy of equals, he presents the event as a radical break, or at least a disastrous turn. From the moment that the revolutionary government had passed into the hands of the egoists, it became a veritable public scourge. 2 major historians have also given credit to the idea of a Thermidorian break, by ending their histories of the revolution at this date. The most prestigious example is that of Michelet. In the closing lines of his great book, a child, taken by his parents to the theater soon after Thermidor, is amazed to see on the way out men in jackets, their hats doffed, asking the spectators as they leave, "Do you need a carriage, master?" The child does not understand these new words. He asks for an explanation, and is simply told that there has been a great change with the death of Robespierre. Jouwers breaks off his contribution to the Histoire socialiste de la Révolution Française after Thermidor at the end of Volume 6, leaving in the hands of our friends the torch whose flame has already been buffeted by such stormy winds. Mathies similarly ends the 3rd and final volume of his Histoire de la Révolution Française with Thermidor, a memorable example of the limits of human will grappling with the resistance of things, a nod, perhaps, to Saint-Just's expression, "The force of things." 3. Alongside these venerable writers of the past, it is unsettling to see some present-day historians, even among the most interesting, interpret Thermidor in a very different way. For Martin Lyons, and regarding 9 Thermidor as the end of the revolution, we have taken for granted an interpretation of the revolution which has perhaps overstated the role of Robespierre and the Terror. Lyons arrives, as we have seen, at the rather paradoxical conclusion that 9 Thermidor, seen so often as the work of reactionaries, was interpreted by the Comite de Charite Générale and by its main authors as a revolution of the left. Neither Barrère, nor Billaud, nor Culottes, he continues, imagined that the overthrow of Robespierre would necessarily mean the end of the Terror. The Thermidorian regime of the year 3 became a perversion of their original intentions, for Françoise Brunel goes further, writing that 9 Thermidor appears to her a non-event, apart from the number of victims. For her, the end of the revolution is located not in Thermidor of year 2 but in Germinal Prairial of year 3, April, May 1795, when, after the final Paris uprising was crushed, the last Montagnards were arrested and either deported or condemned to death. None of this, the closing of the Jacobins' Club, the abrogation of the maximum, the Constitution of Year 3, was inevitable on 9 Thermidor. 5. It is true that the Roman-style suicide of the prairial martyrs, 6. The throwing of Marat's ashes into the sewer, and the return of the Girondins to the Convention, all these events of Year 3, may well appear as an ending. For Yannick Bosque, it is the new constitution of that year that marks the real break. 7. But is it possible to argue, for all that there was a continuity in the revolution beyond 9 Thermidor? On 10 Thermidor, in the evening session 8, the convention decided on Lecointer's proposal to purge the popular commissions, set up, we recall, to screen suspects and distribute their assets to the poor. This operation would be conducted under the auspices of the Committees of Public Safety and General Security, but the final decision would be taken by the convention itself. This was a major step towards the de facto annulment of the Ventos decrees. 9. The following day, on Thuriot's proposal, the Revolutionary Tribunal, peopled by Robespierre's creatures, was suspended and replaced by a temporary commission. In the evening, as proposed by Tallien, the convention decreed that all the committees would be renewed by a quarter each month. Delmas requested successfully that no member shall be able to return to a committee within a month of leaving it. 10. On 14 Thermidor, August 1st, the prairial law, a veritable martial law, was abolished. 11. Fouquier-Tinville was placed under arrest at Freren's proposal. I demand that Fouquier-Tinville go and expiate in hell the blood that he has spilled. On 7 Fructidor, August 24th, less than a month after the fall of Robespierre, a series of laws were passed that completely reorganized the revolutionary government and administration. The revolutionary committees were reduced to 1 per local administrative capital. Paris would have 12, and the arrondissement of each of these committees shall include 4 sections. This put an end to the autonomy of the sections, and was the origin of the ordering of Paris into 12 arrondissements, which lasted until 1860. The government was now divided into 16 committees, 12 with 12 principal ones to which 12 executive commissions were attached. The Committee of Public Safety saw its brief reduced to the direction of diplomacy and military operations, the manufacture of war material, and the importation and circulation of goods. Domestic administration and tribunals were removed from it and assigned to the Legislation Committee, which became the third committee of government. In parallel with this legislative overhaul, the leading personnel were massively purged. On 13 Thermidor, the convention chose the men who would fill the vacancies on the Committee of Public Safety. Only Dantonists and representatives of the plain were elected, plus Tallien. 13 For the Committee of General Security. The gaps were filled by Legendre, a close friend of Danton, Goupilot de Fontenay, whose altercations with Rossignol and Nevade had made his reputation, Merlin de Thionville, an associate of Chabot and Baer, André Dumont, famous for his repressive ferocity in the Somme, Bernard de Saints, and Jean de Brie, a Girondin who had signed the protest against May 31st. He would resign the same day. Here again, moderates, corrupt men discredited before Thermidor. It took only a few days, therefore, 3 or 4 weeks at the most, to destroy the foundations of the revolutionary government and lay down those of what would soon become the Thermidorian reaction. 14 Any who thought they could continue the work of the Great Committee, once Robespierre was got rid of, were soon carried away in the great reactionary current. 15 So 9 Thermidor does indeed constitute a rupture, but since this date clearly does not mark the end of the revolution, what other moment should be chosen as the final curtain? It is not very convincing to end with the last session of the convention, nor with the pitiful exit of the Directory on 18 Brumaire of Year 8, nor again with the transition from the consulate to the empire. Did the revolution end with the departure for St. Helena of the man in the little hat, whom Madame de Staël saw as a Robespierre on horseback? What was brutally concluded with Thermidor is the incandescent phase of the revolution, in which men of government, sometimes followed and sometimes driven forward by the most conscious section of the people, sought to change material inequities, social relations, and ways of life. They did not succeed, to be sure. Their failure and their tragic end were not fundamentally due to the coalition of Fripons, but far more to the social fear aroused by their program, and the contradictions between the realism of the revolutionary government and the demands of the popular movement. The heirs of the Thermidorians, who have governed and taught us continuously ever since, seek to travesty this history. Against them, let us keep memory alive, and never lose the inspiration of a time when one heard tell that the unfortunate are the powers of the earth, that the essence of the republic or of democracy is equality, and that the purpose of society is the common happiness. 1 Filippo Buonarroti, Buonarroti's History of Babeuf's Conspiracy for Equality, London, Hetherington, 1836, page 37, 2 Ibid, 3 Matthews, 1929 Book La Réaction Thermidorienne, Paris, La Fabrique, 2010, is different from the 3 volumes of his Histoire, and cannot readily be viewed as a continuation. François Furet's interpretation of Thermidor also evolved between La Révolution Française, written together with Denis Richet in 1963, and Penser la Révolution Française in 1978. In the first of these books, he wrote, "Not only did the revolutionary movement continue to advance, it went beyond itself in seeking to consolidate its conquests, the fundamental liberties and property ownership without privilege." François Furet and Denis Richet, The French Revolution, London, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 1970, page 215. In the second, Robespierre may have put the revolution on ice when he silenced the Parisian sections and instigated the trials of the spring of 1794, but it was when he died, in Thermidor, that the revolution died, page 57. 4 Lyons, The Nine Thermidor, pages 395, 397, 411, 5 Brunel, Thermidor, pages 127-8, 6 Bourbat, Duquesnoy, Duroy, Goujon, Ram and Soubrany, condemned to death by a military commission after 4 Prairial, all tried to commit suicide. Some of them succeeded, others were taken to the scaffold wounded or dying. 7 Yannick Bosque, Le Conflit de Libertés. Thomas Paine et le débat sur la déclaration et la constitution de l'N3, Université AIX Marseille University de Province, 2000, 8a. P. Volume 93, pages 616-8, 9 for the events of Thermidor and Fructidor of Year 2, C. Matthews, La Réaction Thermidorienne, Chapter 1, 10a. P. Volume 93, pages 619-44 and 645-51, 11 Official martial law, abolished by the Montagnard Convention, would be re-established by the Constitution of 1798. 12 The Committees of Public Safety, General Security, Finance, Legislation, Public Instruction, Agriculture and Arts, Trade and Supplies, Public Works, Transport and Post, Army, Navy and Colonies, Public Assistance, Administrative Divisions, Minutes and Archives, Petitions and Correspondence, and Inspectors of the National Palace, A.P. Volume 95, pages 396-420. 13 These were Briard, Eschasiriax the Elder, Laloy, Thuriot, Trailhard and Towlane. 14 Furet and Richet note that the political use of this term appears for the first time in the Dictionnaire de l'Académie, 1798 Reaction. Applied figuratively to a party that takes revenge and acts in turn. 15 On 7 Nivosier 3, a parliamentary commission was formed to examine the behavior during the terror of Billaud-Varennes, Caulotte de Herbois, Barrère and Vadier, Robespierre's tale. After the Germinal uprising, they were sentenced to deportation. Index page numbers in bold refer to maps Arendt, Hannah 300 Army 158 The Amalgame 225-6 Command Structure 158, 291, 369 Levy en masse, 1793, 291-3 Levy of 300,000 men 226. 229 Nancy Revolt 119-22 Organization 369 Reorganization 225-6 Strength 158 221 Army Formation Chateauvivier Regiment 120-2 Flanders Regiment 80 88 Gardes Françaises 53 65 68 70 87 King's Regiment 120-2 Mestrada Camps Regiment 120-2 Royal Allemand Regiment 68 Swiss Guards 65, 68, 70, 88, 172-4, 182 N Artisans. Situation, 1780s, 22-6 Artois, Comte D 66, 73, 114, 149 Arts and Artists 317-18 Assembly of Notables. February 1787 40 Assembly, right of 135 to 8 assignats 108 to 9, 147, 176, 209, 221, 277, 280, 385 Atheism 319 to 20, 321, 371, 391 Austria, war with 123 N, 150 to 9, 217, 294 to 5 Avignon 149 Avoyes 51 Bailey, Jean-Sylvain 70 to 1, 73, 91, 103, 128, 129, 131, 132 Barbaroux, Charles Jean-Marie 205 to 7, 245, 258 Barrère, Bertrand 215, 222, 239, 245, 268, 279 to 80, 283, 292, 323, 334, 342, 364, 394 to 6, 398, 403 Barjals. 51 Barnave, Antoine Pierre 44, 93, 101, 125 N, 130, 133, 138, 141, 152, 290 Barris, Paul François 299, 393 to 4, 406 to 7 Baer, Claude 189, 335 to 6, 351, 361 BAS Pupil 24 to 6 BAS, Philippe François Joseph 357 Sierra Leone and Leones, 402, 404, 407 Bastille, storming of 70 to 1 Beauharnais, Alexander François Marie de 128, 129 Beaurepaire, Nicolas Joseph 184 Beggars 19, 24, 74 Belgium, occupation of 218, 221 Bentable, Pierre Carnot 226 to 7 Bentham, Jeremy 334 Bergs 51 Bernonville, Pierre de Roule, Marquis de 221, 222 Bianchi, Serge 306, 311 Billaud-Varennes, Jacques Nicolas 204, 232 to 3, 244, 268, 274, 288, 323, 344, 368, 390, 395, 398, 399 to 400, 402, 403 Bill posting 135 Bonaparte, Napoleon 296 to 7, 377, 416 Books of Grievances 18, 52 to 5 Bordeaux 20, 22, 257, 299 Bosque, Yannick 413 Bouche de Fer 98 Bouchat, Jean-Baptiste Noël 338 to 9, 362, 364 Bull, François Claude Amour, Marquis de 120 to 4 Borden, François Louis, Borden de Eloise, 317, 339, 351, 380, 387, 399 Borden, Leonard 181, 274, 407 Bourgeois Revolution 82 to 3. 357 Bourse, the 65, 68, 112, 277 Boyd, Walter 334 Brabant 98 N, 219 Bread Prices 72, 86, 112, 176, 202, 209, 231, 280 Breteuil, Baron de 67 to 8, 151, 153 Breton Club, the C. Jacobins, the Brienne, Etienne Charles de Lamanida, Archbishop of Toulouse 34, 41, 42, 44 Brigands, fear of 74 to 5 Brissotins 152 to 3, 156, 157, 159, 159 to 62, 178 Brisset, Jacques Pierre 27, 73 N, 98, 116, 147, 150, 151, 153 to 5, 161 to 2, 167, 195, 208, 247, 289 to 90 Brittany 17, 257 Broye, Victor François, Duc de 68, 73 Brasses, Charles de 28 Brunel, François 368, 389, 393. 413 Brunswick, Duke of 166, 184, 184-5, 197-9 Brunswick Manifesto 170-1 Buonarroti, Filippo 411-12 Bureau of Administrative Surveillance and General Policing 389 Burke, Edmund 223, 224-5 Burset, Sevilla 258 Burston, Hyam 303 Businessmen, Situation, 1780s, 21-2 Buzet, François 101, 216, 257, 258 Can 52, 257, 258 Caillas de Doléances. See Books of Grievances 18, 52-5 Caisse de l'Extraordinaire 108-9 Caisse d'Escompte, The 40 Calendar, Republican, Adoption of 312-13. Calonne, Charles Alexander de 39-40, 51 Calvados 257 Cambon, Joseph 164, 269, 285, 334 Cambrai 51 Camus, Armand Gaston 64, 79 Canclox, General 263 Carnot, Lazare Nicolas Marguerite 268, 291, 292, 294-5, 329, 369, 389-90, 398 Karen, Pierre 187 Anne, 188, 189 Carrier, Jean-Baptiste 298, 351, 353, 357 Cathalino, Jacques 263, 264 Catholic Church Bishops 110 Ecclesiastical Heads 31, 34 Electoral Assembly 53 Estates General Deputation 54 Income 33-5 Influence 33 Land Ownership 34 Nationalization of Property 107-10 Opening of the Estates General 59 Priests 34-5 Reorganization 109-10 Situation 1780s 33-5 Tithe 33-4 38 77 Cents The 78 Centralization 14 325 382 Circle Social 98 Chabot François 290 334 335-6 359 361 Chalier, Joseph 258-9 Chabry 149 Chambonnes 149 Champart 78 Champ de Mars Massacre 99, 130-3, 250 Chapelier, Isaac Renégai 79 Sierra Leone and Leones, 134-8 Charette, François de 262, 263 Charlier, Louis Joseph 274, 400 Chateaubriand, François René de 43 Chalmette, Pierre Gaspard 82, 97. 130, 132, 233, 242, 281, 282, 290, 305, 306, 321, 352, 362 Chenier, M. J., 310 Christie, Thomas 223 Chronique de Paris 97 Clavier, Etienne 98, 156, 179 Clermont-Tonnerre, Stanislas Marie Adelaide de 44, 66, 117 Cloutes, Anacharsis 331, 334, 356 Club de Feuillants 46, 133-4, 146 Club of Revolutionary Republican Women Citizens 240-1, 250, 251-3. 278-9 Club Typographique et Philanthropique 136 Cluny 75 Coblentz 151 Code Noir 140 N Coffee 147 Caulotte de Herbois, Jean-Marie 203, 204, 268, 274, 277-9, 298-9, 329, 340, 341, 352-4, 357, 381, 401 Colonial Question, The 98, 138-42, 345-7 Colonial Trade 112 Comite Central des Sociétés Fraternelles 250 Commission of 12, The 239-40, 242-4, 246 Committee of General Security 253, 333, 336, 349, 384, 386-9, 391, 394-6, 398, 404, 406, 414, 415 Committee of Public Instruction 31 Committee of Public Safety 275-7, 282, 363, 367-8 and the Catherine Theot Affair 375 Commission of Scientists 292-3 Committee of General Security, Hostility Towards 386-9. Composition 228, 268, 329 Creation of 226, 228 and the Curbing of the Popular Movement 325 and Dechristianization 321, 325 Defense of 287-9 on End of Vade Insurrection 297 The Fall of the Girondins 242-3 Focus on the War 358 and the Indulgence Offensive 339 Internal Discord 389-90 and the Levy en masse 1793 292 Name Change Suggested 323 and the National Convention 329-30 Negotiations with Coalition Powers 267 New 267-9 Power 329-30 and the Prairial Law 381 Purge 415 Purge of Popular Commissions 414 Reconciliation Attempt 394-6 Robespierre and 377 Robespierre's Retreat from 391-2 Roll 269 414-15 Suppression of the Cordelier Movement 354-8 and the Ventos Decrees 349 and Wages Unrest 385 Common Land Enclosure 16-17 19 Commune de Paris 89 100-1 103-4 169 171 180-1 242 243 268 275-6 320 Commune Insurrection the 404-8 Company de Ens Affaire 332-3 336 339-40 359 Company de Mines d'Anzin 22 Comte Rondu au Roy 1781-39 Condorcet Jean-Antoine Nicolas de 30 35 97 98 269 272 Condorcet Marie-Jean 91 Conseil d'Enhaute the 39 45 Constituent Assembly and the Colonial Question 138-42 345 End of 142-3 Formation of 65-6 The Left 90-1 Legacy 111 Liberticidal Laws 134-8 The Right 90-1 Robespierre and 376 in the Salle du Manège 89-91 Constitution 1793 269-74 273-4 Constitutionalists 91 Constitutional Reform 46 90 Controller General the 14 Corday Charlotte 249 265 Cordeliers Offensive the 350-4 Cordeliers the 91 94-6 99 126-8 130-1 277-8 332 350-8 Corny, Ethos de 69 Corporation System 22-3, 135-7 Cospersac, Louis 159 Côte d'Or, Prieur de la 268, 292-3 Counter-Revolutionary Insurrections 148-9 Counter-Revolutionary Movements 147 Coupe de Eloise, Jacques Michel 284, 309, 317. 337 Courrier de 83 Departments 97, 194 Cuthin, Georges 202-3, 206-7, 246, 268, 269, 276, 298, 324-5, 372, 379, 396, 399, 401, 404, 407, 408 Crequi, René Caroline de, Marquise 73-4 Cultural Revolution. Year 2 311-13 The Arts 317-18 Family 313 Public. Instruction 315-17 Universalization of 2 315 Danton, Claude 95 Danton, Georges Jacques 103, 147, 171 n, 182 n. 282 Arrest 358-61 and Dechristianization 305. 320 Defense of Fabre d'Eglantine 344 and Establishment of the Revolutionary Tribunal 227 Execution 361 and the Fall of the Girondins 242-3 and the Indulgence Offensive 336-7 Les Sources. Attacks 235 Launches Levy en masse 185-6 Resignation as Minister of Justice 203 and the September Massacres 189. 193 Trial of 361 Triumvirate Debate 203. 205 Dauphiné, the 44 Dauphin, the tutor for proposed 178-9 David, Jean-Louis 227, 265-6, 311, 373. 401 Dechristianization 305-11. 378 and the Cult of Revolutionary Martyrs 310-11 and Foreign Policy 322 halted 325 Paris 310 as Political Initiative 306 as Popular Initiative 307-9 Robespierre's attack on 318-23 Saint statues replaced 311 triggers 305-7 Debris, Jean 179. 415 Declaration of Independence, American 29-30, 81 Declaration of Natural Rights 81 Declaration of Rights 79-82, 87, 105. 110, 164, 224, 366 Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen 30, 270, 272. 372 Défenseur de la Constitution 162 Delacroix, Jean-François 287, 347, 359, 361, 380 Delettre, François Pascal 140, 141 Democracy 326, 366, 416 Democratic Press 97-100 Desmoulins, Camille 68, 97-9, 107. 126-7, 239, 332, 337, 338, 340-1, 343-4, 359. 361 Desmoulins, Lucille 362 Diderot, Denis 29 Dobson, Hébert 240-2 Dodier, Manlius 258 Drôme, The Federalist Uprising 256 Drouet, Varennes Postmaster. 124 Du Bois. Craintes, Edmund Louis Alexis 91-2, 225, 280, 392 Dubuisson, Edmund Louis Alexis 320, 333 Dumont, André 415 Dumouriez. Charles François 156-9, 160-1, 182, 197-8, 218, 221-2. 235 Dunkirk 51 Duport, Adrian 46, 152 Derler, Captain 174 Economic Crisis, 1789. 49-62 Economic Growth 50 Economic Liberalization 111-13 Education, National 316-17 Electoral System 53-4, 104-7, 117-18, 179, 196, 269, 271-2 Immigration 73, 85, 90, 114, 150, 152-3, 158 England 16, 51-2, 222-5 Enrages, the 234, 247-9, 252, 277. 80, 330, 376, 378. Equality 313, 366, 416 Equality Bread 176 Espremesnel, Duval D. 42 Estates General Concessions, Royal Decree, January 24, 1789, 49 Convocation, 1792, 42 Delegates 46 Deputation 54 Divisions 15 Electoral System 53-4 Opening, May 1789 57 to 60 registers of complaints 18 to 19 voting manner 45 estates of Béarn 43 attempts 148 exaggeries the 335 337 executions 1794 383 to 4 Executive Council abolition of 325 Fabre d'Eglantine Philippe 97 290 333 334 to 5 336 338 to 9, 341, 342 to 3, 344, 359, 361 Farge. Arlette 24 to 6 Fauchet, Abbé 98 Fayettists, the 91, 146 Federalist uprisings 255 to 8. 301 Lyon 258 to 9 Marseille 259 to 61 Pacification measures 261 to 2 Faders 168 to 9 171 187 207 Fermiers Generaux the 20 to 1 38 293 N Fersen Alex 123 to 4 151 Festival of the Supreme being 373 to 4 Fête de la Fédération, the 114 to 17, 266, 267 Feudal System 18 to 19, 76 to 9, 83, 112 Feuillants 148, 165 Ficta, Johann 223 Financial Stagnation 38 Financiers, Situation, 1780s, 20 to 1, 38. 85 to 6 First Coalition, War of the Battle of Fleurus 369 to 70, 370 Battle of Hanskut 291 Battle of Wattignies 294 to 5, 294 Charleroi Offensive 369 Courtrai Offensive 369 Declarations of War 222 Defeats 265 End of 328 to 9 Focus on 358 Levy en masse 291 to 3 Fleury at Lescott, Jean-Baptiste 406, 408 Fleury, Cardinal 28 Fontenay, Capillo de 415 Food Riots 50 to 1, 100 to 1 Foreign Plot, the 332 to 5, 336, 339, 356 Foreign Powers Fear of Plots by 73 to 4, 114 Invasion Threats 151 Fouché, Joseph 298 to 9, 306, 392, 393 to 4 Foundlings 313 Fouquier-Tinville. Antoine Quentin 228, 414 Fox, Charles James 223 France, population 158 Franklin, Benjamin 29 to 30 France 2, Emperor of Austria 157 Fraternization. Appearance of 177 Fraternity, celebration of 114 to 17 Free People of Color 139 to 40 French Citizen, definition of 271 French Communist Party 82 Friedrich Wilhelm, King of Prussia 129, 151, 166, 198 Furet, François 13, 14, 41, 82 N, 83, 300, 412 N. Gabelle 112 Gardes Françaises 53, 65, 69, 70, 87 Guérin 77 Gautier, Florence 81 General Amnesty, 1791, 134. General Defense Committee 228 Germany, and the Revolution 223 Girondins, the 27, 146, 152, 166 to 7. 169 Antagonism with Montagnards 200 to 2 Antagonism with Montaigne 234 to 7 Attack on the Triumvirs 205 to 7 Break with Jacobins 207 to 8 Fall of 242 to 6 and the Federalist Uprisings 257 Laissez-faire Policy 230 to 1 National Convention Elections 195 and Property 201 to 2 Trial and Execution of 289 to 90 and the Trial of Louis XVI 212, 215 and the Vade Insurrection 230 Gourses, Antoine Joseph 97, 194 Gouges, Alam de 249 Government Reorganization 414 to 15 Grain Trade, Regulation of 51 Granville 296 Great Fear, Summer 1789, 18 to 19, 73 to 5 Gregoire, Abbé 35, 61 to 3, 93 to 4, 98, 105, 112, 130, 134 N, 135, 140, 141, 203, 211, 219, 317, 347 Grenoble 43-4 Guadet, Marguerite Elie 161, 164, 236, 239 Guérin, Daniel 305, 325, 330, 349, 376 Guilhamou, Jacques 300 Guillotin, Joseph Ignace, Dr. 26 Han Riot, François 244-5, 245, 362, 402, 403, 404-6 Haute-Loire, the 149 Hay, Marin de la 21 Haysbrook 51 Hébert, Françoise 98, 100, 126, 131, 142-3, 175, 233, 239-41, 275, 276, 278, 281, 289-90, 315, 317, 318, 320-1, 330, 335, 340, 348, 351-4, 355-6, 357, 362 Hebertists 330-1, 353 Hegel, George 223 Herculaneum, discovery of 28 Hercules, statue of 311 Hiddens, Rousseau 258 Hoarders 101, 112, 210, 279-80 Hobereaux, Squires, 32-3 Holderlin, Friedrich 223 Holland. Declaration of war against 222 Hanskut 51, 291 Hunt, Lin 327-8 Ideas, dissemination of 27-9 Imprimerie Royale. The 39 Indivisibilite section affair 391 Indulgence, the 287, 332, 335-45, 355. Industry 22 Infant mortality 19 Inheritance rights 313, 367 Insurrectional commune. The appeal for Com 182 Birth of 171 Equality Bred Declaration 176 and the Fall of the Girondins 245 and the National Assembly 177-80 Robespierre. Elected to 178 and the September Massacres 187, 193 Insurrection of August 10, 1792, 171-4, 178, 180, 182-4 Intellectuals, Situation, 1780s, 26-31 Intendeds 14, 15. 71 Internationalism 333-4 Invasion Threats 151 Investigation Committee 269 Iron Cabinet, the 213, 215. Isnard, Maximin 154, 240-1 Itinerants, Professional 74 Jacobinism 94 Jacobins, the 91-4, 146 and the Cordeliers Offensive 352. 353-4 and Dechristianization 318, 320-1 demand Girondins mandates be revoked 235-6 and the enrages 277 expulsions 320, 392 and the fall of the Girondins 244 and the Faders 169 Girondins break with 207-8 and the indulgence offensive 335-6. 337-8 Lafayette attacks 161 Sierra Leonean Leon's Chapeliers attack on 137-8 and the popular movement of February 1793 232-3, 234 Provisions Policy. 237-8 Response to Lewis's flight 129-30 and the September Massacres 195 split 133-4. And the Terror 300 in the War of 1792 154, 155 Jowers, Jean 18, 49, 50, 82, 152, 194, 212, 234, 247, 305, 330, 349, 350, 353, 356, 412 Jefferson, Thomas 29, 46. 224 N. Jesuits, expulsion of, 1764, 26 Jews, civil rights 117-18 Jordan. Jean-Baptiste 291 Journal de la Montagne 318 Journal de la République Française 194 Journalists 26 to 7 Journée of October 5, 1791 87 250 Journée of October 6, 1791 88 Journée of 20 June 1792 163 to 6 Journeys of the 4th and the 5th of September 1793 280 to 3 Judiciary, Reform 110 to 11 July Dead, the 132, 133 Kant, Emmanuel 223 Kellerman, François Etienne 182, 197 to 9, 296 Carangal, Leguin de 77 Kings. Removal of images 311 to 12 Kleber, Jean-Baptiste 296, 297 Kosciuszko, Tadeus 334 Labrousse, Ernest 50 Laclos, Coderlos de 27 Lacombe, Claire 240 to 1, 250 Lafayette, Gilbert du Motier, Marquis de 30, 35, 46, 70, 91, 127. 128 appointed Commander of National Guard 73 and the Champ de Mars Massacre 132. Defection 179, 191 and the Fête de la Fédération 115 and the Flight of Louis 123 Indictment 182 and the Journey of October 6, 88 Marat on 267 March on Paris 181 to 2 and the Nancy Revolt 120. 122 and the outrage of June 20, 165 to 6 relationship with Louis XVI 89 to 90 sedition threat 161 La Mère Duchesne 251 Lambeth Alexander de 93 133 152 Lambeth Charles 130 133 Lamethists 146 Lamy du Peuple 78 86 89 91 99 101 103 107, 180, 194, 248, 350 to 1 Lamy du Roy 128 Lemoynian Edicts, the 43 Land. Ownership 16 to 17, 34 Les Sources, Marc David Alba 201, 205, 234 to 5 La Tour La Montagne 347, 350 La Tour Marbourg. Just Charles de Fay de 125 N Laundry Women, Soap Seizures 276 Lavaux, Etienne Maynard 318, 320 to 1 Lavoisier, Antoine Laurent de 33 to 4, 293 N Law of 14 for Mayor Year 2 323 to 5 Law of Suspects, the 284, 342 Lawyers 26 Leclerc, Théophile 247 to 9, 252, 278, 355 Lecointre, Laurent 387, 394, 399 Ledoux, Claude Nicolas 20 Lefebvre, Georges 74, 381, 384 Lafort, Charles 300 Legislation Committee 415 Legislative Assembly 145 to 7 dismisses King's Guard 159 End of 178 Internationalism 333 to 4 Measures against Emigres 150 Measures against refractory priests 150, 159 to 60 Move towards war 150 to 6 Robespierre, and 376 and Slavery 346 Legendre, Louis 274, 278, 359, 387, 415 Lenore, Alexander 318 Lyon, Pauline 250, 251, 252 Leopold, Emperor of Austria 123, 128, 151, 156, 157 Sierra Leonean Leone's Patriote Francais 97, 98, 116, 195, 208, 247 Le Pelletier, Michel 35 Les Actes de Apôtres 91 Les Revolutions de France et de Brabant 98 to 9, 107. Les Revolutions de Paris 130 to 1, 132 Lettres au Comte d'Artois 66 to 7 Lettres de Cachet 42 Levy en Masse 1793, 185 to 6, 291 to 3 Levy of 300,000 men 226, 229 Liberalism 111 Liberticidal Laws 134 to 8 Liberty, Right to 81 Lille 51, 120, 159, 166, 217 Lamousin 112 Lendet, Robert 214 to 15, 259, 268, 301, 309 Lyle, Rouget de 169 N. Lit de Justice, 1787 41 to 2 Locke, John 41 Lorraine 17 Louis Stanislaus Xavier. Rights of Regency removed 150 Louis XVI, King accepts resignation of Dumouriez 160 to 1 addresses the National Assembly, May 5, 63 to 4 arrest at Varennes 124 to 5 calls for trial 125 to 30 charges against 214 to 15 collusion with foreign powers 181, 213, 215 concessions, Royal Decree, January 24, 1789. 49 confrontation with Brissotins 159 to 62 constitutional roll 104 to 5 correspondence with Austria 151 declaration from the king addressed to all the French upon his leaving Paris 125 to 6 deposition demands 166 to 70 dismisses Necker 67 execution 216 flight 122 to 4 guilty verdict 216 iron cabinet 213 215 and the Journey of October 6, 88 and Lafayette 89 to 90 Lit de Justice, 1787 41 to 2 moved to the Tuileries Palace 88 and the Nancy Revolt 121 opening of the Estates General 58 to 9 orders military build-up, July, 66 orders troops to leave Paris 70 outrage of June 20, 165 and proclamation of National Assembly 61 to 3 recalls Necker 44 to 5 retreat on National Assembly. 65 to 6 return to Paris 125 seeks sanctuary at National Assembly 172 to 3 signs Constitution 134 transferred to the Luxembourg Palace 180 trial of 212 to 16 validates the Declaration of Rights 87 veto of Legislative Assembly 150 visits Paris 71 and the War of 1792 152 156 Lomerin 148 Loustalot Élysée 97, 102 to 3, 110, 116, 121 Louvet, Jean-Baptiste 27, 147, 207 to 8, 232 Lazare, the 149 Luckner, Nicholas 158, 166, 182 Lyon 20, 52, 113, 202, 210, 248, 340 executions, 1793 297 to 9, 299 Federalist uprising 256 to 9 siege of 296 Lyons, Martin 388 N, 390, 393, 413 Machical massacre 229 Macheffer, Petronil 251 Macanize, the 75 Mail, Jean-Baptiste 212 to 13. Maillard, Stanislas 87. 187 to 8 Mainz 296 Malouet, Pierre Victor 60, 79 N Monosquet 51 Manœuvriers 19 Manufacturers 21 to 2 Marat, Jean-Paul 98, 101, 114, 376 Act of accusation against 236 on annexations 220 arrest threatened 103 assassination of Marat 265 to 6 attack. On the enrages 248 N as a crime-monger 266 demands Girondins' mandates be revoked 236 denunciations 267 and electoral reform 107 on electoral system demands 179 on the Federalist uprisings 256 to 7 on the Fête de la Fédération 116 to 17 and the Fraternal Societies 95 to 6. Image 266 to 7 and the imposition of martial law 103 on Mirabeau 89 and National Assembly session of August 4, 78 on the National Convention 196 to 7 orchestration of paranoia 122 on Pétion 200 N and the popular movement of February 1793 232 predictions 266 on the provisions crisis 86 on Route 278 and the September massacres 189 to 90 193 to 5 support for insurrectional commune 180 and the trial of Louis XVI 214 215 triumvirate debate 206 visits Faders 207 on women 250 Marichal, Sylvain 97 323 marginalized the recognition of 313 Marie Antoinette 66, 88, 122-4, 151, 180, 249, 290 marriage 313 Marseillaise, the 169 Marseille 20, 27, 120, 168 executions, 1793, 299 Federalist Uprising 256, 259-61 Martial Law 100-4, 113, 132, 273 Martin, Jean Clement 298, 384 Martin Douch 62 N Martyrs, Cult of 310-11 Marks, Carl 28, 83 Mascalo, Dionys 395 Matthews, Albert 15, 49-50, 90, 174, 234, 247, 279, 301, 305-6, 330-1, 349, 350, 353, 355, 356, 360 N, 375, 378, 381, 384, 387, 393, 394 N, 412 Maury, Abbé. 108, 117-18 maximum, the 231, 281, 283-5, 332, 384-5, 408 merchants 21-2 Mercier, Sebastian 20, 22, 24, 27, 33, 98 Mercure National 95 Mercier Argenteau, Floraman Claude, Comte de 151 Méricourt, Théroin de 249 Merlin de Douai, Philippe Antoine 284 Michelet, Jules 49, 50, 53 N, 54, 58, 88, 89, 115, 125 N, 146, 157, 164, 217-18, 246, 266, 412 Ministries, suppression of 364 Mirabeau, Honoré Gabriel Riccati, Comte de 35, 45, 49, 77-8, 89, 91. 267 death of 122 department reorganization 110 discards. Sur la représentation illégale de la nation provinciale 47-8 and the imposition of martial law 101-2 and the journey of October 6, 88 Lettre du Comte de Mirabeau à SES committance 59 and the military build-up, July 67 and nationalization of church property 108 on the opening of the Estates General 58, 59, 60 and proclamation of National Assembly 64 on size 48 Trizine Lettre à SES committance 64 moderates 46, 80, 138, 146, 147, 357 Malaville, Bertrand de 43 Molinists 33 Mamoro, Antoine. François 201, 353-7 Monge, Gaspard 179, 293 Montagnard's antagonism with Girondins 200-2, 234-7 and the Constitution of 1793 269 Domination of Convention 275 National Convention Elections 195 and the Popular Movement of February 1793 232 and Property 201-2 Provisions Policy 237-9 and the September Massacres 193-5 and the Trial of Louis XVI 212, 214 Montauban 19-20, 114 Montesquieu, Charles Louis 41, 81, 218 months, names 313 in Montmorency. Louis Joseph de 122-3 Montmorency, Mathieu 66. Montpellier 149 Montsabbert. Doillard de 42 Mounier, Jean Joseph 44, 62, 79, 90 Municipal Powers 106-7 Municipal Revolution. The 71-3 Museums 317-18 Nancy 119-22 Nantes 22, 263, 298. 299 National Agents 324 National Assembly becomes Constituent 65-6 and the Champ de Mars Massacre. 132-3 Constitution Debate 79-80 Declaration of Rights Debate 79. 80-2 declares La Patrie en danger. 166-8 deposition petition presented to 170 electoral reform. 104-7 imposition of martial law. 101-3 indictment of Lafayette. 182 and the insurrectional Commune. 177-80 and Jews. 118 Louis XVI addresses, May 5. 63-4 Louis XVI seeks sanctuary with 172-3 orders frontiers closed. 128 and peasant insurrection, 1790. 112-13 power of businessmen. 112 prosecutions suspended. 181 response to Louis's flight. 125-30 and the right of royal veto. 79-80 and the September massacres. 189 session of 4 August 76-9. 83 single chamber adopted. 80 the tennis court oath. 62-3 third estate proclaims itself. 60-4 national convention. 9 Thermidor session. 401-4 abolition of slavery. 347 abolition of the commission of 12. 244 adopts law of suspects. 284 beyond 9 Thermidor. 413-15 call for 178 commitment to freedom of worship. 320 and the Committee of Public Safety. 329-30 and the Commune insurrection. 405-6 composition. 196-7 conflict between Gironde and Montaigne. 234-7 and dechristianization. 308-10, 319. 320 elections. 195 electoral system. 196 the fall of the Girondins. 242-6 and the Federalist uprisings. 256-7. 260-1 Hébert crisis. 240-1 hoarding legislation. 279-80 and the indulgence offensive. 338-9 law of 14 for mayor year 2. 323-5 Montagnard domination. 275 opening session. 202-4 operation. 196-7 opposition of Gironde and Montaigne. 200-2 pacification measures. 261-2 and the popular movement of February 1793. 232-3 president. 200 proclamation of the Republic. 204. 206-7 provisions policy debate. 238-9 Robespierre calls for 168 Robespierre's defeat. 8 Thermidor. 397-401 secretaries. 200 sets general maximum. 283-5 situation. 1793. 275-7 and the terror. 300 trial and execution of the Girondins. 289-90 and the trial of Louis XVI. 214-16 triumvirate debate. 202-3, 205-7 National Guard. 70, 73. 88, 113, 114, 115, 119, 121-3, 127-8, 132, 158-60, 171, 172, 173, 230, 234, 275-6, 407 Natural right, Doctrine of 81 Necker, Jacques 39, 44-6, 49, 51, 59, 63, 67, 70, 107, 267 newspapers. 97-100, 181, 315. See also individual titles. Name 114 Nobility, the casts. 31-2 concessions, 4 August 76-9 court aristocracy. 32 debt. 32 electoral assembly. 53 immigration. 73. 85 Estates General Deputation. 54 fear of collusion with foreign powers. 73-4 fear of conspiracy by 191 fear of plots by 73-4 and the Great Fear. 75 numbers. 31. 32 Opening of the Estates General. 59 Situation, 1780s. 31-3 Noirs, the 91 Normandy. 257, 301 Notre Dame, Cathedral of Paris. 309-10 Orleans, Duc D. 42, 66, 89 Patch, Jean Nicolas. 221, 233. 4, 282, 290, 362, 363 Pacy-sur-Eure. 258 Payne, Thomas. 225, 334 Paranoia. 122 Paris the Carousel. 172 N. 174, 406 Champ de Mars. 99, 115-16, 121, 130-3, 164, 170, 250 Champs-Élysées 68, 125. Chaussée d'Antin 20 Collège des Cassis 404N The Conciergerie 188 Condition 1794 392 to 3 Cordeliers Convent 169 Dechristianization 309 to 10 Despotism of 201 Immigration 73 Faubourg Antoine 171 383 to 4 Faubourg Saint-Antoine 52 to 3 163 172 Faubourg Saint-Germain 20 32 Faubourg Saint-Marceau 164 172 Halle aux Farines 100 to 1 Hotel de Bryon 404N 406 Hotel de Invalides 69 to 70 Hotel de Ville 67 68 87 90 N 102 169 to 70 171 231 242 280 404 Hotel de Howell 39 Hotels 21 32 Al St. Louis 172. Immigrants 24 Imposition of martial law 100 to 4 Insurrection 66 to 71 Journey of October 5th. 87 Left Bank 96 Louis XVI Visit 71 The Luxembourg Palace 178 180 Military Build-Up July 66 to 9 Municipal Election 1791 147 Municipal Organization 100 Municipal Revolution 72 to 3 and National Assembly of Session of August 4th 78 National Convention Elections 195 Notre Dame Cathedral 309 to 10 Polaroil 45 to 6 67 68 86 91 Parliament 40 N 41 to 2 45 49 Place de Grève 53 404 405 Place de la Bastille 131 Place de la Nation 383 Place Louis XV, now Place de la Concorde 68 Place Vendôme 68, 127 to 8, 178 to Pont-Neuf 172 Popular Movement of February 1793 230 to 4. 250 Population 20 The Reveillon Affair 52 to 3 Right Bank 92 Rue de Castiglione 134 N Rue de la Vieille Monnaie 233 to 4 Rue de l'École de Médecine 94 Rue de Richelieu 68 Rue Saint-Honoré 68 Rue Saint-Martin 68 Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois 127 Saint-Germain-des-Prés 67 Saint-Martin Barrier, now Place Stalingrad 123 Salle du Musée 94 Sections 314 Storming of the Bastille 70 to 1 Street Name Changes, Year 2312 The Terror 299, 301 Théâtre Français 169, 171 The Tuileries 68, 123, 125, 165, 245 Tuileries Palace 88, 172 to 4 Unemployment 85 to 6 Wall of the Farmers General 20 Paris Gunners Affair 391 Paris Insurrection, the 66 to 71 Parliaments 40 to 3, 45, 49, 110 Passive Citizens 105, 106, 169 POW 43 Peasant Insurrections 211 Peasantry. The Anger 148 Farming Conditions 17 to 18 and the Great Fear 75 Infant Mortality 19 Insurrection 1790 112 to 13 Laborers 19 and National Assembly of Session of 4 August 78 to 9 Numbers 16 Pacification Measures 262 Poor 19 to 20 Prosperous 17 to 18 Riots 50 Situation 1780s 15 to 20 Taxation 18 Taxation Populaire 148 Pensions, Reductions 38 Père Duchesne 99 to 100, 126, 142 to 3, 175, 209, 275, 315, 317, 340, 354 Perpignan 149 Pertus 51 Peshin, Jerome 98, 101, 125 N, 133, 135, 141, 147, 165, 166, 169, 188, 200, 236 to 7, 258 Petition, right of 134 to 5 Philippos, Pierre 341, 343, 351, 359, 361 Philippe Égalité, execution 290 physiocrats 16. 27, 176 Pilnitz Declaration, the 129, 151 Pitt, William 223, 225, 237 to 8 Pius VI, Pope 110, 122 Place names, changes, year 2312 Police 22, 24 to 6 Polignacs, Comte D 73 Pompey, discovery of 28 popular commissions, purge 413 to 14 popular movement, curbing of 323 to 5 popular movement of February 1793, Paris 230 to 4. 250 popular movements 147 to 8 posters 315 Pourvoya, police informer 347 to 8 355 384 to 5 poverty 50 prairial law the 378 to 84 387 389 414 Précy Louis François Comte de 259 Price the Reverend Richard 223 to 4 Priestley, Joseph 334 Prieur de la Marne, Pierre-Louis Prieur, 219, 268 Proli, Pierre-Jean Berchtold 320, 333 Property Confiscation Decree 349 Right to 81, 201 to 2, 270, 272, 366 Provisions Commission 284 Provisions Crisis 86, 87, 209 to 12 Prud'homme. Louis 97 Prussia, war with 123 N, 150 to 9, 166, 184 to 5, 197 to 8, 199 Public domain. Establishment of 367 Public instruction 315 to 17 Publiciste de la République Française 278 Public prosperity 50 Purge. 1794 363 to 5 Quetenot, General 263 Quincy, Quatremaire de 73 N. Canet, Edgar 300 Raymond, Julian 345 to 6 Red Book, the 32 Refractory Priests 150, 159 to 60, 180, 187 Renault, Cecile 381, 383 Rennes 41, 43, 263 Representatives of the People on Mission to the Armies 228, 324, 364, 387 Republic, the Proclamation of 204, 206 to 7 Reveillon Affair, the 52 to 3 Revolutionary Army 282 to 3, 324, 363 to 4 Revolutionary Calendar 100 N Revolutionary Tribunal 291, 301, 352, 408 Composition 227 to 8, 281 to 2, 379 Establishment of 226 to 8 Peripatetic Sections 395 Powers 382 to 3 Prosecutor 228 Reorganization 378 to 84 Roll 379 Rue appears before 278 Suppression of the Cordelier Movement 355 Suspension of 414 Revolutionary until Peace Government 287 to 9 Revolutionary War 1792 Annexations 219 to 20 Battle of Jemmapes 217 to 18, 220 Battle of Neerwinden 221 to 2 Battle of Valmy 197 to 9, 199, 200 Declaration of 156 to 7 Declaration of War against England 222 Declaration of War against Holland 222 Declaration of War against Spain 222 Defeats 157 to 9 Fall of Longwy 184 Impacts 159 to 62 Motivation 151 to 2 Move towards 150 to 6 Occupation of Belgium 218 221 Occupation of Rhineland 218 221 Popular support for 152 Prussian advance 166 Prussian advance on Paris 184 to 5 Siege of Verdun 184 187 Treason of Dumouriez 222 Revolutions de Paris 75 78 97 to 8 102 to 3 107 Revolution The Beyond 9 Thermidor 413 to 16 as Bourgeois Revolution 82 to 3 End of 365 to 8 413 416 Interpreting 13 to 15 Robert François 95 131 N Robespierre Augustine 404 407 Robespierre, Maximilien Marie Isidore de 91, 182 to 49 Thermidor attacks. 402 to 39 Thermidor response 403 on annexations 220 appointed to Committee of Public Safety 268 arrest 403 to 4 and the arrest of Danton. 359 to 60 attack on Dubois-Craintes 392 call for insurrection in the National Convention 241 call for National Convention 168 call for unity between the sections 281 and the Catherine Theot affair 375. 390 and the Colonial Question 141 on the Committee of General Security 398 and the Commune Insurrection 407 and the Compagnie des Indes Affair 340 and the Constitution of 1793 270-2, 274 Convention defeat. 8 Thermidor 397-401 and the Cordeliers Offensive 351-2 Courage 376 Criticism of Representatives. On Mission 387 Criticism of the Committee of General Security 389 and the Cult of the Supreme Being 370-4 and the Curbing of the Popular Movement 325 and Dechristianization. 305, 318-23, 325, 378 Declaration of the Rights of Man 270-1 Defense of Jacobins 137-8 Defense of the Committee of Public Safety 287-8 Demands Dismissal of King 167-8 and Democracy 366 Elected 2. Insurrectional Commune 178 and Electoral System 105-6, 107N, 179 and the End of the Constituent Assembly 142 Enemies 387-9 and the Enrages 277-8, 378 Fall of 377 and the Fall of the Girondins 243-4 and the Foreign Plot 333. 334 Friction with Billaud-Varennes 390 Girondin Break with Jacobins 207-8 Great Speech of 18 Pluvios, February 5, 365-6 and the Great Terror 384 Guillotining of 408 and the Imposition of Martial Law 101 Indivisibilite Section Affair 391 and the Indulgence Offensive 337, 339. And the Jacobin Club split 133 on Jews 118 Sierra Leonean Leon's Défenseur de la Constitution 162 Lettres à SES Committants 220 National Convention Elections 195 Personal Philosophy 322 Passion Attacks 236 Plot against 393-4 Political Suicide 400 and the Popular Movement of February 1793 234 and the Prairial Law 380-2 Provisions Crisis 1792 211-12 Provisions Policy 238 and Public Instruction 317-18 Radicalization 238 Reconciliation Attempt 394-6 Response to Lewis's Flight 129-30 Retreat from Committee of Public Safety 391-2 on Revolutionary Illegality 208 and the Right of Petition 135 and the Right to Property 81 Roll 375-8 and the Route of the Indulgence 341-4 and the September Massacres 193 194 on Size 49 Suicide Attempt 407 Suppression of the Cordelier Movement 356-8 and the Terror 303 Trial and Execution of the Girondins 290 and the Trial of Louis XVI 214-16 Triumvirate Debate 205 as Tyrant 377 and Virtue 367 and the War of 1792 153-5 159 Robespierrists, guillotining of 408-9 Rochambeau. General 158 Rochefoucauld, Duc de la 29-30, 66 Rocher, Mercier du 230 Roland, Jean-Marie 98, 156, 160, 179, 183, 185, 207, 209, 211, 216 Roland, Manon 249, 290 Rome, Ancient 28 Rom, Gilbert 312-13 Ronsin, Charles Philippe 295-6, 298-9, 339, 345, 354-6, 364 Rossignol, Jean-Antoine 295-6 Rousseau, Jean-Jacques 29, 31, 322 Roux, Jacques 210, 247-9, 248, 252, 273-4, 277-8 Royal Council, the 14 Royalist movements 148-9 Royer, Claude 300 Royou, Abbé 128 Russia 151, 158 Saint-André, Jean Bon 227, 237-8, 268 Saint-Domingue 138-40, 147, 345, 346 Saints, Bernard de 415 Saint-Étienne, Rabat 62 Saint-Fargeau, Lepelletier de 316 Saint-Just, Louis Antoine de appointed to Committee of Public Safety 268 arrest 404, 407 and the arrest of Danton 358. 360-1 call for military reform 291 call-out attacks 401 and the Constitution of 1793 269, 270, 271, 289 and the Cordeliers 354-5, 357 on the cult of the Supreme being 372 criticism of Carnot 389-90 and the foreign plot 333 on property 366-7 and the Provisions Crisis 209 Reconciliation Attempt 395-6 Report on the General Police 364-5, 368, 382 Report on the 32 members of the Convention detained under the provisions of the Decree of June 2, 261-2, 302-3 Speech. 9 Thermidor 401-2 and the trial of Louis XVI 213 and the Ventos decrees 348-50 Saint Mary, Moreau de 73 N, 140, 141 Saint Michel, Lacombe 258 Saint Omer 115 Saints, statues removed 311 Salomon, Deputy 79 Sans Culottes 96, 174-7, 237, 243, 251-2, 258-9, 275, 283, 311, 315, 316, 364, 391. Santerre, Antoine Joseph 95, 171, 172, 189, 233, 234 Sarlat 112 Savoy 218, 219 Schiller. Friedrich 334 Science 292-3 Seychelles, Herald de 156, 167, 241, 245-6, 265, 268, 269, 292, 361 Secularization. C. Dechristianization Signori 16, 76-9 Senart, G. J. 387-8 September Massacres 186-91, 193-5 September Zers. Trial of 188 Servin, Joseph Marie 156, 159-60, 179, 198 7 Years War 37 Sharecropping 17 Shareholding Companies 21 Size. Emmanuel Joseph, Abbé 15-16, 31, 32, 33-5, 105 Mirabeau on 48 and Proclamation of National Assembly 60-1. 64 Response to Louis's Flight 130 Robespierre on 49 Société de 89-91 What is the Third Estate? 48-9, 61 Slaves and Slavery 22, 98, 138-9, 138-42, 345-7 Slavin, Morris 331 Sabel, Albert 31, 177, 306, 330, 349, 353, 357, 394 and Société de 89-91 Société de Amos de Droits de l'Homme et du Citoyen 94 Société de Amos de Noirs 98, 139 Société de Citoyens de Couleur 345-6 Société de Faiteurs de 83 Departments 207 Société Fraternelle 95 Société Fraternelle de deux Sexes 250 Société Patriotique de Amos de la Constitution, Marseille 259-61 Sociétés Populaires de Amos de la Constitution. Lyon, 258-9 Societies 30-1 Society. 1780s 13 to 35 artisans, 22 to 6 businessmen, 20 to 1 Catholic Church, 33 to 5 financiers, 20 to 1 intellectuals, 26 to 31 modernization, 14 the nobility, 33 to 5 the peasantry, 15 to 20 society. Purpose of 416 songs, 316 Sonthonax, Ledger Felicite 97, 346 Spain. Declaration of war against 222 speech-making, 47 to 8 state finances under Brienne, 41, 42 under Calonne, 39 to 40 Comte Rondeau au Roi, 1781-39 crisis. Autumn 1789, 85 to 6 deficit targets, 40 insolvency treats, 1780s 37 to 8, 42, 65 nationalization of church property, 107 to 10 under Necker, 39, 44 to 6 stagnation, 38 stock exchange speculators, 21 Strasbourg, 72, 120 sugar shortage, 147 supreme being, cult of the 370 to 4, 375, 388 suspects, law of 284, 342 Sweden, 151 Switzerland, 322 Tacket, Timothy 74n, 124 to 5, 190 to 1 Taya 38 Tain, Hippolyte A, 14 Talleyrand, Charles Maurice de 107 to 8, 115 to 16 Tallene, Jean Lambert 26 to 7, 189, 204, 299, 302, 394, 402 to 3, 414, 415 Taxation Populaire, 148 Taxes and Taxation 18, 20 to 1, 38, 79, 111 Technological Development, 292 to 3 Tennis Court Oath, 62 to 3 Terrat, Abbé 37 to 8 Terror, the 299 to 303 Theat, Catherine 374 to 5, 388, 390. 398 Thermidorian break, 412 to 13 Thermidorian reaction, 415 Thermidorians, 300 to 1 Thionville, Merlin de 323, 415 Thionville, siege of 184, Third Estate, the 15 to 16 concessions, royal decree, January 24th. 1789-49 Electoral Assembly, 53 to 4 Estates General Deputation, 54 Opening of the Estates General, 57 to 60 proclaims itself the National Assembly, 60 to 4 Revolt Threat, 44 Size, on 48 to 9 Thouars, 263 Thuriot, Jacques, Alexis 241, 242, 268, 274, 288, 302, 315, 337 to 8, 387, 414 Tilly, Charles 229 Tocqueville, Alexis de 13, 14, 18, 34, 54, 54 to 5, 83 Toulon 51, 120, 280, 296 to 7, 299 Toulouse 30, 41 Tricolor Terror, the 133 Tridon, Gustave 331 Triumvirate, National Convention Debate 202 to 3, 205 to 7 Troyes 42 Toul 113 Turgot, and Robert Jacques 22, 28 Turin 114 Unemployment 52, 85 to 6. Union Fraternelle des Ouvriers en l'Art de la Charpente 136 United States of America, Declaration of Independence 29 to 30, 81 Universal, Male, Suffrage 179 Universities 31 Urban Militias 72 Vadier, Marc Guillaume Alexis 357, 374 to 5, 398, 399. 403 Vagabonds, 19 Valenciennes 51 Varennes 124 to 5 Varlet, Jean-François 240, 241, 247 to 9, 278 Vaugirard Riot, 1785 25 to 6 Vade Insurrection 184 End of 295 to 7 Evacuation Turin 263 Fall of Thouars 263 Forces 262 to 3 Insurgent Victories 264 Outbreak 229 to 30 Recapture of Toulon 296 to 7 Repression following 297 to 9 Surrender of Toulon 280 War 262 to 4 264 Vendine Genocide 297 to 9 Vade, the 149 Ventos decrees, the 347 to 50, 366 to 7, 368, 382, 395, 414 Verdun, siege of 184, 187 Vergniaud, Pierre Victurnien 161, 164, 166 to 7, 173, 178, 206, 215, 227, 236, 243, 244, 290 Versailles 32, 57 to 60, 86, 88 Vieux Cordelier 332, 337, 338, 343 to 4, 348 to 9 Villefranche de l'Oragais 17 N. Vincent, François Nicolas 345, 351, 355 to 6, 364 Virtue 367 Voltaire 109 Voting by acclamation. Imposition of 177 voting rights 105, 179 Violent, Jean-Henri 406 to 7 Wages, maximum 285, 384 to 5, 408 Wanich, Sophie 151 to 2 Walter, Gerard 393 Washington, George 334 Wheat Prices 111, 112, 148 White Terror, the 300 to 1 Williams, David 223 Wollstonecraft, Mary 225 Women Address Individuelle à l'Assemblée Nationale par des Citoyens de la Capitale 251 Champ de Mars Massacre 250 Clubs Forbidden 253, and the Enrages 252 Journey of October 5th, 87, 250 Right to Bear Arms 251 Roll of 249 to 53 Sans Culottes. 251 to 2 Tricoteurses 249 Wordsworth, William 223 Workers' Associations, Prohibition of 135 to 7 Worship, Freedom of 320 to 2 Year I-204 Young, Arthur 17, 19 to 20, 45, 46, 58 N, 60, 72.